Last ball of the game, Jordan comes in bowls and he's bowled him with a perfect yorker to finish the game, and England have won this match by 17 runs in the third and final T20 international for England. Means the series ends 2-1 in favour of India, but a great performance by England, first with the bat and then, in spite of the heroics of Suryakumar Yadav, a clinical win in the end, you'd say.
Well, that was the T20 series done and dusted. Another day, another format. Welcome to the Oval and the start of the 50 overs Royal London series between England and India. 50 overs per side. We're underway at 1 o'clock here. A very warm day. I'm sure it is everywhere. It's quite cloudy. The sun isn't with us at the moment, but it is a very, very sultry day indeed. The flags are flying up on top of the pavilion. We're all set to go. The crowd coming in. The news is that India have won the toss and they're going to bowl first, and Alison Mitchell has been speaking to the captains.
Well, I've got the India captain, Rohit Sharma, here. A little bit of cloud cover. Rohit, are you going to have a bowl first? Talk me through that thought process.
I mean, look, obviously there's some grass cover on the pitch as well, and obviously the conditions as well. And also, as a team, we thought, we need to have the score in front of us. So that was the thought process behind coming and, chasing the target.
What about your team for this match? A couple of injuries, including Virat Kohli.
Yeah, we've got some injury issues. Virat is obviously carrying some niggle from the last T20 we played. So he's out for this game. And yeah, there are a couple more injuries in the squad as well. We're trying to keep a close eye on them, and hopefully, they can recover for the next game.
So no Arshdeep, no Kohli. Who comes in? Who will take those places?
Yeah, we've got three seamers: Bumrah, Prasidh Krishna, and Shami. Those are the three seamers, and we've got Yuzvendra Chahal back from after missing the last T20, and we've got Jadeja and Hardik who obviously slot in as all-rounders, and we've got five batters: myself, Shikhar, Shreyas Iyer, Suryakumar, and Rishabh Pant.
And what will you as a team need to do to translate that T20 form to this longer format now?
No, just keep doing the same thing. Try and be brave enough to take on the opportunity, take on that extra risk if you need to be, and have that same mindset what we had in T20 cricket, because we don't want to change that. And I've said it many a times before as well. While doing that, you will have some failures as well, but we are ready to accept that as a team.
You're backing your players. Rohit, good luck today. Thank you.
Cheers, thank you.
That's Rohit Sharma. Jos Buttler is here. Jos, good to see you. You are going to be having a bat first. How does that sit with you today?
Yeah, it's fine. I think we would have looked to do the same thing if we'd won the toss. But, every time we come to the Oval, we usually see a great batting wicket, and hopefully it will be that today.
A little bit of grass on the surface. You expect there to be some sideways movement?
Maybe a little bit. I don't know if there is probably in the game. It might be in the first hour or so, which is probably why both teams wanted to bowl first. It's obviously warm, muggy conditions. It may swing a little bit, but we'll come out with the same attitude and try and impose ourselves with the bat.
So Bairstow, Stokes, Roots all back and available. Who misses out?
So the guys missing out today are Phil Salt, Harry Brook, Matt Parkinson and Sam Curran. So great to welcome back those guys. You mentioned they're not just the best players in our team, they're some of the best players in the world, so it's really exciting to have them available.
And how do you balance up your bowling attack today?
So the bowlers, we've got four seamers and the two spinners. So we've got Overton, Topley, Cars and Willie, and then Moeen Ali and Liam Livingston and Stokes can obviously bowl a few overs as well.
Good luck today, Josh. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, and well done from memory, all the names there. You often get captains who forget either who's playing or who's not playing. But anyway, just to run through the teams for you, with India having won the toss and put England into bat. Rohit Sharma, Shikhar Dhawan, so you heard there. Virat Kohli is injured. I'm not sure have to check what that is, but Shreyas Iyer's playing. Suryakumar Yadav. He's my new hero. The way he played to the night was unbelievable. Rishabh Pant, Hardik Pandya, Ravi Jadeja, Mohammad Shami, Jasprit Bumrah, Prasidh Krishna and Yuzvendra Chahal is how India line up. The England side, Roy, Bairstow, Root and Stokes. So there's that 2, 3 and 4 back again. Buttler reverts down to the middle order after opening in the T20. So he's down at number 5. Liam Livingston 6. Moeen Ali, Craig Overton, David Willey, Bryden Cars and Reece Topley is how England will line up. We've got a text message saying that Mr. Virat Kohli and Mr. Arshdeep Singh were not considered for selection. Virat has a mild groin strain, poor fellow, while Arshdeep has a right abdominal strain. There we are. Thank you very much indeed to our friends over in the BCCI camp for all of that. Who have I got myself with? Deep Das Gupta's over there, and a pair of hairy legs belonging to Jimmy Anderson. Nice to see you both here. It's exciting again, isn't it? I mean, a different day, different format. On we go. We're rolling on, Jimmy. I enjoy the T20s.
Yeah, I thought the T20s were great. Really exciting. Good to see England get sort of. Obviously, it was a bit late in the day, but getting a win on the board. And nice to see the Test guys back as well.
Yes.
I think Bairstow, Stokes, Root back in the team. I'm looking forward to seeing. You look at the batting lineup on paper; it looks absolutely amazing.
It does.
It could be really exciting.
Quite brave to put him in first. Give him first use. There is some humidity around, and it's worth mentioning as well, of course, that still with England there are these missing, well, particularly the bowlers with these batsmen now back again. But the likes of Mark Wood and Jofra Archer, I mean, really quite important figures in England's 50-over team aren't available.
Yeah, but again, it's an opportunity for the guys who've got a go today. Bryden Cast bowled brilliantly against the Netherlands, I thought. He's someone who's really exciting. He's got pace, bounce, he can swing the ball as well. Reece Topley's always done a good job when he's been given an opportunity here as well. And we know what David Willey can do. And then Craig Overton gets an opportunity, so he's someone who's been around the squad for quite a while. Had an opportunity here and there, but never really sort of got a long run in the team, so he'll be excited to get a chance. And I think it's obviously missing some really big players there. Mark Wood, Jofra Archer, as you said, Ollie Stone as well, someone who's done really well in recent times, but it's a great opportunity for these guys today.
Deep, no Kohli then. So I mean, there's some talk about him anyway. Is it the same conversation about him in the 50 overs team as in the 20 overs?
Not really.
Or, I mean, he's a shoe-in for the 50.
Yeah, absolutely. But a great opportunity for him to get some runs, because 50 overs, you have that time to not really rush yourself into playing those shots early in his innings. So yeah, I mean, miss for India and miss for Virat as well, because I guess 50 overs at this point in time is the best format to kind of get some runs, and especially if you're batting in the top three.
Yes, I'm still drooling over Suryakumar Yadav's innings the other night. I mean.
Yeah,
he played some incredible shots in there. I was with Geoffrey Boycott yesterday, and over breakfast we were trying to work out the name of the shot. The shot that there was a totally deliberate lofted drive over third man.
Inside out.
Do you see it, Jimmy?
Yeah.
You see that shot?
Frightening.
And the ball pitched outside leg stump.
Yeah.
It was a fullish length. I mean, there was a little tiny bit of length there to get the elevation. But that, all he could think about was by saying, but what it was a lofted third man drive. I mean, it was an extraordinary shot. He did it twice. He did one a little bit squarer over backward point, but the same sort of thing again. Those wrists.
Unbelievable. I mean, listen up. I've never seen anyone play a drive over third man. I mean, never. I don't think any one of us has ever seen it.
Not for six.
Yeah, not for six. So, yeah, he's obviously special. There's no two ways about it. And yeah, I guess obviously Virat's going to miss out, but that's a great opportunity for someone like Surya, because I don't think Surya would have played had Virat been available. So, yeah, that would have been a tough call on Rohit. But now that Virat's not available, so Surya gets an opportunity, and he's in great form. Last 2-3 years he's been superb and sublime form. And again, wrists, he's so good with those wrists, and that makes things, I guess Jimmy would be able to tell you more about it, much more difficult for the bowlers to kind of set a field, especially in limited overs cricket when you have the field restrictions, because he can maneuver the field at will, and that's a big issue, I guess, for the bowlers.
Yeah, I mean, come on, Jimmy. He might have missed his length by a foot, I guess, or perhaps a little bit more, 2 feet. But even so, missing leg stump, and it goes over third man for 6 off the middle of the bat. That is. I mean, what do you think when you see something like that?
Well,
Apart from thank goodness I'm retired.
Yeah. I'm not officially retired, but yeah. No,
I think you've been
of
retired.
course, absolutely. More than happy to watch that on the TV rather than actually bowl it, because that's the nature of, that's where cricket's going, or where it has gone in the last few years, especially with T20. You see guys playing all sorts of different shots, and I think also teams are now encouraging batters to have that sort of or practice those things in the nets, so that it is so difficult for captains and bowlers to set fields. When you've got guys that can hit 360, it makes the game so much harder. yeah, certainly I know that the England players are encouraged to try different things, obviously to your strengths, but trying things out of the box really that people maybe haven't thought of in the past.
Yeah. For the record, Jeffrey thought he could play it, by the way.
Of course he did.
Just so you know, we better settle that.
Yeah,
He was giving
all
sorts of demonstrations at breakfast. It was nice to see him play a few strokes again, the old boy, but I don't think I'd ever see him drive a six over third man. We're sort of in these World Cups, I mean, they come and go and they're with us all the time. We've got a T20 World Cup to come first, but even so, I think when you start looking at a World Cup that's a year away, that's where we are now with the 50 overs. I mean, plans and things going into place. I'm looking at England's schedule this winter. They haven't actually got too many 50 overs matches this winter. There's T20s, T20 World Cup. They're not playing any. There's a couple, I think, of games left over in South Africa from the abandoned trip there. They're not playing any in New Zealand, where they go there and play some tests. So it's a bit on the back burner. So these matches are important.
They are, yeah. I think they're probably more important for those fringe players that get opportunities to play in these games, because that's their opportunity to say to the captain, you should, I'm worthy of a place in the squad. I could be a real asset to this team going forward. There are certainly from the England side, I think there's pretty much the top six is pretty much in stone, even for the next 12 months. You'd say there's not going to be many changes there. But in terms of the bowlers, maybe an all-rounder in there as well. I think there's a real chance for guys to put their hand up and try and get the captain's attention ahead of that.
Yeah, and same with India, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess obviously India will start playing a lot more ODIs post the World Cup. I think that's how the FTP is scheduled. We've still got a year to go before the 50-over World Cup. But yeah, I mean, quite a few options. And someone like Shikhar Dhawan, who only plays this format, it makes these games that much more important for someone like him. And also, guys who are playing test match cricket and ODIs and not T20, I think it's comparatively easier for the T20 guys to come and adjust themselves in 50 overs rather than the other way around. So a lot of these test players who are only playing test and ODIs, I think it's very, very important that they capitalize on these games. The biggest example is Shikhar, who's actually right now only playing this format.
Yeah. Well, the ground's filling up. In fact, it almost is full. That new stand at the far end, the Galadari stand, is not quite full yet, but up at that hospitality zone where you can stand up on top, people are pressing against the glass fence there, looking out down over the ground. You can see the umpires beginning to make their way out. Jimmy, we'll catch you later on. Thanks for being with us again today. It is a cloudy day, but it's still quite a strong breeze actually, looking at the flags up there. It does feel today as if the ball would swing. I don't know if Jimmy would agree with that. He's gone, but I suspect he probably might. And just to run through things, then, India are going to bowl first. Their team is Rohit Sharma, Shikhar Dhawan, Shreyas Iyer, Surya Kumar Yadav, Rishabh Pant. Hardik Pandya is back again. He had a day off the other day. Ravindra Jadeja, Mohammad Shami, Jasprit Bumrah, Prasidh Krishna and Yuzvendra Chahal, the wrist spinner. And then the England team, Jason Roy and Johnny Bairstow will be appearing in a moment, reunited again at the top of the order. The Joe Root at 3, Ben Stokes at 4, Jos Buttler, Liam Livingstone, Moeen Ali, Craig Overton, David Willey, Bryden Carse and Reece Topley. So out they all come. The umpires are ready in the middle, and the Indian fielders are trotting out behind them. Haven't seen yet England's batsmen. There they are. They're in the middle. They've got a change of colour as well. Actually, I need to see a bit closer to that. But there's sort of a hint of sort of green almost about
blue and turquoise.
Well, it is. That's not a sort of royal blue, is it? Really, it's there's a lot of green in that, which is or aquamarine. Maybe might be a more accurate way, but it's not the sort of royal blue that I'm used to, Deep, I'll be honest.
Well, I like it. It's
you like
nice.
It?
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, listen, there's so many teams playing in blue nowadays. You've got to be able to differentiate.
Well, that's true. India, England, Sri Lanka. Yeah. Andy Zoltzman, good afternoon to you.
Hello, Aggers.
All fired up and ready to go?
Yes.
Another change of sheet, another change of format, another change of pencil.
Yep.
It's that sort of week, isn't it? It's very, very busy indeed. There's catch-up to be made and cramming everything in, of course, as we go. So, we're going to have Jason Roy on strike. Mohammad Shami's going to bowl the first ball. He's bowling for our end. And... We're just about set to go. A couple of slips, a countdown going up on the screen, counting down from 3, 2 and 1. And there we go, play. Loud and clear up on the screen. And we're good to go. Except inevitably the batsman isn't ready. 2 slips waiting. Jason Roy is still prodding about. Finally he'll go over his bat, I'm sure. The umpire's still got his arm out there. Roy looks around the field. He's still scraping around with his foot. He hasn't looked entirely happy so far. Got a first baller, of course, in the second T20. Here's the first ball. Shami scuttling in from this end. Bowls to Roy, who turns that away into the leg side. And they'll come back just for a single. In fact, and that takes Bairstow down on strike. And I wonder how he's going to play.
Yeah, not too different from...
Well, I guess not. I mean, he'll play the same way, but is there any danger that because it's a one-day game and you're thinking, right, I've got to really get after it now, that you could sort of lose that bit of touch that he had that was brilliant in the Test series?
True, I mean, during the Test matches as well, I mean, the first few deliveries or the first few overs, he kind of took his time and then obviously started playing his shots up. I guess he'll do the same, follow the same template. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Jason Roy goes about his things. He looked a little out of touch in the T20Is.
Yeah. So, Bairstow's ready. And Shami, with a little towel sticking out of his trousers, runs in, bowls to him. He comes cutting back. Bairstow's forward. Jadeja, inevitably, is the fielder at backward point. That's a position that he's made his own, really. And there is no run. So 2 slips, third man, Jadeja there at backward point. There's an extra cover and mid-off. And then mid-on, mid-wicket. And a man way down there at fine leg. I can just see him picked off against that sort of purpley background of the sponsor's sign in front of the Bedser stand. So with 2 slips, Rowett's at slip rather than at mid-off as he was in the one-dayers. Shami rushes in, bowls short, best on the back foot, looks for a single. He won't take on Jadeja though, who tosses the ball away out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Today's game, it's the Royal London Ace ODI, so that's helping support diverse cricket opportunities amongst the Afro-Caribbean community. I'm sure Ebony, who's very much involved in that, will tell us more about that during the course of the day. She's working with us today. 1 for no wicket as Shami mops his brow, pauses for a moment, and then runs in through that sort of jungle of signs there and lines drawn for the bowlers. As that's down the leg side, it'll be a wide, I imagine. Acrobatically collected by Punt, leaping full length down the leg side, and 1 more goes to the score. And I must say, Punt's wicket keeping,
oh yes,
even from a year ago, I think has improved enormously.
Yeah, especially at home when it's a little more challenging.
Yeah.
I mean, the way he kept wickets against England actually was absolutely fabulous last 6-8 months ago. He seemed to have made a few changes though, technically.
Shami again rushes in past the umpire, bowls short, and Punt actually can't stop that one cleanly. It might have swung after it pitched. It was a quick ball, a bouncer, and Bairstow had a look at pulling it and allowed that to go through.
That dipped on him last moment, and does well to get a hand to it, at least to stop it. Again, talking about keeping and challenges here in England, that's the biggest challenge, isn't it? It keeps wobbling even after it's past the stumps. It's got to be extremely careful and make sure you're still and not moving.
Here goes Shami, bowls to Bairstow, plays it late, beats Jadeja, who's pursuing the ball to the boundary, but surely that's Johnny Bairstow, as he often is, off the mark with a boundary. He waited, played it very late, and picked the gap between Jadeja and the man at point. Very well played. And the Johnny Bairstow show rolls on.
And that's been the key the whole of this summer, isn't it? How late he's played, even in Test matches. Just keeps waiting and doesn't push at the ball. Obviously this time around, just a little bit of room outside off stump, open the face of the bat. And not trying to overhit at all, just looking to time it.
Last ball of the first over. 6 for no wicket. Shami bowls. Oh, really good ball. That's that little bit of swing we talked about. He beat Bairstow. All ends up there. Playing from the crease. Very full length. Typical Shami delivery, really. Just that little bit of movement away. Nothing prodigious or alarming, but just enough. Oh, beat the outside edge. So a fine delivery to finish that off. And now who's going to bowl
down at that far end. Krishna, I would imagine.
No, it's Bumrah.
Oh, it's Bumrah. There he is. It is. You're right.
And these games, I mean, we were talking about how important these games are for some of the players, and especially for someone like Shami, who, because of workload management, doesn't get to play a lot of white ball cricket because of the rest and everything else. And he's not a certainty for T20, so all this limited opportunity that he has in white ball cricket, it's important for someone like him to, tell the selectors that he's still, good enough for T20.
So familiar sight of Jasprit Bumrah then down there at the pavilion end, and an end that now I think we can officially declare as being full. Clock up there showing 1:05, and Bumrah rushes in, bowls outside the off stump. That doesn't go through at necessarily great pace or height, and punt collects it. All a bit confusing, some of these start times, and of course it's also 1 o'clock at Lord's on Thursday, whereas the final match might be 11 o'clock, I think. There are a lot of different start times for one-day cricket in England, and it is confusing. So whichever game you're coming to, check your ticket, for goodness sake. 6 for no wicket. It's all to do with floodlights and stuff. In comes Bumrah, bowls, and that comes thumping into the pad to peel for leg before wicket. It's been ruled not out. It's a bit dipping down the leg side.
Terrific delivery. The ball before that kind of moved away from Jason Roy. It's an out swinger, but this one comes back with the angle. It's a big in swinger.
Yeah,
definitely missing leg for sure.
Quite a long way that with the breeze. Six for no wicket. Bumrah again, up on his toes, moves in, bowls. Oh, a big drive from Roy, and that beat him on the inside edge. Aiming there for a big boomer through extra cover. So yes, it's 11 o'clock at Old Trafford on Sunday. Thursdays are 1 o'clock.
And that's got to do because of the floodlights, you said?
Well, it's about turning floodlights on. Hopefully they have to use them if it's a 1 o'clock start. So here and Lord's, I think they have only a certain number of days they can use them, something like that. But the lights are up here, they're ready to go. Bumrah on his way again, bowls very full, it's dragged it into his stumps. It's another disappointing end for Jason Roy, I'm afraid. Full and wide of the off stump. He's got a lot of bat on that. And actually, in his disgust, he picked the ball up, which ricocheted off the stumps, and he threw it to the umpire on behalf of the Indians. And in that sort of way of thinking, well, I can't do anything right at the moment, but he's dragged that a long, long way outside the off stump. It's a little hint of movement, not much. That is, I mean, you could drive a bus through his pad and the bat. I know that's not always important in one-day cricket, but it explains why he's dragged it into his stumps anyway.
Yeah, not much footwork, because obviously he's still thinking about which way the ball's going to swing, it seems. Was troubled by Bhuvneshwar during the T20Is, the first couple of T20Is, with the ball swinging both ways, and up here with Bumrah, because of no footwork, obviously, as you mentioned, even though it was like Puth's 7-stump delivery, dragged it back in.
Well, it's tearing off. I mean, he's really disappointed. I have to be honest, just from a distance, Jason Roy doesn't look really entirely happy at the moment. And he's got this series to try and get himself back into some sort of rhythm again, but his body language is not good. He had a bad day in the field up at Edgbaston, and that first bowler as well. So he'll go away and contemplate life, I suspect, as Joe Root makes his way out at number 3, a little earlier than perhaps England would have wanted, at 6 for 1 in the second over. The Sun's trying to break through. We've got Johnny Bairstow, 4 not out down there at the far end. If you're just joining us, I'll just run through these teams once again. England put into bat. Well, we've seen the back of Roy already. Bairstow and Root, then Stokes due in next, and Butler and Livingston. Let's watch Root play his first ball from Jasprit Bumrah, who comes and bowls on the off stump. That's guided down towards the gully by Root, and there's no run. So Livingston at 6, Moeen Ali at 7, Craig Overton, David Willey, Bryden Carse and Reece Topley is having a line-up, so they're not playing Matt Parkinson again here today. For India, Virat Kohli's injured, so Sharma, Shikhar Dhawan, Shreyas Iyer, Surya Kumar Yadav, Rishabh Pant, Hardik Pandya, Ravi Jadeja, Mohammad Shami, Jasprit Bumrah, Prasid Krishna and Yuzvendra Chahal. Up comes Bumrah, bowls a good ball outside the off stump, is caught behind. Second ball, that really lifted and reared, and Root has given the pitch a very suspicious looking tap there as he walked past it. It was wideish outside the off stump, but it did bounce, and Root there just looking to feel bat on ball, has nibbled at it. It did lift. He was almost trying to take the bat away there at the last moment, but it all happened far too quickly. And there is a rare duck for Joe Root.
Outstanding delivery. Again, this time, because he goes so wide of the crease, you've got to play the angle, and that's what happened here with Joe Root as well. He played the angle, but after pitching it just left him enough to get that outside edge. A big wicket, massive wicket for India.
Second baller. It did bounce. Funny enough, I remember saying to the first one actually didn't carry very far through to Rishabh Pant. The first ball of that over through the bowl to Roy, but that one really climbed. So people are padding up quickly down there, and Ben Stokes is on his way out at number 4. I don't know how he's going to play. You know, we saw when he was captain in the Test matches, really, I thought, going a bit over the top in terms of trying to show how he wants his team to play, charging down the pitch, being caught a bit off, that sort of thing. So there's not that pressure on him here anymore. He's not captain of this team, so hopefully he'll just come out and bat in the Ben Stokes manner. But he's not on strike. That was the last ball of the over. 6 for 2 after 2 overs. And Shami is going to continue to bairstow.
You mentioned about the uneven bounce. At times, I mean, this is what I've observed. If there's a little bit of extra moisture, till the time it dries out, it just, can be a little bit of uneven bounce there.
There's a tinge of green, isn't there, on the pitch? You can see it. Shami then is bowling to Bairstow. His bat's raised. He bowls to him, and that goes through at a good pace outside the off stump. Bairstow doesn't play a shot at it. That did go through nicely. But, Pant's a long way back there. Looking from here, he's not quite back to the 30-metre circle, but some way there. Stewards sitting in sort of the sideways position here, as if they're riding side saddle, and that they're looking half at the crowd and half at the cricket. So maybe they're all cricket fans or something, but that's their adopted position.
Safety issues, protecting from the boundaries and sixes, maybe?
Oh, that could be it. A bit of health and safety. 6 for 2, Shami bowls, thumps into the pad, or rolls into mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, so that half an eye on the crowd. And then, yes, incoming balls. But, they're a well-behaved mob here at the Oval. I can't see too many streakers and that sort of thing here. 6 for 2. Shami waits for the balls, returned to him by Pandya, who's fielding at mid-off, and now Shami wheels round again, sets off once more, very light steps, bowls outside the off-stump. Bairstow plays a rather ugly drive at this. Terrible misfield there. But cover.
Shreyas.
Shreyas Iyer, who's got his big sun hat on as usual, but
I think his foot got stuck on those side pitches there, it seemed, his spikes, and he kind of rolled over the ball.
Oh, well, to be fair, it did deviate. I mean, we've seen a sideways picture now, and I think the ball might have hit an old pitch end there or something. It did do him a bit, and he was wrong-footed. So we'll retract that criticism, to be honest, because I think that was, looking at that angle now, he didn't really have much chance, did he?
Actually, point and especially here in England, point and square leg, because they're standing on the square, can be really tricky, right?
Because it's dry, and you get some quite sort of rutted,
and can skid through, right, if it's coming hard at you.
Yeah, but that did that. I mean, it wasn't a huge deviation, but given that he was going in that direction, wrong-footed. 7 for 2. Shami round the wicket, runs in, bowls. Oh, that's a good ball. There's a appeal for a catch behind. I heard a sound. Stokes is out first ball.
What a catch.
Brilliant catch from Pant. Quick ball, inside edge. He's taken up with one hand, moving to his right. Richard Illingworth raised his finger. Stokes, just for a moment there, sort of pretended nothing had happened. He just pawed at the crease with his right boot, saying, actually, I'm not ready to go yet. But the finger was raised. And England now, a 7 for 3. in the third over. Well caught punt.
It's a terrific catch. Swung quite a bit, or rather seamed off the surface. And yeah, big inside edge of Ben Stokes. Had to dive to his right between the bat and the body. Is always tough for the keeper. So, and he just took off as well.
Yeah, that did zip through. Well, Stokes out first ball, Root out second ball. Both for ducks. So much for the big welcome home.
Yeah, proving to be a really good toss to win for Rohit.
Yeah.
Like quite a bit there for the seam bowlers. The first few overs that we've seen so far. Seam movement, a bit of carry as well. And you got two Indian bowlers who were very good in these conditions where there's a little bit of help, Bumrah and Shami.
I know how Andy Zoltzman works. He's going to tell us when the first three English wickets to fall were all ducks, including Root, and Stokes.
Is that what you were? Well, along those lines, Agus,
right.
You read my mind. It's only the 11th time in almost 4,500 one-day internationals that 3 of the top 4 have been out for ducks. And only the second time for England. The other was in Adelaide early in 2018. Just getting the scorecard up for that. It was Roy, Bairstow and Root, so 2 of the same 3.
Yeah. It is unusual, isn't it? Duck. 7 for 3 in the third over. We've got Joss Buttler now. And quite rightly, there's a third slip there. Rohit senses an opportunity. Shami's on his way. Buttler raises his bat. In he goes, bowls to him. He drives out hard, but he's broken the sequence. Driving it past mid-off's left hand. Fielder in pursuit, can't quite get there. One of those where if he'd dived, he'd probably taken the ball with him and maybe picked up an injury. So I think a good decision there from Hardik. And England hobble on to 11 for 3. It wasn't out of the middle of the bat that quite.
Nah, didn't sound that way. Yeah, didn't sound as crisply timed as he generally does, Joss Buttler. But then Shami, I guess, getting a little greedy, a little too fuller. New batter in. Obviously did get ball to shape away from him, but it was too full.
Shami again wearing number 11. Bustles in, he bowls, and there's an inside edge. Maybe into pad. But whatever it is, it's gone for 4. Down to fine leg anyway. There's a short boundary in that direction here. People who come to the Oval often will know that, down to the Bedser stand. And only a few yards either side of the fielder down there, and it rushes into the boundaries. So what's an eventful over? 2 boundaries from the last 2 balls. The wicket of Stokes. Roy 0, Root 0, Stokes 0. Bairstow has got 5, and Buttler, having faced 2 balls, is 8 not out. Strange start to the game.
It's going to be interesting. Joss Buttler, last few months, and I think I've mentioned this before, I've got out to very test match-like dismissals, outswingers away, playing away from his body, caught behind or in the slips. And the last boundary, he actually walked across to counter that outswing, it seems, and then it wasn't a bad delivery.
It was pretty straight, wasn't it? Now Bairstow's having a look. There's 2 slips. He's going to face Bumrah. That familiar stuttery approach to the crease he bowls, and Bairstow waits for this, plays patiently, and the ball goes nowhere, so he also in turn picks it up and tosses it on for a fielder, and there is no run. 15 for 3. We're in the 4th over. England put into bat. Ball's done a little bit. There was a little zip off the pitch. Certainly Root's bounced, and I think Roy probably put that down to batsman error, to be honest. But Stokes got a good ball.
Yeah. Root got a good ball.
Yeah. Movement behind the arm as Bumrah makes his way in again. Past umpire Wharf, he bowls, and that swings into Bairstow. Plays rather crookedly across his pad there, then rehearses the shot he'd like to play, which is rather straighter than that.
Yeah, but he played it late again, very late. He's allowing the ball to come to him and then actually adjusting, because the ball is doing a bit off the surface. So it's one of the key things as a batter is to play as late as possible, not to try and reach the ball.
Bumrah once again moves in over the wicket, hurls that down. Bairstow allows that to go through. Now again he comes gardening, prodding at the pitch, which does have a green tinge to it. Although Joss Buttler said that England would have batted first, but captains often say that when they've lost the toss and say, oh, we'd have done it anyway. Oh, absolutely. No, we're fine with that.
Yeah, but terrific bowling from both these Indian bowlers. I mean, they're bowling the test match length, and that's, I mean, obviously helping them as well.
15 for 3. Bumrah once again past the umpire, moves in, bowls. Bairstow allows that to go through. Some saffron robes in the crowd to our right there. Maybe half a dozen, halfway back up that stand to our right-hand side. They're not, I think there's some sort of turban on top. So you see them there? Deep, you'll be much more up to speed, I think, than I am. Halfway up there, the saffron colour. Tempting to call them bandanas, but they're not. They're a bit more.
Pagdis.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. Pugs or pagdis.
Right. Oh, they're spooned into the offside. He just gets away with it. Just wide of Yadav there at cover, leading edge. One more to Bairstow. 16 for 3. Bugs, did you say?
Pugs or pagdis. They're different variants of that. I mean, depending on which part, headgear basically, which part of the country you're from. So the way you tie it and what you call it would be different.
I think that the saffrons might be monks, but I don't think they are. They often wear that sort of colour, don't they?
Colour of the summer?
Buddhist monks. It could be. 16 for 3, and we've got Joss Buttler now scraping away. He's marking his guard, bending at the knees or crouching up and down. Umpire Wharf again has seen some movement behind the arm there. I mean, there's so much black down there in terms of screens, sheets and stuff. Well, you wonder how on earth anyone is moving there, because there's not really anywhere they can move to or from. Anyway, they're ready to go, and Bumrah once again moves in, bowls, and Buttler turns that away with a bit of a hop into the leg side. What an eventful start that was. 16 for 3. Roy naught, Root naught, Stokes naught, and after thoughts from you deep, you'll be joined by Prakash Wakanka.
Thank you so very much. Yeah, I mean, been a fantastic start by the Indians. Obviously, the toss was kind of crucial as it is turning out to be. Fair bit of grass and lively grass. It's a good movement off the surface. Both the Indian bowlers have kind of got that help. And also the weather. It's kind of overcast, not kind of hot, but it's nice and pleasant. I guess for us, Prakash, this weather?
Yeah, it's a bit muggy though, and I think that's probably got something to do with helping the ball just do a little bit. Here's Shami starting a fresh over. Bairstow on strike, step down and meets the ball. Doesn't time it too well. Shami feels of his own bowling. So those folks that you were talking about, you and Aggers, the ones with the pug, I think they're actually sort of the Bhuvan from Lagan. That's the idea there. A film that was made some years ago. In fact, it was nominated for the Oscars. Yeah,
as a foreign film, isn't it? And
yes, it was.
It was a massive hit about cricket. Period film about cricket.
Indeed, it was. Here's Shami in now. 2 slips in place, goes in and bowls, and Bairstow's pushing it on the offside. Iyer comes in. This time, no deviation, so he fields properly, and there is no run. 16 for 3. What an amazing start for India. 3 of the top 4 gone without scoring. But here's an interesting point that I've heard Andy mention so many times. Every time Bairstow's come in with 3 wickets down, he's done some absolute miracles.
Yes, well, in fact, the 6th of his 600s this year in the second innings of the Edgbaston Test against India.
Shami in, angles in, close to the stumps, and this time Bairstow punches with the back foot, only as far as bit off, no run.
When, from memory, he came in with a score just over 100 for 3. It was the first of his hundreds in Test this year where he's come in with more than 60 runs on the board, and he's been coming in at 5 or 6 in each of those. It's a sort of unique combination of centuries in Test history in terms of a player coming in with his team in trouble. Just slightly differently because he opened, but yeah, he'll feel comfortable. Not many for 3, but he's at his best.
Well, that's what England will be hoping for. They're 16 for 3 at this point in time, and a bit of work to do. Bat raised, Bairstow waits, Shami bowls, nice and full, eased into the offside. They will take a run as Hardik moves to his left at mid-off and fields. One more to the total, 17 for 3.
Yeah, we're just talking about Josh Butler. It's been interesting. I mean, and obviously Andy's followed a lot of Josh Butler in the last few years. He was getting out to a lot of in-swingers, isn't it? A couple of years ago, and then he tried to start looking for those in-swingers, and now in the last 6 months, he started getting out to the out-swingers, edging them to behind the wicket. So, yeah, I got 2 slips now for him.
Shami, once again, nice brisk run up to the wicket, comes in bowls, and on target, defended by Josh Butler, up on his toes, and that's played away back along the track. There is no run. Prasidh Krishna, who's got a game today. If we are to believe the information from the camp about Arshdeep Singh, then maybe Prasidh getting in because of that abdominal strain for Arshdeep, who was very impressive in that first T20 game in Southampton.
So has been Prasidh, to be honest. I mean,
yes, he has.
IPL he plays for Kolkata, and obviously first class cricket and state cricket he plays for Karnataka.
Here's Shami in again. Bairstow waits, rather Butler waits, lets it go through outside the off stump. So just a period of consolidation here for England, having lost 3 early wickets on a pitch which seems to offer a little bit for the bowlers. There's clear tinges of green on it, and as Butler mentioned at the toss, a little bit muggy. They would have liked to bowl as well. So Andy.
So England's 3rd wicket fell at 7. It's their 4th lowest score at the fall of their 3rd wicket in ODI cricket. Their 2nd lowest at home, only the 6 for 3 against Australia in Durham in 2005 has been worse. And the top order batting was a huge strength for England over these years since 2015, when they changed the way they play one-day cricket. Since the 2015 World Cup, England's top 3 have averaged 50 per partnership, so average fall of the 3rd wicket at 150 for 3, and have gone at 6.3 and over as well. So it's been a huge strength. India have undermined it today.
Yeah, just puts that early inroads into context, that kind of start, doesn't it, Deep? Oh. Here's Bumrah to Johnny Bairstow. 2 slips still in place, backward point cover and mid-off. 3rd man as well bowls, and this one left alone by Johnny Bairstow.
Early wickets makes such huge, issues for the batting side and also for the bowling side. I mean, there was this period with Indian cricket that Bhuvi and Bumrah weren't picking up wickets initially, and then obviously when the spinners would come in after the power play, you're bowling against set batters, and with the field restriction it became very, very difficult. And suddenly when again Bumrah and Bhuvi start picking up wickets, things have turned around for India in white ball cricket as well.
6-3 field on the offside for Bumrah. Comes in bowls and beats a defensive push. Just a hint of away movement there, and defeats the forward push from Johnny Bairstow, who walks down the pitch. Looks to a bit of gardening, Andy.
Well, just to sort of finish off that stat, so in terms of average partnerships since the 2015 World Cup, only India's top 3 have averaged more, so they're 55 per partnership, so equivalent to 165 for 3. But in terms of scoring rate, England are 2/3 of a run per over faster than the next quickest team, which is also India.
Amazing the information we get from you, Andy. Here's and this one's taken. What an amazing catch again, one-handed. It seems like Rishabh Pant is catching everything that can be caught, and Johnny Bairstow this time nicks one, diving away to his right. Rishabh Pant takes another blinder, and it's 4th England wicket down with 17 on the board.
I just hope he's not catching everything that he can. But yeah, it's again a fabulous catch. Very, very thick edge, and it's that much more difficult for the keepers because of the angle that Bumrah creates. And this one, it went on with the angle. Yeah, big outside edge, very healthy deflection. And as a keeper, you tend to kind of go towards your left a bit to cover the angle. But what a catch, and another wicket. Big one, Bairstow, man in form.
Very big wicket. And again, I think the ball just sort of came back a shade, didn't it, into Bairstow, so he had to almost try and either get out of the way, which he wasn't able to. Not a very different dismissal from the way Joe Root's was. That ball, of course, climbed a little more, but Bumrah is on fire. He's got, what, 3 for very little?
3 for 1 from 15 balls.
That is quite an amazing effort with the ball. And Livingston coming in now to replace Johnny Bairstow. Along with Butler, these two have a real task on their hands. They've got to stem this fall of wicket sequence and then try and get England up to a total that they will then be able to defend. So quite an anticlimactic sort of a start, you'll say, given England's prowess with the bat, the way they've played this summer in particular, and of course in white ball cricket for some time now.
Yeah, that's true. But then obviously there's not much you can do when the bowling's as good as it has been so far this morning. And we've mentioned this, apart from maybe
I mean, you could argue about Jason Roy's shot, but other than that,
apart from that, I mean, 3 wickets have fallen to very, very good deliveries and good catches as well.
Yeah, 2 sharp catches. Pant admiring his own handiwork on the big screen as Bumrah gets ready to come in now to bowl to Livingston, who's coming at the fall of Johnny Bairstow's wicket. Here's Bumrah into Livingston, who looks to drive, doesn't time it. Chahal moves round and fields from mid-on. Score remains 17 for 3.
Yeah, just looking at the replay again, Bairstow's dismissal, just felt like it was a little tentative. I know maybe he wanted to leave it, but didn't want to the last moment kind of kept his bat there, not completely or fully committed to that thought of his.
There's Bumrah again. Stutters into his run-up. Comes in now, passes the umpire, bowls down the leg side, and this time Pant can't catch it. Sudeep, you can rest assured, he's not catching everything.
Not catching everything.
And that'll be 5 wides.
Yeah, I mean, that's only fair. I think they should start doing it in Test match cricket as well. I mean, and most of the times, those deliveries there, which are impossible for the keepers to get to.
Spoken, sir, like a good wicket keeper.
Hey, come on, I've got to look after my...
have to look after your lot,
my fraternity,
Yeah, why not? Why not? Bumrah turns at the top of his run. England move up with those 5 runs to 22 for the loss of 4 wickets. Here's Bumrah in again, bowls, and this time outside the off-stump, left alone. In his 3rd over, Jasprit Bumrah. He has 3 for 6 now. In a remarkable spell of bowling.
The collective failure for England's top 4, just 7 runs between them all by Bairstow. It's the 2nd fewest runs England's top 4 have made in a one-day international innings.
Ever?
Yes, they made 3 between them in that match in Adelaide I mentioned earlier on.
Bumrah with 2 slips waiting. Dhawan and Sharma comes in bowls, and this one comes back into him. Didn't know much about that. Managed to get some bat onto it. It bobs out on the offside. India right now really controlling the game. Some very, very good sharp bowling from them. And of course, you can watch the wickets that have fallen on the BBC Sport website and app. And our highlight show is at 11:15 tonight on BBC 2 and the BBC iPlayer. So you can catch all the action there if you've missed any of it. And now I have the opportunity to talk to a man who knows a thing or two about opening the bowling. Jimmy Anderson alongside me. It's been a terrific effort by the Indian bowlers, hasn't it?
Yeah, fantastic. Really has been a great start. It's looking very much like a good toss to win. There's a bit of green on the wicket, a bit of live grass. I think it's the bounce more than anything that's done for the English batters.
Shami in bowls. A little bit in the air. Didn't quite get it where he wanted it there, Butler. Goes straight to Suryakumar Yadav. You surprised that for a ODI you've seen a wicket with that much live grass on it? Is that rare?
Yeah, I think certainly over the years at the Oval you'd expect a more, or certainly a browner looking wicket. But normally here you don't see much seam movement. We haven't seen excessive seam movement. We've seen bounce, and I think that's what the grass creates. That live grass, we've just seen a few balls just sort of rise at the batsman.
Shami in again, angular run up close to the stumps, and it's worked on the onside, straight to the fielder Yadav, no run. These overhead conditions also, Jimmy, would certainly play some part in that, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. It's got that feel of a swingy sort of day. Certainly, if I was out there, I'd want to bowl first and get the new ball in my hand, because it does feel kind of humid and certainly conditions that would be susceptible to swing. But still, I mean, you've got to take your hat off to the Indian bowlers. They've had that movement, but they've put it in the right area consistently.
Shami in again, bowls, and this one's going to go for runs. Didn't get all of it, but will run away towards the boundary. This is a quick outfield, just slowing in. Desperate dive from Suryakumar Yadav, not good enough. So 4 runs, just about had enough legs on it there. Butler looking to pull, probably got the top part of the bat on it, but it raced away for 4 welcome runs. 26 for 4.
Yeah, as I've just said, they put enough balls in the right area. Shami's just dragged it down slightly, and it's not quite a proper short ball, but Jos Buttler's just managed to stay on top of it. The pull shot and the square here, because they're such a long square, right, from boundary rope to boundary rope, one side to the other. If you get it on that, start it running on there, it just races away, and very difficult to haul in for the fielders.
Shami turns the top of his run, goes away from us now to bowl to Butler, and Butler defends, thinks of a run, changes his mind quite rightly. Prasidh Krishna comes in from mid-on to field, and the score remains 26 for 4. 3 of the top 4, as Andy was saying, without scoring, and then the wicket of Johnny Bairstow in the previous over, just nicking one off, and Pant taking another very good catch. India, just in case you're tuning in now, missing Virat Kohli, who's nursing a groin injury, and that meant that Suryakumar Yadav and Shreyas Iyer both get a chance to bat, and they'll have to make the most of it, as all the teams now sort of working around the combination that will finally get on the plane to Australia for that T20 World Cup. Even though this is, of course, a 50-over international. Defended on the offside by Butler. There will be no run as Iyer comes in and fields. Remains 26 for 4. Because of those follow wickets, Jimmy, the general sort of atmosphere that you get at the start of an innings, with England batting first, with the ball going away to the boundary all the time, just a little bit subdued here at the Oval.
Yeah, probably a little bit shell-shocked as well, actually. You don't expect 4 wickets to go down so early. And I'm sure the dressing room also is just a similar sort of atmosphere, just a bit shocked.
Only in the 7th over, mind you. Here's Shami bowls, and this one's pushed to backward point. Jadeja fields, no run.
Does present a good opportunity, to Liam Livingstone, who's relatively inexperienced in international cricket. He's someone who I've played with a lot at Lancashire, and when he first started playing, he batted at 7 in the championship team. And I remember him coming in when we were in a bit of trouble in one of his early games, and he got 100 against Somerset, a match-winning innings. Mm-hmm. So he's got the ability to build a big innings like that. He's not just in recent times he's sort of turned himself into a T20 power hitter or slogger, depending on which way you look at it. But he likes to clear the ropes, but he has got the ability to build those longer innings as well.
Yes, that's the amazing thing about sport, isn't it? One person's failure can always open the door for a different opportunity, and here's one for Livingstone. Bumrah in, bowls, comes back into him. It's pushed away on the onside, not for runs. Rohit Sharma, having coped with COVID, fully recovered, now in charge. Must be very difficult really for the Indian coach Rahul Dravid, because I think with Shikhar Dhawan, who's standing at first slip and is the captain for the team that's going to the West Indies, I think that makes it about 8 captains in about 15 months or thereabouts. But Rohit Sharma is the anointed one. Here's Bumrah in, bowls, again defended solidly. He's right on the money, isn't he, Bumrah?
Yeah, he rarely misses. We saw it in the Test series. He's a fantastic bowler, and he's getting some movement, getting some swing back into the right-handed batters, and that extra bit of bounce as well, which we saw with Johnny Bairstow's dismissal. He wanted to leave, but because he's swinging it back in, he was a bit tentative, and that extra bounce just made the ball get the sort of shoulder of the bat.
Here's Bumrah in again, bowls, and this time a little bit of a half leave, half play by Livingstone. Goes through to the keeper. Rishabh Pant as a keeper, Jimmy, you've obviously seen him over the last few years. Are you seeing a change or an improvement in the way he's keeping? When he first came on, there were lots of questions about that.
Yeah, I definitely think he's improved. I think England is, certainly with the red ball, a very tough place to keep. And this summer he was pretty faultless. You'd say he's got his own technique, his own way of doing things.
Here's Bumrah in again, bowls, and this one's looking for the Yorker dugout towards the offside, no run again. Yeah, he does most things his way, doesn't he?
Yeah, exactly. With the bat or with the gloves, he does it his own way, but he's definitely... He makes less mistakes, so whether that's just experience or whether he's worked harder at his game. As I said, England with the red ball, we've seen a lot of keepers struggle with the ball wobbling and moving after it's gone past the bat, but he did a fantastic job.
Bumrah in again to Livingston, bowls, and he's bowled him. Might have been the slow one, was it, Jimmy? Or was it that Livingston just got too far across looking to whip it away on the onside, and that just cannoned into the leg stump? And Bumrah has another, and England now 5 gone for 26. This is disaster.
Yeah, I think it was just an in-swinger from Bumrah. The ball before actually swung away slightly, and then Livingston's decided to come across to the offside to try and work it into the leg side, but he's gone way too far. And as he flicks his back leg to go through with the shot, the ball just sort of dips under it and hits middle and leg. It looks like a pretty average shot on the replay, but you can see what he's trying to do. He's been tied down for a little bit, 8 balls without getting off the mark. He's trying to put pressure back on Bumrah, but when he's in this sort of form, very difficult to do.
Absolutely. So as another England wicket falls, it brings Moeen Ali to join Jos Buttler. And boy, do they have a task on their hands. 5 gone now for 26. A quick word from Andy. Jimmy is going to stay on and taking over commentary. First time today, Alison Mitchell.
Bumrah now has 4 for 6 from 3.5 overs. 4 ducks from England's top 6. And that's only the 6th time in 4,424 one-day internationals that there have been 4 ducks in the top 6. Most recently, England in that game in Adelaide, I mentioned earlier, in 2018. Papua New Guinea against Scotland. Dubai, 2017. Canada against the Netherlands in 2013. Pakistan, New Zealand in 2003. And Sri Lanka against India, also 2003. So, not the kind of history we were hoping to see today.
Hello, Andy. Hello, Jimmy. I'm glad I've actually sat down. I thought for a moment I might not get on. These wickets are falling so quickly. I mean, it's not a green oval out there, is it? It is a duck pond. What is happening? 26 for 5. We've had 7 overs and 4 England batters have made ducks. So 3 slips in place. Moeen Ali is the new batter, and Bumrah continuing. Right arm over he goes, outside the off stump, and a gentle leave from Moeen. It is the end of the over then. 26 for 5. Goodness me, Jimmy, what have you made of it all?
Well, it's been tough going for England. Just a really good opening spell from Bumrah and Shami. We've not seen much seam movement. It's more swing through the air and then a bit of extra bounce every now and then. But they've just been relentless with the lengths that they've bowled, made it really hard for England's batters to barely any scoring opportunities really. There's no loose balls or deliveries where you think they could get boundaries away. And you can see there with the Livingston dismissal, he's trying to do that. He's because they're bowling so accurately, he's having to create something, trying to come outside the off stump, trying to work Bumrah through the leg side, and they're just making it so difficult.
And that's where, as a batter, surely you need to absorb that, recognise this as a pressure period. It is the first 10 overs, the ball is new. When a side is bowling well, respect that, absorb that. It's still 50 over game, there is time. There's only 5 wickets left. Buttler facing up now. Change of bowling. It's Hardik Pandya, and that one almost rolls back onto his stumps. He defended. Ball bounced into the ground. Oh, they bounced over. Slips have got their hands on their heads. It was a defensive shot from Buttler. I think the ball did bounce over the top.
Yeah, a bit of luck for Jos there. On that one, just bounced over the top of middle stump. I think quite comfortably in the end. Well, 6 inches.
It was on the up, wasn't it? I mean, it could have flicked the bail. He was up on his toes to play a sort of high-elbowed defence, and the ball dropping into the turf and rebounding.
Another example of that extra bounce that we've seen today.
2 slips here. Pandya in now to Butler on length, and he's defending away towards point, and there's no run. How are England going to just consolidate, start to build a partnership? I mean, when you think of the test matches we've seen of late where you know, you've been playing, and even if the top order didn't quite work with the attacking mindset, there was always someone, largely Bairstow, of late, who has come in to rescue the side, and England need a rescue act here, don't they?
They do, yeah. Well, two of their more senior batters at the crease currently with Moeen Ali and Jos Buttler, which will help.
Butler on 12 and Pandya in, knocked towards square leg. Fielder is there, so no run, 26 for 5.
We've also got an Overton in next. Not the one from Leeds.
No, it's Craig.
Yeah, but you know, he's got the ability to bat a little bit, or more than a little bit. He's a very accomplished batter. But yeah, I think it's going to be on these two really to try and get through this tricky period and start rebuilding.
It's going to be something extraordinary from here to challenge India. Pandya in again, and there's some extra bounce, and it hasn't taken the edge of the bat, but it's been taken quite high, sort of chest height by Rishabh Pant. But it's more than once we've seen that today, isn't it?
Yeah, and I mean, the other thing you've got to take into account is, yes, England are in a lot of trouble, but seeing this excessive bounce and swing through the air, it might only be at, 200 might be a good score.
Yeah, well, Reece Topley with his height.
Exactly, yeah. And Bryden Cast with his pace and bounce. So it's trying to weigh up what a good score will be.
More than 26 at the moment. Swung away behind square. Won't be 4. There's a fielder on the deep backward square boundary, and Butler jogs through for 1, which takes him on to 13. 27 for 5 in what is only the 9th over of the England innings. And if you are just joining us, you can probably tell by the hush around the ground just how stunned the crowd have been by this start from England, because Rohit, when he won the toss, opted to have a bowl, and he cited the pitch. There was a little bit of grass there, so it could be some movement, and we've seen swing, we have seen that a bit of seam as well, and the conditions as well. It's overcast, so it's not the searing heat that we've had of previous days where the sky's been blue and it's been baking hot. There was a little bit of breeze, but it's still got that little heaviness, which, Jimmy, is good for the swing bowlers. Pandya in now to Moeen. He's working it up to mid-off. Finds the fielder though, and another dot ball. It's the end of the over, so 27 for 5 after 9. Did you think today it would be a bowling day?
Yeah, it has got that kind of feel to it. As you said, the heaviness, the humidity around, a bit cloudy as well, but still quite warm. So yeah, I'd be certainly excited to get the ball in my hand today. But still, you've got to put the ball in the right area, and certainly the openers did that. Bumrah's he's always tricky, he's always difficult to get away, but when it's swinging like this and that extra bounce, it makes it so difficult. He's absolutely world class.
Jason Roy was the first to go, a booming drive and an inside edge to be bowled by Bumrah for a 5-ball duck. Joe Root got a bit of extra bounce. It was a good ball from Bumrah, caught behind by Pant for a 2-ball duck. This is Butler defending as Bumrah is continuing back up the pitch, and there's no run. Third to go was Ben Stokes, and that was a brilliant catch by Rishabh Pant. He dived, took it one-handed to his right off an inside edge. Shami coming around the wicket. That was a first baller. So if the crowd had already been somewhat silenced, well, it got even quieter at that point with Ben Stokes walking back. As Bumrah is in again, that stuttering start to his run-up. Right arm over now, and it's glided. He's opened the face, wide of second slip, down to deep third where it's fielded. And I think that might have had the bowler a little bit interested.
I think you give Joss a bit more,
I think it was off
more
the outside
credit. Yeah,
edge.
it was an edge, but fairly safe. Went down. But yeah, it was more an edge than you might say he guided it, but
again, a little bit more bounce.
Yeah.
And seam back into him.
And because of Bumrah's natural shape, he swings it back into the right-hander. It's so difficult to leave. And we're just seeing it there. Yeah, you want to cover that swing. You don't want to get bowled. So that does bring the outside edge into play as well.
Here's Moeen, the left-hander, and he waits with his bat poised as Bumrah, under overcast skies, gives him a little bit of width, and he isn't tempted You can see there's backward point there, there's cover. It's a wide, in fact, too much width from the bowler's point of view. And Rohit, the captain. So 1 for the England total, 1 for extras. How are they stacking up, Andy, so far today?
Well, they're doing pretty well, actually. That's 7 runs from wides, 3 deliveries, one of which went for 4, plus a leg by, so it's quite a high proportion of England's runs. Had a very good year in Test last year as well, extras.
Extras? 29 for 5. Bumrah in now, and Moeen is forward defensively, running up the ball up to mid-off. It's fielded, no run. It's a packed crowd today, though, and a really buzzing atmosphere with the crowd walking into the ground today and arriving at the Oval, packing it out. And an Indian flag been strung up on the balustrade of what is the Laker Terrace in the new stand adjacent to the pavilion at the far end. It's a mixture of, well, it's a very glassy stand, isn't it? 3 levels and a big open top terrace, roof terrace. Change of angle here from Bumrah to the left-handed Moeen, who is yet to score, faced just 3 balls so far. England in all sorts of bother. India with 2 slips as Bumrah holds the ball in both hands. He now bowls into Moeen. He's a little tucked up again. And it's fielded at cover, and there is no run. 29 for 5 in this, the 10th over. So we'll move away from the power play overs, but I can't really see India having any need to spread the field at this stage.
No, they'll definitely keep the catches in. It's unusual, actually, to see the white ball swinging as much as it is. Normally you get maybe 2 or 3 overs, but we're into the 10th over and it's still swinging quite a bit and making it really tough for the English batters.
Yeah, very difficult to score. Around the wicket again, down the leg side. Pant's got a glove to it, and the ball's then ricocheted away into the ground. A single has been taken. Well, he's taken some absolute blinding catches, and that would have been a great one, diving full length down the leg side if he'd been able to hang on.
Yeah, big bit of bat on it from Moeen Ali. Just down the leg side, he's tried to flick it away, but just got it sort of inside edge. And Pant, he does the hard work, he gets there, it's a great effort. Big outstretched right hand. Gets a good hand on it, but just can't quite hold on.
Well, that was very nearly the 5th England duck, but Moeen has got off the mark. Butler on 14, and it's Bumrah over the wicket again, into the offside, but again there is no single. Very hard to get that ball away. It's a lush green outfield though, but India have really bowled exceedingly well with this new white ball. That is the power play overs, 10 overs, and England have managed just 30 runs, but they've also lost 5 wickets in that time. Roy 0, Bairstow 7, Root 0, Stokes 0, Livingston 0. And it seems scarcely believable. The world champions in this format, of course. And again, so much talk, Jimmy, of the returnees from the Test side. And you had Johnny Bairstow on the podcast, didn't you, on Tailenders?
Yeah, we did.
Recently.
Yeah.
I mean, was he still on cloud 9 at that stage?
Definitely was, yeah. It was great to have him on. And I was really excited today because I don't know if Andy's already touched on this, but it's not often we've had in ODIs the top 6 that you'd probably expect to see in the World Cup, maybe even top 7. Root, Bairstow, Butler, Stokes, Roy. That is your sort of...
Your band is back together.
Yeah, exactly. And you want to see them off to a flyer, but it's just not happened today.
Yeah, it's the first time they've played together since the World Cup final, those 5.
Yeah, and it hasn't worked today.
Not today, but I mean...
It's still a tantalising
you could hardly say
prospect,
it is, I think, but you could hardly say it's their fault today. I think the bowling and on this particular wicket looks like a great toss to win at the minute. The way the ball's moving around and bouncing. So just hopeful that we could see a bit of a fight back from England now and to get up to a decent score.
Tailenders is available on BBC Sounds app, of course, as Pandya is in and Moeen tickles us into the leg side. And there's no run. 30 for 5 as we start the 11th over. So keeping those 2 slips in place. Just the fielder back at fine leg here for Moeen, and everyone else up in attacking and catching positions to try and really turn the screw on England here after such a fabulous start. 4 wickets for Bumrah and 1 for Shami. What is Bumrah's actual figures at the moment, Andy?
4 for 9 from 5 overs and 2 maidens. Only 3 runs off the bat.
Wow.
And one of those was from a drop catch.
In comes Pandya, 2 slips behind Moeen. He slashed it aerially just past point for 4. Made a good connection, and it races away down to the deep backward point boundary.
Yeah, great shot. Bit of width on offer from Pandya. It's probably one of the first loose balls we've seen today, actually. And I think that's got to be England's plan now. Their game plan's got to be to not take any undue risks and just try and put away the bad ball. And I think because they're naturally positive, they'll do that. And Moeen Ali absolutely crunched that one through backward point.
It's got to be a patience game waiting for that bad ball to come. As you said, they've been so scarce. Hardik Pandya is playing his first one-day international in 12 months as well. July last year was his last appearance in this format. 1 slip now. One of those slips has moved around to a wide gully position. Think about a single there, working it through the point region, but it's picked up, and so there's no run. So just, I guess, giving a bit of protection if there's a little bit more width by moving one of the slip fielders out.
Yeah, so I think he'll try and push the ball across the left-handed Moeen Ali, and then so he's keeping 1 slip in for an edge, but then covering that. He's now moving a guy on the edge of the circle to behind backward point, and almost a catcher on the crease line.
Pandya over the wicket to Moeen, bangs it in short, pulled away over the top of the square leg fielder. Coming back for the second, chases on to the rope. It's pulled in just in front of the boundary sponge. And they've come back for 3. So all of a sudden, in this Hardik Pandya over, England are finding some runs. 37 for 5 now.
Yeah, I think just trying to surprise him there with a bouncer, because he's obviously set the field for an edge, sort of a fuller ball going across him, but he's banged that one in. Quite a good bouncer, actually. It was head high, rushed him a little bit, but Moeen Ali's got enough bat on it just to get it over square leg, and 3 runs, probably happy to be off strike as well.
Leaning on his bat handle as Pandya comes in. He's got the tubey grips on both arms here. Pandya fuller this time to Butler, who's driving, and this will be 4. Now that's a fine shot. England want a little bit more of that. Through mid-off, all the way down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, again, slightly over pitch, this one. So we've seen 2 scoring opportunities this over in terms of slightly bad balls, and Josh Butler, that was a beautiful shot. There's no risk whatsoever. It's literally a forward defence, slight extension of a forward defence, pushed down the ground. Beautifully timed. I don't think he's a better timer of the ball that I've played with, to be honest. Yeah. Incredible.
And he's always exceedingly calm looking at the crease, isn't he? As he is now, waiting for Pandya. Knocking this just wide of mid-on, able to take a single, sliding stop, a half stop on the edge of the circle. And then picked up 42 for 5. England are inching up towards the 50 mark in this after the 11 over mark, and that over from Hardik Pandya had 12 runs off it.
Yeah, 12. Most expensive of the innings so far. Jasprit Bumrah's performance in the first 10 overs for 9. As mentioned, only the 4th bowler to take 4 wickets in the first 10 overs of an ODI innings against England. Andy Roberts did so at Lords in 1976, Heath Streak of Zimbabwe, and Bristol in 2003, and most recently Kagiso Rabada in a game at Lords in 2017 when England similarly collapsed before recovering to a competitive score, but South Africa won that game. Bumrah's form in ODIs had dipped somewhat. He had a brilliant career stats up to the end of the World Cup, averaged under 22 with over 100 wickets in 58 games. A couple of slight injuries, and his form in ODIs had dipped. He'd only averaged 61 in the 10 ODIs he'd played since the World Cup before today. They had shown a little bit of better form against South Africa earlier in the year, but right back on it today.
Yeah. They've given very little away, bar that one change of bowling. Whether this change of bowling will yield some runs for England, it's a Prasidh Krishna, played away off its toes, through the point region for 4. And Jos Buttler again, timing. He got himself into a good position.
Yeah, just a slight loosener, you'd say. Outside the off stump, back of a length. Jos Buttler just doesn't try to overhit it. Uses the pace of the ball. Open the face up slightly to try and get it through the squarer cover region. and he did that beautifully, and it just races away. This oval outfield looks absolutely lightning fast.
There's 2 slips here for Buttler. The backward point cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. Fine leg and deep third are back on the boundary. Krishna, 26 years of age, made his international debut just last year. Buttler thinking a little drop and run, but it's fielded by Jadeja at backward point. And there's no opportunity to take the single. The score remains 46 for 5 in this 12th over. Sky looks like the cloud is trying to clear a little bit. It's very high blanket of cloud up above, but very, very muggy. You can see a cameraman who is protected by a golf umbrella of all the colours of the rainbow over towards the big screen in the Archbishop Tennyson School. Here is Krishna in outer. Buttler angles it towards backward point, picks out Jadeja once again, and there's no run. After the first ball, he's maybe finding his range a little bit better now, Krishna.
Yeah, just the last 2 balls slightly straighter, not giving Buttler the opportunity to use that width. Just cramping him up a little bit. I think that's probably, now the swing's gone, the ball's a little bit older, I think it's probably just trying to settle in now to back of a length. Usual sort of one-day international lengths. Not allowing any sort of width for the batters.
Right arm over, and that's come back in and missed by Buttler. Through to Rishabh Pant. We've seen that movement do for a number of England batters so far today, and that has gone past the inside edge.
Yeah, just as you think the wicket might be getting a little bit better or the ball a bit older, you see one jag back through the gate of Jos Buttler. Nice ball. He's pitched this one up slightly fuller than the previous 3. And tempting Buttler into a drive, and just goes over the top of off stump.
Produce something similar here. And he goes. Buttler thinks of a knock and run. Now Moeen's out of his ground at the non-striker's end, but he's comfortably able to make it back. As the ball is fielded by Shreyas Iyer, who's lurking in that mid-wicket region. Jos Buttler, I think, is just squeezing a bit of sweat out of the foam in his helmet, which just always makes me sort of wince a little bit. You see that? It's just a bit icky, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's exceedingly hot and sticky and sweaty out there. I think there's a few spectators in their seats probably who might have a bit of sweat to squeeze out of their shirts later. Now to play and miss. A little bit of a waft, more of an uncertain stroke there from Buttler through to Rishabh Pant to end the over. India is still in the hunt for wickets here. Make no mistake, 12 overs gone. And England are 46 for 5. So Buttler is on 23 and Moeen Ali with him on 8. The last England batter out was Liam Livingstone, who shimmied too far across to the offside to a in-swinger from Bumrah, which took out leg stump. And Livingstone was the 4th England batter to be out without scoring. We're having a double change here. Ebony Rainford-Brent has come in. Hello to you, Ebony, and Aggies is about to join you.
Cheers, Ali. Cheers, Ali. Well, what's been interesting today? I thought the wicket looked a little green. I thought it looked a bit spicy before the game, but I had no clue we were going to see this much movement. It's been tricky for England. There's been a few loose shots. India have been fired up, and so I guess now we have to get into maybe a little bit of a counter-attack in terms of England trying to show some positivity. Moeen Ali has played a couple of shots. Jos Buttler has crept along to 23, but we're in for a lively game, Aggers.
Well, yes, but quite a short game perhaps. 46 for 5, and I think England can do something about this as this is played away into the offside, and they can take a single there as the fielder comes in from the deep point boundary. So Craig Overton in next, David Willey, Carson Topley. So there's not a lot to come. It's a bizarre start with 3 ducks. Roy, Root and Stokes. Roy 5 balls, Root 2 balls, Stokes 1. Bairstow out for 7. There's been a bit of a procession. Butler's on 23 and Moeen on 9. And Butler's on strike now. There's just 1 slip left. The sun's trying to poke out. Well, that'll make the pitch a little bit flatter, I don't know, but I think that's Pandya again bowls, and that's played defensively. Rohit Sharma strides in from mid-off to field, and it remains 47 for 5, and we're in the 13th over. Lovely summery scene here, lots of hats and short sleeve shirts and t-shirts and that sort of thing. People enjoying the warmth It's hot down on that underground coming in here. Cool.
Where did you go through? As in coming?
Well, I came on, I think they call it the COVID line now.
Oh, you actually travelled on
rammed.
local transport,
Well,
did you?
yes. In comes Pandya there, and he bowls, and that's a little clip off the inside edge down to fine leg. It was absolutely
It is
rammed.
hot.
And very, very hot.
That's why I use the old fold-up bike in London.
Oh,
Yeah.
do you?
Yeah, just cruise around in a little fold-up.
Well, I don't think I
The
can come
tube
down
is a
from
bit
Grantham
much.
on that, if I'm honest. But it was hot down there. Always quite exciting though, as a sort of I'm still a tourist to
Yeah.
London, really.
Did you use your technology?
Yes,
on
'cause
the,
go through the
tap
tickets.
Through? Yeah.
That's exciting. No, you can get a bit swept along, can't you, with people, especially on a sort of working day. But most people are coming here, so we just sort of jollied ourselves along. But it was pretty full down there. 48 for 5. Pandya again. Past the umpire, over the wicket, moves in bowls. Moeen leans forward, and it's picked up by. Let's throw it at extra cover now. And there is no run. The fold-up bike, electric one, or
Yeah,
does it pedal it?
it is. I mean, you can turn the electricity off, but I don't choose to enforce that.
So how fast do you go then?
It goes all right. Maybe just 15, 18 miles an hour, so it's not crazy.
Right.
But it pulls you along. It genuinely pulls you along. I put it in the maximum speed and just kind of potter. I love it. Everywhere's 10 minutes, I think, in London versus
That's brilliant.
tubes and walking.
Pandya again moves in bowls, and there's an edge from Moeen. It doesn't carry to slip. Far from it, rather dribbled along the ground there actually. And there is no run. 48 for 5. You can go in the little cycle lanes.
Yeah, since obviously lockdown and COVID, I have to say London has invested in a lot of bike paths all the way along here. So
Yes.
they're everywhere now. So I just pot in them.
Is it silent, like an electric car? Is it very?
Yes,
So you don't know you're coming.
They don't know what's coming around the corner.
No, that's quite scary.
You could use one though. They are comfortable. They're very light.
Yeah.
Change your life.
Here's Pandya over the wicket bowls, and Moeen turns him into the leg side. And one more run taken by England. They're sort of doing it in singles at the moment, or they're doing what is not necessarily clear. They're trying to repair the damage. They were 26 for 5. They're now 49 for 5. Well, it's a lovely warm day down here in London, and it's going to get warmer, I think, over the weekend. Really hot for the final of these matches. It's nice on Thursday at Lord's. And it's worth reminding, it's a 1 o'clock start, so it can get a bit confusing, all the different times that there are. Moeen's taking guard again. This is quite an un-England outfit, don't you think?
As in the actual
The colours.
Yeah, it's more like a teal blue on a navy blue. Teal maybe? What did you say? Yeah.
It's almost black from here.
I actually do like it. I think it's a good looking kit. There's no red. You normally expect a little flash of red somewhere.
Yeah. Now here's the first ball the next over. Moeen has a big swipe at it as Krishna bowls full outside the off stump and makes no contact. 49 for 5. It's just done a bit today, and certainly Root would say, hang on, mine bounced a bit, and Stokes would say, yeah, mine came back off the inside edge.
I mean, that shot from Moeen Ali is not going to help really. It was just a bit loose. I can understand what he's thinking in terms of counter attack, but he's still got to get in line, especially when the ball's nibbling about.
So over his bat again. There's 2 slips for Moeen. Krishna again from that far end moves in bowls trim, and he tries to run the ball to third man. Doesn't get there. Can't beat Jadeja. Was a cheerful figure fielding there at backward point, striding round, looking at the crowd, clapping his hands. He's got a fancy pair of sunglasses on. Takes up his position again at backward point. Lovely day in Scarborough yesterday. I must say hello to everyone up there. It really was. It was
Scarbados.
great to go back. Yeah, it's a lovely ground and a good crowd.
Was the weather nice up there as well?
Yeah, and an excellent atmosphere. In comes Krishna again, bowls, and Moeen, well, he drove that ball back in the air. It wasn't too far away from Krishna's outstretched right hand, almost giving a return catch. But it was firmly struck. So the 50's up for England. A rather ironic cheer goes up around the oval I say, it looks as if they might not get it when they were 26 for 5, but they're 53 for 5. Still with a long, long way to go. Mr. Jeffrey was on good form, holding court, as you can imagine.
Stories, usual stories.
I think he taught me through about 14 of his 150 hundreds. There's Krishna bowling outside the off stump, and Moeen did play at that to just beat the outside edge. He was on good form. It's just lovely to see so many people there, actually, and just enjoying it, because it's a wonderful venue for county cricket, club cricket, and so on. But have you played there?
I've commentated. I haven't played, but I've watched the women play. Oh, it would have been a good while ago.
It's like an amphitheatre, so the ground is below.
Yeah.
And the crowd are up on the sides. Krishna moves in, bowls. Moeen drives it back at him, but he does give a return catch this time, and it was very nicely taken too. That came back, it was low, and I'll tell you what, the bowler there in his follow through took that really, really well, because that would have been pretty quick and blurred. Lots going on when you let the ball go, and to recover like that and to catch the ball and to go down so quickly is a very fine caught and bowled, and England lose their 6th wicket, 53 for 6.
Fascinating, isn't it? It's almost a carbon copy of the shot he played a couple of balls before. You can see his intent. He's wanting to counter-attack and take on the Indian bowlers and just not kind of get rooted down. But equally, you've still got to respect the movement. And just there, he was looking to go through the shot, didn't quite get in line, and then had to check his shot and ended up popping it up. Excellent catch, like you say.
Yeah,
but this is... I mean, I know that everyone would have done this, Andy, already, and would have missed it, but lowest... where are we? So 2 questions. Where are we in the lowest totals? And has there ever been a bounce back after like 6 wickets that's like a change the game? Where are we?
I'll dig those out. I'll dig those out for you.
The bounce back. If there's like a lower order bounce back that's been like a turnaround from like 5 or 6
I know
down.
England's only 1 duck away from equalling their most in a one-day international innings. There's only been a couple of innings where they've had 5 ducks.
Lowest scores against India?
I'll get those for you.
Well, yeah, all right, that would be quite interesting. I'm just, it feels like it's in that territory, doesn't it?
Absolutely. No, put them out there. Make him work, I say. They're having a drink. Although Joss Butler's talking to a couple of the reserve players there who've come out with their Dayglow jackets on. So watch he's got to say. Who's coming out now? We've got David Willey now.
What do you think the team talk would? What do you actually think?
No, I think you kind of shrug your shoulders, don't you?
Just say, well, good luck.
Just get out there and get what you can, and we'll do our best when it comes to bowl, but
It feels a long way from even 100 at the moment.
it certainly does. 53 for 6. I mean, David Willey's great to come in with 5 overs to go, swing the bat, but we're only in the 14th over.
Just quickly on Bumrah's opening spell of 4 for 9. It's the best by an Indian bowler in ODI since Bhuvaneshwar took 4 for 8 in 2013 against Sri Lanka. And Bumrah, as I mentioned, had been struggling in recent ODIs. His last 12 ODIs, there's a tweet put up by Cricinfo, in 47 overs inside the power play, he'd taken just 1 wicket, and today he had 4 wickets in 5 overs. So a spectacular return to his previous form.
Yeah, some good balls in there as well. 1 or 2 loose shots. So such is the way.
Another thing from the ball tracking that Crickviz posted, that the ball to dismiss Livingston apparently swung 3.2 degrees, which is more than Jasprit Bumrah's swung any previous wicket-taking delivery in ODIs. What kind of degree of swing did you get, Agus?
How do they know that? 3.2 degrees, more than any other one-day international wicket that he's taken.
Well, it swung 3.2
in terms
degrees.
Of 3.2 degrees of swing.
Most than any other wicket. It's called technology, I guess.
Well, yes, it is.
I mean, there has this thing called Hawkeye and tracking for quite a while in sport.
Yeah, they have. They have.
You don't trust it?
Well, not all the time. If you see every ball bowled and every tracking shown, I think you might scratch your head once or twice. But anyway, I'll take it. 3.2 degrees. 53 for 6. Krishna bowls. Willie leans forward, plays down to mid-on. It reminds me of when Angus Fraser was on the ICC committee, which they decided that the rule for the degree of bend in an arm for throwing was 15 degrees. And I think they came out with saying that every bowler in the history of the game, quick bowler certainly, did flex their elbow, whether they knew it or not. Basically everybody was a bit of a chucker. And I remember Ian Botham getting hold of Angus Fraser somewhere. I said, "Get round the back with me and I'll show you 15 degrees." So all these things are kind of subjective. I wouldn't like to see 15 degrees of Ian Botham's elbow, to be honest.
No.
Anyway, 53 for 6, and we've got Buttler on strike. We've got Mohammad Shami back, so Sharma's going for the kill, and why not?
Bumrah's still got 5 overs as well in the tank.
Yep. Shami's on his way from the Vauxhall end. In he goes, bowls, and Butler's on the front foot, stroking that past extra cover. Nice stroke from him. Shah is running around the extra cover boundary, still with that sun hat on. And they take 2. 55 for 6 now. And Butler to 26. Still cloudy, but that sort of high, milky cloud that you get when it's hot. And surprisingly breezy blowing across the ground, but beautiful temperature. It's perfect for enjoying an afternoon of cricket. He goes Shami, short, balding, bowls, and that's flogged away into the leg side by Butler, and that'll be 4. Bisecting the gap out there. And Shami probably deliberately dropping short because he's normally so accurate, so I suspect that was just something to hurry Butler up a bit, but he played it nicely.
Yeah, his footwork looks really positive this over. First ball got into his stride, drove nicely, and now getting back and deep in the crease. I think he's just trying to be switched on, inflict a bit of damage.
Over his bat again, still a slip. It's Shami. Bustles in again, his elbows are pumping, he goes in over the wicket, bowls another short one. Now skied this, there's a man out there, will it go over his head? No, he's caught it, and again well judged by the man on that deep square leg boundary. Butler took on the hook shot for the second time. That was a top edge, and that was very well judged by the fielder out there because he was aware of the boundary behind him. A big hug from Rohit Sharma, so his bowling change worked. And England now, well, I think they can also write this off. 59 for 7 after 14 overs. Dismal.
This is incredible, isn't it? Well, first of all, better bouncer. We talked about that first one, maybe a little bit too gentle. With this one, he just pushed it a little bit further. I think it's Surya Kumar Yadav on the boundary there, and he had to set himself. What he did do is get into position early, left his feet there, and then track the ball the whole way.
Great technique. Yeah, he did. He absolutely right. He planted himself, so he knew he couldn't step back any further, and then just took it from there, really. Excellent catch. Butler's out for 30, but this is a disappointing game for England's new captain, that's for sure.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? Because you can understand wanting to be positive and counter-attack and take it on, but it also, it brings wickets in this sort of format.
So Craig Overton's coming out. Numbers, well, he can bat. You've got numbers 8 and 9 out there, only 14 overs gone.
What's the rules around tickets? Is it something like you need minimum 2 hours play? Or
that's a very good point. I don't know how it works in one day cricket.
We know how must be something like that.
Normally I think they expect you to have more than 26 overs in a day.
If you fancy some cash back, you'll be going, come on.
Bloody might. I think, they normally expect you to see more than that. Now, who knows today?
In answer to your question, which seems relevant, England's lowest score in one-day international cricket in men's cricket is 86 all out. That was against Australia at Old Trafford in 2001.
I remember that. And goes Shami around the wicket and bowls short, and Willie allows that to go through. I think that was when Glenn McGrath had literally about 6 slips. I think so. I think it was a day-nighter.
England were chasing 212 in 44 under the duck with Lewis. And 86 all out. Wickets shared, McGrath, Gillespie, Warne, Simons and Harvey.
I think they literally say they're taking the mickey. There's also 5 slips and a gully, 59 for 7. In goes Shami, and he bowls to the left-handed Willie. He lets that go through outside the off stump. We might see a passage play here in which these two just think that we've got to try and bat some overs.
And their lowest against India is 125. That was in Jaipur in October 2006. The lowest
2000 was that?
2006.
It's 2006.
And the lowest at home against India 161 and Cardiff in 2014.
Roy 0, Bairstow 7, Root 0, Stokes 0, Butler 30, Livingston 0, Moeen 14, the men out. Shami again round the wicket, bowls, and Willie looks to run the ball towards third man, doesn't get there, a fumbly stop in the gully, and that's the end of the 15th over with England 59 for 7. Ebbs, we've done enough damage. I'm going to leave you. And Prakash has got he's got a little smile on the corner of his mouth there. Look at his face. He's come. Look at him. How happy he is. He's coming in at 59 for 7.
Yeah, well, no surprises. There's an opportunity here for India to bowl England out for the lowest total, both home and away, as Andy talked about. So I think what we were looking at, so lowest was 120 something, is it, in Jaipur?
125 against that's England's lowest against India in this format.
I mean, that would be some doing. That would be some doing.
Yep.
Prakash.
And then this is certainly headed that way. They'll need these two will have to bat, as will the others. Here's Prasidh Krishna. 2 slips remain in place. Comes in, bowls, and Overton lets it go through.
Good decision at the toss, in the sense of reading the bowling conditions, the green on the wicket, the bounce, the overheads. And then we also talked about earlier, didn't we, whether chasing, a lot of teams comfortable chasing, maybe get a little bit of dew later on, but it's played into their hands perfectly.
Yeah, and yet when you think about it, Ebbs, out of the top 4 or 5 wickets that fell, except for Jason Roy's shot, come back to that in a moment, as here's Prasidh Krishna in, and Overton drives on the offside, won't beat the man at mid-off. It's really been down to some very good bowling and catching. It's not as if England have gone sort of aggressive and played loose shots or anything like that. Wickets of Jason Roy you can sort of point a finger at, but the next 3 were not even attempting it, and Joe Root 2 balls, first ball for Ben Stokes, Johnny Bairstow also caught in no man's land. So it's been some excellent bowling. Yes, conditions and the pitch certainly helping. Prasidh bowls, and this one's defended on the offside by Overton. It just goes to show, isn't it, that if you've got the conditions and you bowl right or you bat right, conventional cricket will still get you results irrespective of the format.
Yeah, 100%. Credit also to Pant as well. He took some behind, and he's been, I think he's, you can see that his keeping has been improving more and more and more, but he's bouncing around and taking some outstanding takes behind, so backing up the bowlers.
He had a chance to take a third when Moeen edged one down the leg side. That he couldn't snaffle, but otherwise he's been excellent behind the wickets. Here's Prasidh Krishna bowls, and this one's whipped away. This will run away to the boundary for sure. It's got enough legs on it. Clipped away behind square on the onside, and that's a welcome boundary. Takes England to 63 now for 7. Just a little bit wayward and off his toes, whipped away.
Yeah, first boundary of the day. It's one of those ones you'll take that as a batter in this situation. Any gift that you can just lean on, not try and overhit, is the one. The other thing as well is that there's so much pace in that India attack. You look at Bumrah charging in, Shami, deceptive pace, but always up there at late 80s. So when you do have the conditions, you don't have long to adjust as a batter. It's coming at you, it's moving, and you've got to make a split-second decision.
Indeed, you do. Here's Krishna in bowls, and this one's left alone. And yet, Ebony, we've all been around long enough to know that you never ever judge pitch or conditions till both sides are batted. Let's not forget that. Whatever England get, India still have to come out and get those runs.
Yeah, I think, look, as well, there's bowlers like Reece Topley who will be comfortable playing here at the Oval. He's spent a lot of time. He's got height, bounce, movement. I think there's a little bit less pace in the overall attack. But in terms of actual skill set, David Willey can move the ball, Reece Topley can.
Sun breaks through a little bit and Prasidh bowls, and this one's a lovely shot. This will run away as well. So 2 boundaries in the over already. And Overton's now moved up to 8 with 2 crisp strokes on either side of the wicket, square. And England up to 67 now for 7, having been put into bat. Sun coming out will be a good thing from a batter's perspective, won't it?
Yeah, just clear those overheads. I mean, the good thing from you're Craig Overton who can bat, you're David Willey. There is good bounce in the wicket, and if that ball loses a bit of shine or stops nipping so much, there could be some runs just to add to their favour. It might not provide a big score, but it could do healthy for their own personal.
Oh, lots of overs left in this innings. In fact, 16 overs have been bowled, so there's a lot of time, and they can afford to bat for as long as they really want. Here's Shami bowls, and this one's defended by Willie back along the track. That's the other thing with modern teams in white ball cricket, particularly the depth of the batting. I mean, number 9, 10, 11 all have. It's almost like they're expected to come out and do the job when required.
Yeah, I think the game has changed. You know, fielding now is everyone has to be to a certain standard. The batters now playing more T20 format cricket, and in their own respective teams, you'll find themselves up the order and being more than accomplished.
Shami bowls to Willie, who works it away on the onside, backward off square, and the fielder comes off the long leg boundary, fields. There'll be a single to be had. Total moves to 68 with that single.
Yeah, I think the short format cricket has had a significant impact on that.
I'm sure it has. And I remember the Bumrah story. We talked about runs that Bumrah has got in recent times. And I remember, I think it was one of the IPL finals where it was a last over defeat when Bumrah was at the crease, and he really then took that to heart and worked on his batting. He's not exactly going to average 50, but certainly has got some useful runs. Just one example. Here's Shami in to bowl 2 over him. He's bowled him with an absolute peach. Overton came forward. That one angled in, just moved maybe a shade, top of off in middle. And that is a perfect delivery to bowl. And Shami has his second. England lose their 8th.
That is an unbelievable delivery. I would say that's nearly unplayable, to be fair. The ball has swung in at some pace and then shaped away and just taken that off stump. Perfect seam going down.
Yeah, can't get any better. In fact, it's his 3rd. And that just shows that Bumrah and Shami, along with that 1 wicket that Prasidh took off Moeen Ali, have really decimated this England batting line, one has to say, on this occasion.
The problem is, look, these guys have got both. They're able to use the overheads at the moment. We're seeing the swing through the air, and then it's nipping off the pitch, and it's at pace. Like, you know, I'm not saying England aren't capable of it, but this is a real threat that, you know, these are masterclasses in all formats of the game.
And, you know, you just think back to years gone by, and India would, you know, rarely have anything as far as the new ball was concerned. Back in the day, I'm talking quite a few years ago now. And over the sort of last 10 years or so, you've started seeing a continuous supply of quality seam and swing bowlers coming through. And that has really added a completely different dimension. In fact, I think it's fair to say, Ebbs, and let's get your thoughts on it, that as you look at the Indian cricket team across formats, you're almost beginning to say that the batting, which was always the A suite, is the one which probably needs a little bit of beefing up as we move along.
It's really interesting, isn't it? I grew up as a kid watching India, and, you know, Sachin Tendulkar was my go-to, and you're always looking at the masterclass of batting.
Shami is up, bowls, and he beats him with another absolute jaffa that I don't think Bryden Cast knew much about that one. Took off, didn't it?
Yeah, it took off, and I think it hit Pant in his chest as well. It really flew once it hit the surface up to that chest area. Nearly broke through the hands. He did well. But yeah, like I grew up wanting to bat like a lot of the Indian players, and you watch them as a masterclass. And the two things, I never felt much, I'm being honest, back in the day about the fielding. I thought the fielding was poor for a long time. And yes, there were some bowlers, but you never thought this is world-class standout.
Shami in again, and forward in solid defence on this occasion is Cast. There is no run.
But I don't know if it's the IPL. You would know more than that. But it felt like there was just this turning point. Fielding went through the roof. Standards went up. We started seeing more bowlers that all the points of difference, pace. I don't know if there was a shift.
Well, I think that
somewhere.
Shift began. I think I would like to believe long before that, the IPL, in terms of just the kind of the MRF Pace Academy really was the first step. Then there was, and once you get heroes, you know, you always had batting heroes, and there were young kids aspiring to try and bowl that way. Here's Shami in again, bowls and Cast defence, and I think that then just moved the game forward. Yes, the IPL offered different opportunities. I think wickets began to change a little bit as well. I mean, there are 3 or 4 venues in India now where you know that, you know, if you're batting first and things are a little bit heavy, the ball's going to do a bit, and that's encouraged bowlers. And then you had people like Praveen Kumar, who used to really ball that ball on a string almost. And of course, Bhuvi is a great exponent of that, and so on and so forth. I mean, I just read a news item that Umesh Yadav signed for Middlesex as a replacement for Shaheen Shah Afridi. Now, a guy like Umesh Yadav hasn't really got the opportunities, only because there have been so many others who've sort of held on to their places. So, yeah, really good position to be in from an Indian bowling perspective. Prasidh Krishna is one of them. Has come through and is consistently doing very well. Here he is again in bowl, starts a fresh over and is driven by Willie, but only to Hardik Pandya, who feels at wideish mid-off.
The other thing I was looking at, you think about someone like Jasprit Bumrah, he could hold that spot for, let's say he stays fit, 5 or 6 years comfortably. He's 28 now, depends on the body, but equally if he's good action, looked after well behind the scenes. So actually then you could be building this wealth of talent, but they're going to have to get better and better and better to knock people off the spot.
And you look at England for a moment, we just got, I think, a list of 4 or 5 or 6 really good quick ball bowlers who are not eligible because they're not fit. Prasidh bowled. This one's been pulled. He's managed to clear the man at mid-on, and it will run down to the boundary, or will it just pull up inside? It just has enough legs on it. So 4 more runs. Didn't get all of it, did Willie? And that means there is 4 more runs on the board. 72 now for 8, England.
Not the most convincing shot as such, but you could see he just saw short. Let me just try and get the hands through it. He blinked it over the top.
Yeah, once he'd got it over Bumrah, I think it was safe, but it could easily have just gone up into the air. And how's Prasidh Krishna going to respond? He's got 2 slips, a third, 2 men in front on the offside. This one strikes him on the pad. The ball bobs out on the offside, and they'll steal a single. As Shreyas Iyer, in what is fast becoming a fairly characteristic style of his, sort of stylishly jogs up to the ball, wearing a floppy hat when there is really no sun, leg by signal.
That's got to be about the fashion, hasn't it? He must like the look.
Well, I mean, and that's part and parcel of the modern game, isn't it, Ebbs? The way you carry yourself off the field, it has certain commercial implications, I guess, along the way, provided your cricket stays top class, because it's that which allows you to then get into the public eye, and you go from there. Rohit Sharma making some more minor adjustments to the field. Still got 2 slips, a third backward point cover mid-off on the offside. Prasidh Krishna is in to bowl to the new man. And it's pushed away on the offside. Cast there. But it's now a question of how deep can England take this innings, and as a result, how many more can they add? Doesn't look like England are going to be able to put up a conventionally total that can give them a chance. But we've seen the ball is doing a bit. England have the bowling resources. And from a spectator perspective, you do want to have a game that, if not to the wire, at least creates some excitement. Here's Prasidh bowls, and this one's a flash and a miss. He was there to be hit. Cast threw his bat at it, aiming through point, didn't make any contact. Score remains 73 for 8.
He's just having a look at the pace of Krishna. It looked like it carried, really got some good bounce and lift. 85.
Yeah.
It's good pace. I know that it's a simple thing, but I do like the pace attacks, which are all sort of 85 to 90. There's genuine fire coming through.
Rohit's still very meticulous about his field placement, and well he might be. He can afford to be in the current position. He's holding all the cards at the moment. He's got 2 men deep on the third backward point at the square third man area. This one was guided, fell well short of Rohit Sharma. Yuzi Chahal comes in and fields a single comfortably taken, and that will take the total up to 75. Willie's on 5. Kaas is yet to get off the mark, and I think a drink coming out for Rishabh Pant, or maybe a little bit of tape, as Andy is poised and ready.
That's another update on England's struggles today. The 8th wicket fell at 68. They've only had 3 innings where their 8th wicket has fallen at a lower total, and 2 of them were way back in the 1970s, in the very early days of one-day cricket. They were 28 for 8 against Pakistan at Edgbaston in 1974, a game that I believe the young Jonathan Agnew was attending. We talked about it when we were up at Edgbaston for the test. And 52 for 8 in an extraordinary World Cup semi-final against Australia in 1975.
Here's Shami. Comes in and bowls, and must have been painful. It came back sharply. There's pace on the ball as well. And Cast didn't know much about it. Deep, this has been an absolutely clinical effort by the Indian seamers, hasn't it?
Brilliant. All of them, including Prasidh Krishna and Hardik as well, but especially Shami and Bumrah. All they've done is use the conditions really well, come and bowl the test match length and line, and hence they've actually found a lot of help out of this surface. And it seems like there's some extra moisture there on this pitch here today.
Shami races away, angles in, bowls, defended on the offside. 3 slips now as Sharma looks to go for the kill, and well, he might, because he knows he's got the English batting where he wants it, and he'd like to wrap this up, I suppose, as quickly as he can.
Yeah, even last over, last ball, what Rohit was telling all the fielders was just go back and give Cast the single and get him back on strike for the next over, and he got it. I mean, off an outside edge though, but then he got that single and he's on strike. Got 3 slips now.
Shami races in, bowls, short, pulled in the air, but well shot, didn't get hold of it. But a good bouncer again, forcing the batter to rush into his hook shot. Cast there, picks up a run, and the total goes to 75. Now 75 for 8.
Yeah, Mohammad Shami in his second spell again. I mean, something that we kind of discussed before the game, how important this game or these games for Shami is, because obviously he does not play every white ball game because of workload management and all, and he's not a certainty in T20 cricket, so he's got to keep reminding the selectors he's there and thereabouts.
Shami round the wicket to Willie. He's up bowled, and Willie's hooked this one. Man getting underneath it will not get there. Shreyas Iyer. And I've got to ask you this, Deep. Could he have done more with it? May not have got there in the end.
Yeah. It just seemed like he picked it up a little late.
That can happen.
Yeah.
Especially here at the Oval, as he looks out at the stand, and then the crowd as well. So sometimes hard to pick the ball. For a little bit, it looked like it might just carry, but not timed well enough to go to hand, one has to say. 1 more to the total and to Willie.
Yeah, he was also good 10 yards inside the boundary as well, but still couldn't make it.
He's up to 6 as Willie now, and the total 76 for 8. Still a very well spread out field, and I think that's because they still believe that Shami had broken into his run.
Yeah, it's only 2 deliveries left.
Yeah. It was a change that Rohit wanted. He wants to bring in Surya Kumar, or is it Jadeja into the 30-yard circle at extra cover. So now he's got 2 slips, a man at square third, backward point about 3/4 of the way to the fence. Jadeja and Hardik on the offside. As Shami runs away from us now to bowl to Cast. He's up, he bowls, looking for the Yorker. Cast digs it out. They'll take a single to Bumrah, who's coming off the edge of the circle. 1 more to the total. 77 now for 8. Cast is 3, Willie is 6. And the last ball of the over from Shami, I beg your pardon, coming up. That was again up at 88 miles an hour. They're cranking it up here. And the bounce that you talked about, Deep, clearly a factor today, would have encouraged the Indian bowlers as well, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. The bounce, the lateral movement as well, we saw a fair bit of it, and we're still seeing a fair bit of it.
Yes, we are. And that is why I think the England bowlers will enjoy bowling in these conditions. Here's Shami in bowls, and this one's worked away too short from Shami on that occasion. That'll be 2 runs comfortably taken, worked into the gap by Willie. Comfortably, didn't rush him at all. So 2 more to the total now. 79 for 8, and Willie goes up to 8 at the end of that over.
Yeah, Rohit wouldn't mind that. Couple of runs that would mean Kash would be on strike, and that's what Rohit's wanting for the last few overs. As long as he has Kash on strike, he's happy. Start of the over.
3 for 31 for Shami off his 7 overs. Prasidh Krishna to continue. And that scorecard is not 7, not 30 from Butler, not 14, 8 not out, 8 and not out 3. Not a pretty card by any stretch. Jos Butler, as long as he was there, one felt that England would have the opportunity if others could bat around him. But after he fell to the hook shot, it became more a question of when. Here's Krishna. He's up. Prasidh bowls, and a big swing by Overton. misses it. I dare say if it got anything on it, it would have gone somewhere.
Yeah.
It would have gone high up in the air, gone straight past the bowler, or come down right below us. He really threw everything at it, didn't he?
Yeah, he didn't hold himself back. But that's a fair enough. He saw the room there and also kind of a little bit of extra bounce and just went for it. But Prasidh Krishna, again, he's been very impressive. I mean, for the last year or so, ever since he's broken into this Indian side.
Yes.
And he's been a consistent performer at the India A and even domestic first-class level as well. But I still remember it was in 2019 that Virat first mentioned about him and kind of that helped the others to kind of fast forward his path into the Indian side.
Yes, I remember seeing Prasidh Krishna live in a game in Pune, in ODI. Really impressive. Here he is in bowls, nice and full. It's dug out. Chahal quickly across, fields. There will be no run. So Shreyas Iyer has now been moved to a sort of deep backward square position at about 15-18 yards inside the boundary for the miscued hook or pull. Cast the man on strike.
Yeah, that 2019 I was talking about. Obviously, he plays for Karnataka and is based out of Bangalore. That's where Virat saw him at the National Cricket Academy.
Again, drops it short. And this time he's got hold of his Al-Qas. He's going to get runs for it, probably 4, as the fielder will give up the chase. So again, dropping it short on this occasion, but there was width on offer outside the off stump, and all that Qas really had to do was to get some bat on it, which he did, and helped himself to 4 runs. Now this brings us to that classical conundrum or question that's always been talked about. 2 wickets to get. You've got 7 out of the 8 to really good conventional cricket. Yes, you've got Butler hooking, but at numbers 9 and 10, Deep?
Yeah,
Way to
fair
go.
enough. Yeah, I mean, he's got the feel for it, but that was a really good shot. Timed it all right, over point.
83 for 8. Prasidh is up bowls, and this one's played straight to Jadeja, who will field it at backward point. No run. Qas is 7 now.
Yeah, if you look at the field placement, he's got 2 slips and obviously a couple of fielders out on the deep on either side of the pitch for the short pitch delivery. So the idea is to mix it up and not just be one-dimensional and just bowl short. You've got a deep point now, so you've got a third, a deep point, a deep square leg and a fine leg. So yeah, a couple of options that Prasidh has in terms of length.
Here he is now. Comes in bowls, drops it short. He's been pulled away, and it will be clear of Yuzi Chahal, who sort of gets to the ball. Again, not timed well enough, but a single comfortably on offer. 84 for 8.
Yeah, but last 3 deliveries, all he's done is bowl short. And that's again to kind of emphasize on the point that you made. You've picked up wickets bowling proper lengths. Why do you really have to go short? Yes, every now and then you bowl 1 or 2 short pitch deliveries. You've got the feel for it. Not kind of be predictable with the length.
What's he going to bowl to Willie? The field is more or less the same for the left-hander as it was for Qas. 2 men on the boundary on the onside. There's a third and a deep point as well. There's Prasidh bowls nice and full, and he gets a boot down in time. A couple of inches higher, and that might have been sheer agony, but he got it.
Yeah, but in the end, good footwork from Prasidh Krishna, because that was sweetly timed. Sweetly timed by Willie. He got his foot down right in the nick of time. Yeah, the umpire will have a look at the ball as well, whether it's got any spike marks on it. Yeah.
And Deep, more thoughts from you on how India might progress from here. To carry on commentary, I'm making way for Alison Mitchell.
Thank you so very much, Prakash. Yeah, got to make sure which Rohit is generally on top of the game and is generally very attacking and aggressive as a captain. I'm not going to... I think he's not going to let the game drift, which he hasn't so far. 84 for 8. He's been spot on with in terms of getting his bowling changes, the field placement. So yeah, that's what I've observed and noticed with Rohit is he's been always very attacking with his mindset, whether it's batting or while fielding. And good to see you, Alison.
Good to see you too, Deep. I've been enjoying listening to you thus far on this.
Thank you very
India
much. So
tour.
very kind of you.
Yeah, good to be here. We've had 20 overs, and you could be forgiven for thinking this was another T20 with the score 84 for 8, but it's not. It's still potentially another 30. But India just need 2 more wickets now to wrap up this innings. And the bowling changes so far have worked well, haven't they? Shami coming back, taking 2 quick wickets. And now they've got a little bit more of Hardik Pandya from the Vauxhall end of the ground. It's at Carson strike, bangs one in short, he's pulled it away, a little bit top edgy, but he's got it well in front of square, in fact, for 4. And there is a fielder at deep backwards square, but sufficiently in front to find the deep mid-wicket boundary.
That's again a good shot. He's starting to look a lot more comfortable now. Obviously, initially looked a little nervous, but then last couple of overs, Brandon Cast has looked good. Again, a very good shot in front of square. Obviously, his Indian bowlers have been a little predictable with their length so far.
Significant score, taking England on to 88. Fuller this time, defended into the offside. Andy?
Well, England have avoided their lowest one-day international score. That was 86 all-out against Australia in 2001.
Raise the flags. They're billowing atop the pavilion there, the Indian flag, the Surrey flag and the England flag. There's a bit of a breeze rippling across the ground. It's remarkable, isn't it? From 498 for 4, England's last, the record score they managed against the Netherlands. And now against India, collapsing. 88 for 8. Hardik Pandya wheels at the end of his run, turns around, races in, bowls now, and that's been stroked to backward point. Fuller again, straight to the fielder though, no run.
He's looking good. I was just checking his numbers in T20 cricket. They're not bad. The average is 17.7. Has got a half century in T20 cricket. So obviously, I mean, no wonder he's looking as good as he is right now. He's looking very comfortable with whatever the Indian bowlers have to offer.
Yeah, I mean, he'll have a huge role to play with the ball later, defending such a low total. Taps his bat against the ground now, Bryden Cast. Pandya in, angled away, backward point, and a parried effort in the field enables them to go through for a single, takes Cars on to 13, and England 89 for 8 in this 21st over. Well, he had a long period of time out, Bryden Cast, with a really nasty knee injury, and only came back in May of this year, so he did it back in November, was meant to play a full part on the England Lions tour of Australia, and tore the cartilage in his right knee. So 5 months he was on the sidelines, back for Durham.
I've been through that, yeah.
Did you? Did your knee?
Yeah, with my knee. Left
knee?
Yeah, left knee.
No slip in place here for the left-handed Willie as Pandya is in, a little cramped for room, tries to stroke it away but doesn't time it up to short extra cover. How long did that take you to recover?
It took me a month and a half. Just got back to walking and then a bit of cycling. The good part, it happened during off-season, and during our time we still used to have off-season. I mean, there's no off-season anymore. You're playing cricket right through the year, but yeah, I mean, I was lucky that way that I had the off-season to recover, so to say.
Pandya in again under overcast skies at the Oval. Willie on 8, faced him, short ball, pulled away, big top edge. Will it be safe? Fielder coming in from deep third. It is. The ball plops harmlessly into the turf, and Willie through for 1. Ball hung in the air for a while. 2 fielders coming in from the boundary. Deep square leg moving in as well and losing his sun hat in the process. 90 for 8 now. England inching up towards the 3-figure mark. We've had 21 overs of the innings. 90 for 8. Cars on 13. Willie on 9.
Puts a little more on Cars' batting in first-class cricket. Averages 25 from 45 innings with a couple of half centuries, and as you mentioned, T20 cricket 17 and a good strike rate of 140. He's played very little 50-over cricket, partly because of COVID disrupting a couple of seasons and the reduction in county 50-over cricket.
I was going to say he won't get a chance to probably play much more now because the 50-over domestic format, the Royal London Cup, played at the same time as the 100. So it's a very curious scenario, isn't it, in the English domestic game, where the world champion format, as England are at the moment, isn't played by the top players. Around the wicket, Bumrah, a bit of inside edge here from David Willey, forward on the drive. The ball is squirted away towards the mid-wicket region, out into the deep, enables them to come back for 2. The fielder had to make up a bit of ground to come in and do the fielding. 92 for 8.
Yeah, I mean, the format that you mentioned, I mean, it just says a lot about modern day cricket, isn't it? For example, England had 2 teams playing 2 different countries, right? Simultaneously, Test match and 50 overs. India, same thing with India as well.
It's happened with Australia as well. Their T20 team flew off while the Test series is still going on. looking to punch us away through the offside, only finds cover, no run. It's too much cricket, simply.
There was a time in 1930 when England were playing simultaneous test matches in both New Zealand and West Indies.
Is that right?
Yeah.
In the
What were the
1930s?
travel times like from England to New
Well, I
Zealand?
don't think both of any of the players were playing in this, like,
Both.
commuting from West Indies with the time difference to get to New Zealand in time. The
Oh, right, I
cricket was a
did
bit
not know
different then.
Would have been bigger gaps between that test and the next one, I'm imagining. Around the wicket, Bumrah in again, and Willie driving down the ground for 4. That's a glorious shot. And the ball raced off the face of the bat, down to a very straight mid-off for 4.
That was a fabulous shot. Extremely well timed. Straight down the ground. Was in the air for a while, but was in the gap. No chance for the bowler or the mid-off fielder. Yeah, off cutter, which didn't really grip. It was an attempted off cutter. That just tells you about the condition. It's not gripping at all. It's skidding through.
Yeah, and we saw there's still grass on the pitch here as well. And this is edged down to third for very fine third for 4 more. Well, there was one slip in place. It was aerial off the bat. It brings up the 100 for England. And look at the crowd around the Oval on their feet, applauding England. A little ironically, they've managed 3 figures for the loss of 8 wickets in the 22nd over.
Right, I was just noticing Rohit was in the first slip. His reaction. Now he's kind of standing a little wideish. Now he's on the second slip. I just wonder if he was contemplating that before that delivery.
He has moved a little wider, you're right. Here is Willie now on 19, and he's tried to pull's missed. It's gone through to Rishabh Pant, who's taken some excellent catches so far today. He really has.
It might just be interesting if England can get to that 150, 160, because if the sun doesn't come out, this pitch might not dry out as much as, the Indians would have wanted in the second innings. So it might just be interesting, but obviously you would still need around that 150, 160.
And England will need their bowlers like Reece
yeah.
Topley, the height, Cars with his pace to bowl as accurately as India's did. A little bit of width that time outside the off stump. It's sat up a bit, left alone by Willie through to Rishabh Pant, and it ends the over. And Bumrah takes his cap from the umpire. He's taken 4 for 19 so far. Still some overs to come.
Wonder if they're going to call Yuzi Chahal now to bowl. He hasn't bowled as yet. Obviously, the seamers have been so good that he really didn't need the services of Yuzi Chahal, but it seems Rohit wanted Shami to kind of bowl another one or something, but he's going out of the field, it seems. So, it's going to be Yuzi Chahal now.
There we go, a little bit of spin. Interestingly, was it Yuzi Chahal, who used to be a junior chess champion, didn't he?
Yes.
I saw on his Instagram he was somewhere playing giant chess in the grounds of whether the team was staying at a lovely country hotel or they were just visiting or they were going there for lunch, I don't know. But he was there with the giant chess pieces.
Yeah. I mean, he still does. I mean, nobody in the team wants to play with him. But
Too good.
And he's also a big Instagram star now. I mean, him and his wife,
really?
they're there, thereabouts, I guess, all the time. Yeah, he's a character, Yuzi Chahal, extremely funny. He keeps doing these shows for BCCI TV as well, called the Chahal TV it's called.
He's bowling now with his leg breaks. Tickled into the onside, finding the field, and no run. It's Bryden Castle on strike. He's on 13. Rohit staying there at first slip. 100 for 8 England. This is the 23rd over. As Chahal, whirl of arms, very slender build. To move outside the leg stump, and there's a turn there. And angled out towards backward point.
Slender build, that's an understatement.
Sort of wiry, skinny. I mean,
Yuzi Chahal.
there's not much of him. Is that fair to say?
Not much at all.
In he comes up over the stumps. A little fuller that time on off stump, and it's going the other way. And it's the googly. And I think spotted by Cars. Worked out towards deep cover.
Yeah, that's well read. I mean, it's not the easiest of spinners to, as in terms of reading his googly.
At the back of the hand.
Yeah, back of the hand stuff. So credit to Cars, he actually did well and read it well. Again, we were talking about his batting skills. I mean, whatever we've seen so far, it's impressive.
He almost sends that one down sort of like a spinning top. The seams just absolutely whizzing and whizzing and whizzing when you see it in slow motion. The googly. Now left-hander here with Willie on strike. So point, it's a short third. And he's sweeping, getting down nice and low to that, controls it behind square for a single, finding deep backwards square, moves in off the boundary and sends the ball back into the gloves of Rishabh Pant, who's got the helmet on now. He's standing up to the spin of Yuzvendra Chahal. So Kars comes back on strike, and long on is asked to push it back a little deeper towards the boundary. And then goes Chahal once again, forward defensively, dribbling that leg break out into the offside, where it'll be picked up by Hardik Pandya, and there is no run. We're only good at chest deep.
No, I know how to play it. That's about it.
There's a very good push back a little deeper towards the boundary, and then goes Chahal once again, forward defensively, dribbling that leg break out into the offside, where it'll be picked up by Hardik Pandya, and there is no run. We're only good at chest deep.
No, I know how to play it. That's about it.
There's a very good Netflix series, wasn't there?
Oh, yeah.
And goes Chahal Fuller, a bit of a smearing shot along the ground down to long on, picks out the fielder though. Single taken by Kars to move on to 15, and at the end of that Chahal over, 103 for 8 England.
Yeah, Yuzi Chahal, it's again a really good comeback for Yuzi Chahal. He was, I guess, was dropped from the Indian side after the 2019 World Cup, and then obviously he was out for a while, and then he's made a really strong comeback last 6-8 months. I mean, till 2019 for good 2-3 years it was Yuzi Chahal and Kuldeep Yadav, the spin twins. They kind of, were very, very dominant. Kulcha, as they were called, and Kulcha would mean kind of a Indian bread.
Yeah.
So Kuldeep, Kul, and Chahal's Cha. So Kulcha or Chaku. Chaku would be obviously the blade, Chak as in a knife. So again, but obviously they're trying to reunite them again now, both of them doing well.
Bumrah in now too. Kars gets a full delivery, really timing it out towards the covers, and there's no run. Bumrah full of purpose as he's walking back to his marks. He's got 4 wickets to his name. He's only ever had 1 fifer in ODI cricket, Bumrah. Every chance today.
Absolutely. I mean, he's got 3 more overs after this, and he actually played a lot of ODIs off late.
Here he is coming in now, and just look up his recent record as he's bounding in. Bowled him! And there is the 5th.
On cue.
Jasprit Bumrah, both arms aloft to high five his teammates. It's Bryden Kars who's out for 15. Celebrations for Bumrah, a second fifer in ODI cricket for him, and England 103 for 9.
Yeah, magnificent delivery again. The pace and also the angle. It's not easy for a batter who hasn't played him before, because he's got a little unorthodox action as well, to get used to that action. And obviously, the quality too. Just straightening up after pitching just that little bit and hitting middle and off. A good effort from Bryden Kars. Yeah, but England lose their 9th now.
Yep, Kars on his way then, 15 from 26 balls. And the applause there is for Jasprit Bumrah as the PA announced to the crowd that it is a 5-wicket haul indeed for Bumrah. So his figures is 5-4, and he'll tell us.
5 for 19 from 38 balls. It's just his second in T20 international cricket. The other was back in 2017. Since the 2019 World Cup, I mentioned he had a tough year in 2020 in ODIs. He told me before the game he had a couple of injuries, then just 5 wickets in 9 games, averaged 96 then, and he'd averaged just under 22 up to the end of 2019. Better against South Africa at the start of this year, and now 5 for 19 here. But this is only his 13th one-day international since the World Cup. Broadly, there's been a lot less played.
Yeah, there has, hasn't there? When you think of how few England have played in that time. It's only been the Netherlands series since the 2019 World Cup final. Oh, that's a bit of a waft from Reece Topley, who's come out as the last batter.
It's a proper number 11 shot.
Stood tall and I think played with some hope there. Missed everything through to punt.
Better get through this stat quickly. In fact, since the 2019 World Cup, this is England's 22nd one-day international. At the equivalent stage 3 years after the 2015 World Cup final, in that cycle, they played 63 one-dayers, so they've played basically a third of what they'd played in the equivalent World Cup. Obviously there's been COVID, but even so, one-day international cricket's definitely diminished in the international calendar as well.
That's with the introduction of the ODI World Championship, isn't it? Bumrah in now full, looking for that Yorker. Reece Topley, tall as he is, managed to get the bat down and he dropped it on his toes, but well executed by Bumrah.
Yeah, and well managed by Reece Topley. I just get a feeling that he was kind of expecting it, a Yorker after the last delivery. But yeah, I mean, at this point in time, in terms of formats, it's not the most favoured format as of now, ODIs. I guess once the T20 World Cup gets over, you've got another year to work on the 50-over World Cup next year. Maybe, we'll see a lot more ODIs during that phase.
Outside the off stump again, very unconvincing by Topley, who's backing away towards leg now, and again just sort of hung the bat, a little bit of a dibble dabble, and then pulled the bat away. Really, really uncertain. Through to punt.
India have played 28 ODI since the 2019 World Cup. After 3 years of the previous cycle, they'd played 59. New Zealand had played 62 last time, just 12 since they lost that World Cup final in 2019.
Goodness. Bumrah in now to Topley, who doesn't get bat on this either. Played more defensively that time, and he's angled the bat in a more convincing manner, but still beaten. And Bumrah will take his cap and sunglasses, even as he, from the umpire. And well, he's got 5 wickets. He could easily have had 6, and he may yet get 6.
Yeah, true, but I never seen Yuzi Chahal run to the umpire as quickly as he did.
Give me the ball. I want a bowl. I want a wicket. Well, let's see. Bumrah could be on for career best figures here. Is he 5 for 19 at the moment? Those figures in the 5 for in 2017 was 5 for 27. I'm not sure. I recall who that was against in 2017. Andy will tell me. But I mean, he just bowled fabulously with the new ball, didn't he? It was an unrelenting spell from he and Mohammad Shami at the top. When you consider Roy, Root, Stokes, Livingston all out for ducks, so much of energy around the fact that Bairstow, Root and Stokes were back in the coloured clothing off such an exciting test series. Bairstow could only make 7. Amazing, isn't it? 400s in 5 test match innings, largely playing in an incredible one-day manner. And then he was well caught by Rishabh Pant, diving one-handed. 7 off 20 for Bairstow today. Here is Chahal then. 103 for 9, and Willie flicking one off his toes out past the square leg umpire towards the deep, but opts against taking a single here, not wanting to expose Reece Topley to the wily spin of Yuzi Chahal. And so Willie settles over his bat once again. And Chahal, again, tubey grips on both arms here. Comes in, bowls. Fuller tries to take a big heave, misses. It's gone through Pant, gone past the stumps as well. It's been gathered by short third. Bumrah cutting it across, moving to his right hand side, but he bowled it well wide of leg stump.
Yeah, that was a googly. Obviously didn't read it. Willie, and tried to go towards mid wicket, got the outside edge and went extremely close to the stumps.
He's trying to heave that with the spin. Fuller this time, and he has got hold of it. Down the ground, wideish mid-on, fielder is there, Shami sends the ball back in, and this time Willie does take a single, leans on his bat handle at the far end.
Right, now Yuzi's got 3 deliveries now in this over left.
What will he dish up to Reece Topley? He might try to bamboozle him with a googly.
Googly or his flipper, quicker in the air, wicket to wicket. Try and get a leg before or something.
We haven't got is Ravi Shastri in the commentary box here today?
Yes, he is.
He's one of his dogs, I think, is called Flipper. Named his Labradors after various Shane Warne deliveries. It's just made me remember. Pretty sure he had a Flipper in amongst that.
Okay. That's Ravi, isn't it?
Very much. Full of character. Right, Chahal has a slip in place here. Reece Topley facing up to the spinner for the first time, and he gets a leg break, and he leaves it alone, Topley, into the gloves of Rishabh Pant.
Oh, setting Reece Topley up for that googly, I guess. Couple of leg spin and then maybe a flatter, quicker one.
Where does he go now? Chahal in, came forward, got a good stride in. Now did that one go straight on?
Yeah, that was the googly, but then a big stride in. Reece Topley, and he's what, 6'8"?
Yeah, it helps when you're tall, doesn't it? You can get to the pitch of the ball. Try and smother these deliveries. One more in the over for Topley to survive. Here, Chahal in, he's come forward and he's heaved him down the ground for 6. That's one way to take on the leg spinner. Never mind what we saw in the previous over. He's going to use that reach of his. Just a little shimmy out of his ground and a heave-ho.
Oh,
the crowd have enjoyed that.
I'm sure they would have. Yuzi Chahal was actually not a bad delivery. It was flatter. For a second, I thought he was trying to buy a wicket here, be a little more, give it a little more air. But actually not. That was kind of flattish. But yeah, I mean, the reach, as you mentioned, of Reece Topley made sure that he reached the pitch of the ball. And what a hit, straight out of the middle.
Well, England are 110 for 9. We are only after we've had 25 overs so far. And I'm going to make way. Aggers is coming in here.
Cute. Yeah, Bumrah again. Can he get to number 6? Would be his personal best in ODI cricket. Coming round the wicket to David Willey. Still got a slip in place.
What a fine shot that was, by the way, from Reece Topley. He might have surprised himself. Then comes Bumrah from the far end, moves in bowls, and now Willey's having a swipe. Coming down the pitch and looking to heave him through the leg side, but not timed. And that's picked up at mid-wicket, and Willey looks at his bat. All a bit frenzied, that was.
It's only Reece Topley's second boundary in international cricket. He had 1-4 in his previous 59 balls.
I thought he looked a bit surprised, a bit taken aback. Have I really done that? Look at that. 110 for 9. Willey's on 21. Bumrah comes in, bowls. Drew's bowled him. Looking to flick that and ramp it over his shoulder. And it is a 6th wicket for Jasprit Bumrah. What a day he's had, really. 6 for 19. And he's getting a hug and he's getting handshakes and everything else. So they're quite right too. He's always got a smile on his face. And England here have just been swept away. A miserable performance. 110 all out. And, well, can they get back into it? I wouldn't have thought so. But the groundsman's running on with a plank of wood there and a bucket. He'll try and conjure something up. But Reece Topley and David Willey are just leaving the ground quickly. And India, meanwhile, still continue to pat Jasprit Bumrah, ever such a popular fast bowler, on the back and say, well done, because that must be his best, isn't it?
It's his best, yeah. His previous was 5 for 27, 6 for 19 today, which is the best by an India bowler against England. Previously it was 6 for 23 by Ashish Nehra in the 2003 World Cup. It's the joint 6th best figures against England, and it's India's 3rd best analysis in ODI cricket. And Anil Kumble 6 for 12 against West Indies in Kolkata in 1993, and Stuart Binney's rather extraordinary 6 for 4 against Bangladesh in 2014. Better than what Bumrah has done today.
Yeah, well done. He was leading his team off. There's going to be a 30-minute interval now, just by the way. Our producer, finger on the pulse. Remember, they changed the rules because previously they've had a 10-minute interval, just carried on playing, but they're going to have a 30-minute break, and so we'll find something to entertain you with, I'm sure. But that's basically what happened. So they'll be underway again. Just after half past 3, with England having trying to defend 111 that India need to win. I mean, that was a fabulous performance. I mean, England, the wheels were off pretty quickly there, weren't they?
True, and obviously when 3 of the top 4 batters get out for naught,
yes,
I mean that just
8
kind of sets it up.
Them. 8 balls between Roy, Root and Stokes.
True, so true, and obviously, I mean, the conditions had the bowlers. The bowlers were very, very good as well. In their first spell, I think they set the tone and took the game away in the first 5-6 overs itself. Shami and Bumrah. But yeah, you've also got to say that the bowling was good. Batting, yes, maybe, but then most of those wickets were of really good deliveries if you think about it. And it does happen. One of those days where you don't play and miss. You edge almost everything. On maybe some other day you'd get beaten a few times, and those balls which actually kind of took your edge would actually go past the outside edge. But unfortunately, I mean, you think about it, Joe Root outside edge, Ben Stokes inside edge.
Decent ball Roots, I think.
Yeah, very good ball.
Yeah.
All of them good ball, apart from Jason Roy again.
Yes.
All of them really good deliveries. But then at times there are days when you're beaten. You don't edge those. But unfortunately, today almost everything took the edge, whether it's inside or outside.
Livingston's 3.2 degrees, that's going down there as a record as well, of course. So for his his bowled for naught. It might have helped if he played a full defensive shot, I guess, to it, but...
That's England's lowest score against India in ODI cricket, 110.
Is it indeed? So the grounds has got his heavy roller out, and England are doing some fielding practice, the sort of thing that they would do anyway, but crikey, they're going to have to hang on to everything here and bowl like demons, hope for some luck, hope for the cloud cover to remain, and hope that somehow they can swing the ball, get a couple of wickets and put some pressure on India. Otherwise this game is going to end quickly. So India did 111 to win this match, and what's taken place today, well, it's a long way, isn't it, from the fortunes of England's Test side, who've been experiencing an incredible turnaround in form this summer under the stewardship of the new captain Ben Stokes and the coach Brendan McCullum. And you can get a fascinating insight into how things have changed in the latest episode of the Tailenders podcast, which is available on BBC Sounds, featuring Jimmy Anderson, who's of course part of our team today, alongside Greg James and Felix White. And they were joined by the man of the summer so far, Johnny Bairstow, who said that his 100 in the Ashes was the catalyst to his amazing turnaround in form.
Yeah, I think, to be honest with you, I think that was a massive confidence thing for me. Been in and out a fair few times over the last few years, so then obviously to not start the Ashes and then come back in and get 100 at Sydney, and then for us to draw that Test match was huge. We all know that we struggled down in Australia for a few years, so yeah, to get the draw then and then to go on was pleasing. Coming back after the IPL, I don't know what it was. I think it was the freedom as well. Like we're not in hotel rooms, we're not in bubbles, we're not getting COVID tested every single day. We're not. Like, you're able to do normal things. Go to the shop, go for a beer, go out for dinner, see your friends, see your family. All of those things accumulate together, which then, with the excitement of obviously working with Baz, who I hadn't worked with previously, that I was really excited about working with, and the clarity that he gave, I think everyone was, a culmination of different things.
You say, Johnny, you say clarity. One thing that is, I'm not the only first person to observe this, but a lot of people have commented on the fact that you look very serene at the crease over the last few weeks. Whereas I saw the first knock against New Zealand where, like, you look so pumped up. Like, obviously it's so enjoyable to watch. And then as the innings have gone out, you just seem sort of becalmed. Is that something, does that feel, do you feel at ease?
Yeah, I think that obviously against New Zealand, there was a lot of chat about me going to the IPL and not playing county cricket leading into it. And then Baz rang me and said, look, you're batting at 5. That's where you're batting. Get your head around it and let's crack on. And he spoke to me quite a bit about just imposing yourself on the game rather than anything technical, rather than anything other than just go out and impose yourself on the game. So finding the balance of doing that in red ball cricket sometimes can be a bit tricky because you don't want to look like you're slogging or anything like that. But then you want to try and impose yourself. So I come from the IPL, which is obviously T20 cricket, back into red ball. So I think I'd had 2 nets before the first game because of the rain and what have you. So finding that balance was interesting. I played pretty much a shot a ball at Lords, which also didn't go down too well. Just found the balance a bit better when we went to Trent Bridge.
Yeah, Felix, you say serene, but it felt like it's very clearly aggressive, but it did feel quite angry at Trent Bridge. And it felt very angry towards the cricket ball, really. Jimmy Neesham tweeted, I don't know if you saw this tweet. He said, why do opposing teams keep making Johnny Bairstow angry? It makes him 10 times better every time.
Wait a sec.
Jimmy says, give him a gift basket each morning. Let him know you're having his car valeted while he's batting. Anything to keep Johnny Bairstow happy. Keep Johnny Bairstow happy. Do not anger him.
I'll just jump in there with a nice little moment from Edgbaston. I hope Johnny doesn't mind me saying this.
Know what's coming here.
But, I think you were about 80 not out at a break in the first innings. Might have been lunch or tea. And Virat had been going at you on the field and giving you and sledging you quite a lot. This was early in his innings. I don't know if you've seen the strike rate difference as well. Before Virat started sledging him, it was a strike rate of 20. And after he started sledging him, it was 150. So his first words when he came into the dressing room were, when will they learn to shut it?
Excellent.
So great. Amazing.
I thought it was absolutely amazing. Like, just as Jimmy Neesham put in his tweet there, just if anyone, I've played with a lot of people over the years, but is anyone you don't want to rub up the wrong way and get them into the zone, into game mode, it's Johnny Bairstow. 100%.
Don't want to be telling secrets, please. Come on, we need to edit that.
True. Yeah. You're going to get loads of compliments now from the slips going forward in the South Africa series.
Talking of secrets, Johnny, no one knew you were coming on, obviously tail enders, but I put a little thing on called Correspondence of Uncertainty we have sometimes before shows. And a lot of people wanted Jimmy to ask you, what did Kohli say to you to get you annoyed? Is that staying on the field?
No, there wasn't actually that much. He was just chirping up, and so I just told him to shut up and get back to his mark, basically, and get back into the field. And then he told me to shut up and bat, and that was about it.
Yeah. So essentially, you obliged.
Yeah.
I just wanted to read out another tweet actually that made me properly laugh from a guy called Stirs. I think he's a tail ender.
Cheers.
He says, "It's genuinely mental that Brendan McCullum has changed England's batting fortunes by walking into the dressing room and saying, 'There's no fielders in the sky, lads.'"
Is he Australian?
But it looks like you're having the most fun. And we said to Jimmy on the last podcast, there was quite a long period in the last couple of years where, as a fan of English cricket, as a fan of cricket, lifelong fans, you go through moments of like, oh my God, I'd love to be out there. I'd love to be playing. The last 2 years, I haven't thought that at all. Not even once. But now you look from the outside and you go, I really, really wished I was a cricketer.
So true.
Have you ever had more fun on a cricket field, both of you?
I reckon Jim's the person to ask that. I mean, debut in 2003, and then, it's probably the man to answer that one.
Totally.
Cheers. I think I honestly wish I was 29 at the minute, because I'd love to play for another 10 years in this sort of environment. It's amazing. It is just fun, and it's like, I think a few things stick out for me, and obviously what Brendan brings is a bit more than just like there's no fielders in the sky, but
he is right.
Like his message after day three. After day three, we were really quite a long way behind the game. I think they were 2 or 3 down overnight with a big lead, and he just said, "I don't care if we lose this game. I do not care. But we are doing it our way. We're going to play our way for the next 2 days and see what happens." And then we come back the next morning. The captain bowls an amazing spell, gets 4 for, and then it was just, and from then on, the messages are just like from the captain and coach we're chasing these down, and like on the 4th day, Stokes is there working out the run rate to see whether we could chase it down that night.
Yeah,
and it was like 6.5 an over or something. He's like, well, we'll just see where we get to, and then they're thinking about like sending Broady in with half an hour left.
Nighthawk.
Nighthawk.
The best time to attack your enemy is when they're sleeping, is his theory. So just try and get some runs at the end of the day. But I think it's just, it's like that relaxed nature of it, but also we're all working really hard to try and be as good as we possibly can be. And then once you do that in practice, then you go out on the field and then you've got that freedom just to express yourself. Captain's telling you we're entertainers this week. We're not sportsmen, we're entertainers. And you can just feel that sort of gets everyone up off the seat, that gets everyone wanting to go out and play there. And, whether it's, for me, I want to go out there and show what I can do with the ball, whether it's swing or just show off your skills. And you can see that with the batters as well. They want to go out there and just hit sixes and put smiles on people's faces.
Last week it was entertainers. This week it was rock stars. Stokes is big.
Amazing.
Stokes is the Elvis. So just prior to the game, he gave us a full speech about Elvis, and then that's where the little pinky came from everyone. They said, "We're not cricketers this week, lads. We're rock stars." So next thing, it's like, right, let's go.
And the next thing you know, you're making 378 in the last innings of a Test match against India look easy. It looked easy. Particularly, I think a huge amount of credit, and I know you'll agree, but Alex Lees and Zach Crawley set that up just magnificently.
Yeah. I mean, the bravery, skill, and set of nuts that they both had on them to be able to go out and play in that way was a huge boost, I reckon, to everyone. I mean, Leesy running down the wicket in the first over, Jadeja coming on and him putting down the wicket to him in the first over, reverse sweeping him and then slog sweeping him. It was like, oh, right, here we go. There were 109 off. No, there were 70 off 14 overs or something like that.
Yeah.
I was asleep for half of it.
Really?
Yeah, asleep for half of it, and then said how much of a pleasure it was to watch Alex when he came off.
Yes, I heard that. Yes, calling on that because I heard your interview and you said, "Oh, lovely to watch Zach Crawley." really coming at the ball and hitting it off his legs. You didn't even see a single thing.
I watched it back, all right. I watched it back.
But that's the main thing. I think as fans, it's so enjoyable. It's so fun to watch, and you feel immediately relaxed while watching it. There was no moment in that morning on the final day. I woke up and I thought, there's no chance they're not going to win this, and that's rare, and it's amazing how it's changed that quickly. Can we try and dig into how and why the team are so relaxed? What's changed technically in terms of the build-up to a day's play, the couple of days or the day before the test match? Are there changes in terms of the schedule of things that you're doing?
Yeah, I think there's also the language that's used as well. There's no negative language at all that's being used around whether we're bowling first or batting first. From a bowling point of view, Jimmy's been told to try and get wickets. How are we going to take wickets? And the bowlers have taken 80 test wickets in the last 4 games. That hasn't happened for so long and in consecutive games. Likewise with the batters have been go out and change the game, go out and play the game and have an impression on the game. I think there's been a bit more of a relaxed atmosphere, hasn't there, Jim, when we like going to the day's place rather than having a set warm-up at 10 past 10. It's a case of, right, do what you need to do, and then we'll meet at 10 to 11 before we go out. There's a bit more empowerment, I think, towards the lads and individual prep and everything like that, rather than it being a bit dictatorial.
I've got a question, actually. Do you think that Brendan not being, because so often when people play Test cricket for England or even the English coaches, you get that sense that it's been their lifelong dream to do it, and with that obviously comes a lot of pressure and a lot of fear. I can't imagine that Brendan McCullum, even for a week before he got the coach's job, had ever dreamed of being the England Test cricket coach. And I wonder whether that sort of disconnect, that he hasn't had that build up of a lifetime of thinking like, oh, this is my moment now, has just that sort of helped? Do you know what I mean? Has that brought a sort of a looseness and ease to it?
Yeah, it might have. I honestly think the fact that both the captain and coach are so similar, and their way they want the game to be played is pretty identical. Really, it's frightening how similarly they think. The messages we're getting are we will lose along the way. We're going to lose playing this style of cricket, but certainly if we play the way we have done in the last 4 weeks, then we'll win more than we lose. But also we'll entertain people. We'll get people into Test cricket. We'll hopefully encourage the next generation of cricketers to want to play this form of the game. Yeah. And that's also hugely important role for all of us, I think.
I think by getting so bigger crowds there on day 5 of the last 3 test matches, I think that is the starting point of what we were trying to do as well. Like Jimmy said, he's just summed it up. You've got people that came into Trent Bridge, you've got people that came into Headingley, you've got people that came to Edgbaston. I mean, day 5 of a test match, it's awesome.
Johnny, it's interesting you should say that, actually, because we had a listener called Rosie who came to the Trent Bridge test. It was her first ever day at Test cricket, for that last day at Trent Bridge, got in for free, and you see that. And I think that makes such a huge difference to people's lives, because she's definitely going to go again, as well as most of the people in that ground, you know. And we're always searching for that moment as Test cricket fans, like, how does it keep living? But if you're playing innings like that, it's better than going T20 cricket, isn't it? If you're seeing that in a Test match arena, it's really special. I also, like, in a non-cricketing sense, I find it really inspiring that, like, what people are capable of in the right conditions, because it's made me even think, like, wow, like, what could you do, like, musically, or like, how does it feed into your life if you're put in the right environment? How much more could you be capable of than you think you are? So I think it's probably going to have that manifestation across all sports and England, you know.
I felt exactly the same thing. I just wanted to play the little bit of Ben Stokes after the victory at Edgbaston, just to illustrate what you're saying, Fee, is that I listened to this and I felt so inspired as well, and I thought, yes, we can all do anything. We can achieve anything we want.
The clarity that we've got within the team, within the dressing room, and it's just...
That's easy to say, Ben. I mean, how have you actually done it?
That's it. It's the language that we speak and the mentality that we get across to everybody. You know, it's amazing when you change the mindset and the language that you use in the dressing room. The results have looked after themselves in a way. It's just how we play the game. That's been the most important thing. And from 5 weeks ago, that was the main thing. And yeah, awesome.
I was on a run listening to that, and I have never run up a hill so fast. I was immediately inspired to be better.
Yeah.
One that quoted Leachy about it.
Oh, the bravery thing, yeah.
Yeah, that people may be better than us, but no one will be braver than us. Quote Jack Leach. That was brilliant.
It
Jack
really
Leach.
is. That's what he told Ben Stokes that, and then Ben parroted that on the radio a few minutes later, didn't he?
Yeah.
It's like an unbelievable film.
It's proper Gladiator, that.
Are you not entertained?
Just talking about relaxed atmosphere, I'll give you a little snippet from the end of the game as well. Johnny wouldn't be aware of this, but whilst they were knocking off the runs, we had... So the Nighthawk obviously was Stuart Broad from the evening before. Then they thought it might be good to... Because there was a new ball coming up, so they thought, well, let's try and finish it before the new ball. So if we lose a wicket, we'll send Broady in and he can just literally try and hit every ball for 6.
Yeah.
So it's like between 67 and 75 overs, something like that. So then the deeper we got, I think it was about 20 runs left, and Broady was like, right, that's me done. Someone else can go in next. So then Stokesy comes up to me and said, you've never hit the winning runs, so if we need 4 to win, and Jadeja's bowling, for example, do you fancy going in and hitting the winning runs?
Shut up.
So I was like, I just felt really uncomfortable with it. I thought it was a little bit too
Disrespectful, yeah.
So then he goes to Sam Billings, who was sort of like batting 7. He said, mate, you know, it's a great chance to hit the winning runs in a test match. And again, he was like, no, mate, you're next. You're the captain. You should go. So we ended up 20 runs left. Stuart Broad had decided he wasn't going in, so he took his pads off. Sam Billings didn't have his pads on. I wouldn't put my pads on. And Ben Stokes also didn't put his pads on. So we had no one padded up for the last 20 runs of that game.
No.
That's how relaxed everyone was. But Stokesy was like, I'll just stick them on if we lose a wicket. I'll just get them on quick.
It's like school cricket.
No, it's not. It's not even school cricket.
No, you get in trouble.
It's beach cricket.
Yeah, it's beach cricket.
Because there's stress in school cricket. There's like a stress. There's like, I've got to try and get my place for next week. There's no stress in beach. It's beach cricket.
Incredible.
Wow. It's like you go in, go on, you go. Oh no, I can't be bothered. No, you go. Oh, all right then, but I want to go to the bar. All right, well, I'll go now. Yeah. Incredible.
Can I also just say one thing that obviously I don't know him anywhere near as well as Jimmy and Johnny, but I've been so struck by over this summer how Joe Root, right? I mean, he's proved himself as a proper leader, I think, as well, because so many other people in that situation could seem highly sensitive about the situation, how it's turned so quickly. But he seems publicly anyway, when he's done the interviews, he's been able to like laugh at himself and he's gone about the game as if sort of released. And I've just sort of found that an amazing part of that calibration of a side. Is that what he's been like inside the dressing as well? Because I think it takes quite a lot of sort of emotional and dexterity to be able to be like, okay, cool, I tried, let's keep going all together type thing.
Yeah, I think so. He's back to being the little cheeky chappy that he was when he first came in the side, and he like doing his pranks and everything like that again.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, proper little so-and-so when he wants to be. But even like, so I think Rooty has to have a huge amount of credit for the last 2 years for keeping it together. I think that obviously with COVID and not being able to have his full team out because of the white ball and bubbles and everything like that, I think that obviously took a huge amount of a strain on him and everything like that. But look, like you said, it's a huge credit to him as to how he's played over those 2 years and averaging 50 through it, but also carrying on after making the decision to step down, and the way in which he's going about it, like you say, laughing at himself, that being the prankster in the dressing room and what have you. I'm sure there'll be a few stories told about that, especially over the last couple of weeks, but for another time. And it's just great to see him smiling again. You can see that his eyes have not dropped like they were. He's not as stressed as he was. He was, taking everything on top of him, and it's just fantastic to see the Rooty that we all love back, and the excitement that he's got to be back scoring runs, and he's going to break every record, isn't he?
Love that.
That's really good to hear, because we worried about that, because you could tell, and we talked a lot a few podcasts ago, a few months ago now, about how the captaincy can weigh heavy on certain people. And it makes his batting achievements, particularly in the last 18 months, even more extraordinary, that he was under that much pressure. The team wasn't doing well. Everyone was having a go at him and the team. There was, as you said, all the pandemic stuff. It makes that even more extraordinary. But I guess with Ben, he seems to be able to wear it more lightly. And we talked at length, didn't we, about Jimmy, about not wearing a blazer on that first photo call, on that first morning where he was meeting the press as the captain, and how the captaincy over a number of years has really got the better of a lot of amazing cricketers and a lot of genuinely sort of iconic cricketers. It's sort of, we talked about Hussain and Atherton, how it like really weighed heavy on them. But with Ben, it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. I don't want to jinx it, but that doesn't seem like he's a completely different character.
Yeah, he's not. I wouldn't say he's a traditionalist. Certainly, he wants to take the game and I'm guessing the captaincy into the future. You know, he wants to try and break the mould of Test cricket. You can see that the way we've played, and I do think it helps. Like, firstly on Joe, I think you can definitely see a change. He's had a huge weight lifted off his shoulders. He's done incredibly well to get through the last few years, as Johnny said, and to do it with the sort of class that he's done it with, and to still be performing as well is just incredible. And you can see how much support he's got for Ben as well, how much love he's got for Ben. They're very close, and he'll be there for him as well. He's been great on the field as well when we've needed him. And yeah, I do think it helps also with Ben having Brendan as coach and even Rob Key as director of cricket. You know, those two roles have also been quite formal in the past. So you'll see the director of cricket going to the games in a suit, and I'm not sure we're going to see Rob Key in a suit anytime soon.
Good.
So it does. I do feel like that sort of relaxed nature sort of does drip feed down from the top.
Yeah.
And those three guys, I think, are really suited to their roles and to each other at the moment.
It's just we love it so much, and long may it continue, because look, this is a game that is played by millions of people every single week for free, just for fun at the weekend, and it's so great that you're at the top of the game, being allowed to just express yourselves and have fun. It really is sort of completely remarkable. The other thing about Ben Stokes, you said he's not going to be too formal, Jim, that I wanted to pick your brains, Johnny. I think it was during your Trent Bridge innings where you hit one of your almighty sixes, and I think what I saw on the cutaway of Ben Stokes on the balcony was he like mimicked playing a video game. That's how seriously he's taking it. He's like, it was almost like a trick shot or like a cheat something. Did you spot that at all? He's just playing. He's literally playing cricket for England like a video game.
No, I didn't.
I will answer that. So he might not have even know about this, but yeah, he was. He was putting in.
So it is a thing. I spotted it right.
He's only done it at Trent Bridge. He only mentioned it once, but he was putting in the cheat code for Brian Lara cricket.
I was going to say, but I thought it was too much of an old reference. It was Brian Lara cricket.
Genuinely, yeah.
That's blown my mind because I sort of recognised it from the glory days.
He was doing the cheat code for Brian Lara cricket. Like, he knew it off by heart. So he was like X up, R1, whatever it is.
So good.
It's in the air.
Amazing, yeah.
And six.
I didn't know that.
And out.
Yeah.
Oh wow, that's no further questions, Your Honour.
That's how it felt watching it. You know, it just made it look that easy.
It's a fine commentary on Brian Lara cricket, Jimmy. You had a cheat code.
Apparently there was I didn't know this.
I was never given the cheat code.
There was a cheat code, and Ben Stokes knew it. Still knows it now.
Really?
Yeah.
God dear. I once had, I think it was Alan Butcher's grandchildren come up to me at an airport somewhere, and I said, oh yeah, I've got to photograph. And he said, would you please say up it goes and bounces once, twice, three times over the boundary? Okay, up it goes and bounces once, twice, three times over the boundary. They went running off. That was years ago. That was.
Yeah.
Oh my, good fun. I always love that podcast. You have fun on there, don't you?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, it's great. Love it.
So you were offered the chance to score the winning runs in a Test match for the first time, and you said no.
I did say no. I just felt a little bit uncomfortable doing that. You know, yes, we were in a good position.
A bit contrived.
Yeah, I just didn't feel comfortable doing it.
Let's be honest.
Yeah.
Did you not feel that if you went out there to knock off the winning runs and got your poles splattered, you might look a bit silly?
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly. I didn't. But Ben was like, "Doesn't matter. Just go and have a go at it."
I know. Well, there are many things you haven't done yet. That'd be a nice one. I remember that day when I just nicked one away and reverse swept one.
Yeah.
get the winning
Well,
runs.
that was the idea. If Jadeja was bowling, he said, go and reverse sweep him for 4. If we need 4 to win,
I'd back you to do that.
Yeah.
I would back you to do that. And also, I'm going to back England here. 111, and the umpires are on their way. I was interested to hear what they're saying about Joe Root. I mean, you can just see it. I've interviewed him 3 or 4 times this summer and chatted to him. I mean, he's back how he was, isn't he? He's back to naughty Joe in a way.
he absolutely is. Yeah, he's just. It's as if he's had a real big weight lifted off his shoulders.
Yeah.
He's back to the character that we. When he first started and came into the dressing room, just annoying people and being a bit cheeky and stuff like that. And yeah, I think it's I've mentioned it on the podcast. For him to have gone through what he has with the captaincy over the last few years with COVID and everything else, and the lack of form from the team, to still score the volume of runs that he has is an absolutely amazing achievement.
But how do you stop the England captaincy from being a burden? How can it be done so that that Ben doesn't look like that hollow-eyed in 4 years' time? You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, I think certainly in years gone by, the England captaincy has been a huge job with, and it's not just been about the cricket. There's all sorts of things that come away from it. Whether it's decision making on certain things, or and I think now the people that are in place, I think they will take that burden off Ben and let him concentrate on getting the team right on the field. Yeah,
not man managed. All the other stuff that a captain. Yeah, well, it'll be interesting because it's a bit of a shame to hear the words England captain and burden in the same sentence. We seem to hear it quite a lot recently. Anyway, that's all conversation for another day. England are in the field. And, it's always what they need here. They need wickets. And they've only got 1 slip. I thought they might have another one in there for the new ball. And it's going to be David Willey who bowls the first over. He's bowled the first ball to Rohit Sharma. We've got Shikhar Dhawan, the left-hander, of course, up at the non-strikers end. And it's just 111 for India to win. England really didn't turn up today. And, 2 of those 3 we're talking about got ducks. And so did Roy, naught. Root naught. Stokes got a first ball out. So they'd never recovered really. What were they? 53 for 6. 26 for 5. There's no way back really. Not against a quality team like this Indian bowling attack. In comes Willey then from the far end, the first ball. And Sharma turns into the leg side, going through a quick single. Oh, the throw misses. And Dhawan would have been 2 yards out. An underarm throw coming in from mid-wicket. Bairstow had 1 stump to aim at, so he was absolutely side on. Cool, that would have been interesting.
Would have been a good start for England. This would have been exactly what they needed, and Dhawan gave up. He was out of the picture. He didn't even try and dive or slide his bat. It's a quick piece of fielding by Bairstow in, underarm at the stumps, and it's not actually that close, to be honest. It should have been much closer. And yeah, as I said, Dhawan not even in the picture.
Poor call from Rohit. I think he stitched him up there. He'd never chance. Absolutely no chance.
Yeah, definitely not one. Yeah.
Anyway, they got their single because the throw missed, and now Dhawan can compose himself again. And now there are 2 slips for him. And in comes Willey. That rather plodding run. He bowls outside the off stump. And Dhawan has a look at it and lets it go through to Joss Butler. So a couple of slips as the third man down here to our left. And then backward point, extra cover. And a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And Reece Topley loosening up, going through some stretching down here at fine leg as Willey walks thoughtfully back to his mark again. Root and Bairstow at slip. And Willey again moves in bowls, and they just hung the bat there a bit and allowed that to go through. I've been talking about these outfits, Jim. I know what you think, but if you look at the slips, so they've got their backs to us. Joe Root and Johnny Bairstow like that.
Yeah.
What do they remind you of? They remind me of frogmen. Like they're going sort of deep sea diving. They've got the wetsuits on, don't you think?
Okay.
Is that not right? Sort of black. All in one sort of thing. No? In comes Willey again over the wicket, bowls, and Dhawan, he withdrew the bat, I think, probably safe to say there. And through it goes to the keeper. No?
I'm not seeing that.
You're not?
Right, no.
I'm not seeing the usual England colours.
Okay.
It's blacker than that.
Yeah, it's quite dark. Yeah.
Anyway, I won't fall out over it.
Well, it's a move away from the 2019 World Cup. It was very, very light blue, wasn't it?
It was. Willie again moves in, bowls. Dowan takes a pace down the pitch. And pushes the ball out to Jason Roy, fielding at backward point. There's no run. Some empty seats around. People still having a stretch, maybe. Wandering around the Oval or going around the museum or something. Queuing for the bars. But, it's a great crowd. It's a shame that the odds are they're not going to get much of a game, but because you never know that. But it should be all set up today. Lovely weather for an excellent game. In comes Willie and bowls, and Dowan's hit on the pad. There's an appeal from behind the stumps to start with. Then Willie joined in. But umpire Wharf unmoved, and there's no consultation really about any sort of review. And it's the end of the first over. So just that one rather harum-scarum run off it. And that's the end of that first over. So it is going to be Reece Topley. I think I rather wanted Carr to bowl, but have a look at him. But Topley's going to bowl, so it's with left arm from each end.
Yeah, I thought we might get a bit of Bryden Cast, especially seeing the bounce and the movement that the Indian openers got. I thought they might try and go for that extra pace.
You see Umran bowl the other night?
I didn't.
That was lively. There's nothing
He's
on
sharp,
him.
yeah.
Nothing on him. Honestly, you think, wow, how's he bowling at 92 miles an hour? Incredible. That was proper pace. One for no wicket, and it is Reece Topley, then another towering left armer who sets off and bowls outside the off stump. And Sharma moves into line, plays a nice shapely stroke off the back foot out to cover. And there is no run. Umpires in red tops and black trousers, and umpire Illingworth they're moving in. Maybe it's telling Topley's a bit close to the line or something like that. There was some sort of a little friendly word in the ear as the bearded Topley walked past, drying his hand on the back of his trousers, and sets off again. Quite an easy approach. He bowls outside the off stump and shorter. And again, Rohit Sharma can't get it through a tight offside field.
I know it's early days, but when India's bowled, it seemed to zip through off the wicket, didn't it? Gathered pace, a few bounced as well. The first sort of 8 balls of this innings have seemed a lot slower, whether it's just dried out a bit in the weather.
His next one is driven hard on the bounce. There's a crowd catch. That's woken them up. It was hit hard into the pitch. Beautiful stroke from Rohit Sharma, but straight to Livingstone, who's fielding at extra cover, so there's no run. Well, I think Shami's a great bowler.
Yeah, he is. Yeah,
that length he bowls, it seems almost too full, but somehow it isn't.
Yeah, he's got a beautiful seam as well. Can nip it either way.
Topley again, and Rohit could do nothing with that apart from play it back to the bowler again. But it seems like he's almost half volleys with that low skiddy run. Lovely bowler.
He's a lot quicker than you think as well. Like when you're facing him, I don't know, his action's it's quite strange at the crease, so it's sort of on you before you even know it. I know he bowls at about 87 miles an hour anyway, which is quick enough, but feels like a little bit quicker.
And there's the next one, and Rohit's down the pitch having a bit of a swipe. Gets a thick inside edge, and there's a sprawling save down in the distance, and they're coming back for the second. Quickly the throw. It's a good one actually. Butler has the bails off, but Rohit's back in his ground, and so 2 runs, 3 for no wicket. And I'd like a little lesson in how you face Jasprit Bumrah as well as a number 10 or 11. I mean, how does that go?
Well, ideally, you don't stand at the other end
if there's no choice.
He's again an awkward action. He's no run up either. He sort of shuffles in. His arms go everywhere at the crease,
stiff as well. His Topley bowls short, and he's got that away off the top edge, maybe the glove. And the ball goes flying over Butler's head and into the boundary. A bit of bad luck there for Topley. That was an uncontrolled hook shot, and it brings India 4 more. So they're 7 for no wicket after 2. They only want 111 to win. So because of where everything is, again, he must seem quicker. The ball must be there before you're ready for it, almost, is it?
Yeah, can be. And he swings it as well. Swings it both ways. Got a great Yorker. And there's not much normally when someone bowls a bouncer. You can almost get a slight tell that they're going to bowl it. There's either an extra bit of a lean back at the crease, or
bit of a grunt.
Yeah, or running a little bit quicker. But with him, you just can't see it coming, and it's just same pace whether it's short or full.
Yeah, I think those first few balls are really quite awkward. Dhawan on strike. And David Willey's waiting for someone to settle down up there in the pavilion. There used to be the dressing rooms up there behind him, but of course they're long gone now. 7 for no wicket. In comes Willey, bowls. Dhawan's down the pitch, sliced down to backward point, and Roy throws at the stumps and misses. Quite a labyrinth up there. There's that before your time, those dressing rooms up there?
Yeah.
Very useful little sort of hidden away rooms down in the bowels.
Yeah.
Where you could hide at around about 5:20 to 6 when you're playing the West Indies and they're looking for a night watchman. Very, very useful indeed. Then comes Willey, moves in, bowls down the pitch, and then has to defend once more. And there's no run. It happened to me, and I knew, because David was my captain at Leicestershire, I knew I'd be on his list, and I'd played here for a while, so I knew if you go down the stairs, turn left around a bit, there was old Ted's cupboard with his brooms and things in there. Ducked in there, was safe. And I came back up at about 5:45. Michael Holding was tearing in from this end. In comes Willey, bowls, thick leading edge from Dhawan, runs out into the offside, there's no run. Just as Pat Pocock had strapped his pads on. And actually, he just said to Bernie Thomas, who's a physio, look, I've brushed my teeth and I've gargled in case I need the kiss of life. And out he went. He survived. He survived that night, bless him. It was horrible the next morning. I felt a little bit guilty, because Percy's about 10 years older than me. Perhaps I shouldn't have done it, but look after yourself, don't you? In comes Willey, bowls on the off stump. Back goes Dhawan, playing out to cover, and there's no run.
Well, we had an interesting sort of story going through the tests that we've played so far, because normally Jack Leach is the night watchman. The last few games have been edging towards Stuart Broad.
Oh yes, this Nighthawk.
Yeah. The theory is the best time to attack your enemy is when they're sleeping.
Is that the theory?
So we're trying to up the rate at the last half hour of the day.
Can I just say one thing about that? In comes Willey, bowls, and that's turned away into the leg side, and it may be a leg by. This we'll see. Potter's down to fine leg. Alex Wharf. Nope, that's a run. That about them sleeping could not have been said by anybody who's ever been night watchman. Can it?
No.
It's horrible.
Yeah,
it's horrible out there. They are not sleeping. They are not asleep.
Well, it feels like they just wake up, the fast bowlers.
Exactly. They are not asleep.
Sniff an easy wicket.
They've just got a wicket anyway. They've just got a wicket. They're on fire. They are not sleeping. Whoever said that has never been a night watchman. 8 for no wicket. And Willey's on his way again over the wicket and bowls, and Sharma drives hard, almost deflects the ball into the stumps there, but Dhawan isn't going anywhere. He was still on his ground, and that's the end of the over. 8 for no wicket. The target is 103 runs away. That's all. So what was the plan then? That Stuart would go out swinging?
Yeah.
Wow. As night watchman,
just take them by surprise a little bit, I guess.
Well, you would.
Try and nudge the rate along, because get close to the total that we were chasing, really.
What would happen if the night watchman went out swinging and lost his poles first or second ball? Who would go in then?
Well, it might have been Jack Leach.
Oh right, so he'd be back into the sort of the...
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, that's... I mean, it's a lovely theory. Was Stuart up for it?
Funnily enough, he was, and then as he got sat down and nestled in and got the nod, right, you're in next, Jasprit Bumrah started warming up.
In goes Topley and bowls as a swing of the arms from Shikhar Dhawan outside his off stump, and no contact made, no run.
Yeah, so he suddenly became less keen.
Sort of focused the mind a bit.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not... Yeah. Well, to be honest, watching it, Jimmy, we've had no idea what's been going on. It's been incredible. Everything's so unpredictable and fun. It's been a breath of fresh air. But the Nighthawk, who came up with that name?
I'm not sure.
Ben's again.
Could have been Stuart. He likes coming up with nicknames for himself.
Topley and bowls, and that's pushed away out to point. I mean, is a Nighthawk a sort of a cartoon gladiating character or something?
sure.
No.
Not sure, but yeah.
Well, I'm looking forward
Would
to
have been
seeing.
interesting to see if it happened. Yeah.
Yeah, Ribardo. Out you go. Go a bit of a night hawk out there, Stuart.
Yeah.
Wow. I look forward to that. 8 for no wicket. Top plate, left arm over bowls, and again, it's very accurate stuff. This, and India, well, they're not under any pressure to get going, but they'd like to. But at the moment, they're being tied down. 8 for no wicket. And they're in the 4th over. Very disappointing performance by England today. They were bowled out for 110. How many overs was it in the end? Wasn't very many.
25.2.
Yeah. So only just halfway through the innings. Topley swings round. He's got 38 on his back, towering over the umpire. There's a good ball. That just moved away enough to beat that left-handed forcing shot from Dhawan. A bit of bounce.
Was disappointing from England, but you have to say it's a great toss to win because it
did a bit.
It swung, it bounced. There was some seam movement as well. That sort of live grass that was on it, the green grass.
Yep.
Very unlike the oval, actually. How it looks from here.
It's normally it's a belter they roll out, isn't it? Topley again. It's full, and Dhawan has nothing to do with it. The shoulders, arms, and it's taken by Jos Buttler. He's way back there in the distance, keeping wicket. He's got a couple of slips alongside him. And bring another one in, perhaps into the offside gully or somewhere like that. Livingston's on the way across. Moeen's on the move as well. Yeah, they're bringing an extra slip in. Maybe someone in the cordon. That's good. I mean, they've got to get wickets.
Yeah.
So just 2 men on the leg side then. Down at fine leg. And Craig Overton's at mid-on. This one's outside the off stump, forced away. And as far as Livingston there in the offside. Now, is that maiden over? Yeah, it was. Felt like it. 8 for no wicket. And Rohit Sharma 7. Shikhar Dhawan has 1. The target's 111. And we've had 4 overs so far. So So you got some cricket before the first test, haven't you? Got a couple of. Are you going to play some championship cricket? How does it work?
Possibly, yeah. But the problem is with those championship games is they're sort of in the middle of nowhere in terms of our test preparation. So they're currently playing now. I think there's 2 more after this.
Yes.
So it'll be another 2 or so weeks before the first test.
Yeah.
So whether that's ideal preparation or whether you have a slightly longer break and then build up closer to the test matches.
See, Cook got 100 today. 8 for no wicket. In comes Willie from the far end, bowls, and that almost rolls into the stumps there as he defends. Trickles past the stumps, picked up by Jos Buttler. Yeah, so you just got to do your training and do your nets and.
Yeah, well, I think from the bowler's point of view, certainly, Stuart and Matt Potts played all 4 test matches, so they'll certainly need the break, get the bodies fit again and fresh for the next challenge.
Willie moves in, bowls very full, squeezed out by Sharma, and again there's no run. Moeen fields. What do you think of Potts? I thought he looked terrific.
Yeah, he's great. I think he's definitely
inner outer wobble, and then that's about it. And he just keeps it really simple.
Yeah, he's got all the attributes to be a fantastic bowler for years to come. Yeah,
he's kept going. Very disciplined. I really like the look of him. A bit of a character too, I think, by the look of him. 8 for no wicket. In comes Willie, bowls short, and Sharma's flogged this one for 6. Well, something had to give. A bit of a long hop there from Willie, to be honest. And he's not the pace for that, and Sharma's swung it over long leg and halfway into the stand for 6.
It is a tactic that teams use against Sharma because he hits the pull shot up, but more often than not when he gets good contact like that it goes for 6.
Yeah,
but you can, every now and then, you can, because he looks to go up with it, you can get a catch on the fine leg boundary.
Well, he certainly hit that one up. And high over the steward, who seems to be on alert down there now. He's seen a bit of boisterous activity or something. Has the ball come back? There's something going on down there. There's lots of crowd looking around. I think the ball... Has the ball come back? I'm not sure what's going on there. We've got more... A steward wandering in to go and have a look. Has it hit somebody? That's what could have happened. The ball might have struck somebody in the crowd. It's being serious for a minute. I think that is what happened. We're waiting for the umpires to do something out there, but I think someone's. Oh, I think a young kid has been hit. He or she is clinging to daddy. She's got an Indian shirt on. That's rather sad. But, she's okay. She's being comforted, and there are people moving in to look after her. Oh dear, you don't want to see that. She's okay. She just looks a bit upset. In comes Willie and bowls outside the off stump, and Sharma on the back foot plays out to Moeen at extra cover, and there's no run. I think all is well, and she'll get an ice cream or something and feel better. But these balls are hard. They come flying in. In fact, they're coming down. Yeah, coming down now. The England physio's coming round. There we go. There she is. She's still clinging on round Daddy's neck. That's nice. Craig there, the England physio, is going to make sure that all is well as Willie comes in again and bowls outside the off stump, and Sharma guides that to short third man. And there is no run. So they're both just off the field of play, as it were, and just being examined, I think, to make sure that there's no serious damage done. 14 for no wicket. And Willie walks back to his mark again. England desperate for a wicket here. One slip in place as Sharma just leans forward and plays a very careful and deliberate defensive shot up to mid-off, and there's no run.
The 25.2 overs is the fourth shortest completed innings for England when they've been bowled out in a one-day international. Two of those shorter were in games that were reduced to 24 overs by rain, and they were bowled out towards the end of those 24 overs. So really it's the second shortest 50-over innings by England. And you've got to go back to 1985 in Melbourne against Pakistan. 146 all out and 24.2. That was chasing. So yeah, not great.
No, I think it was a very fine 12th man that day. not guilty. I've been dropped off the previous match. I went round the park, Jimmy.
Can happen.
It can. It's a ruthless decision. Richie Bennett said on the highlights, and Jonathan Agnew let his captain down today.
Wow.
It's quite severe, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Anyway, it's probably true. 14 for no wicket. We've got this is Cast, isn't it?
Craig Overton.
Craig Overton, sorry.
Yeah.
A change of bowling from this end, and that's turned away into the leg side for one run. So change of bowling. They've taken Topley off, and yes, it's Craig Overton bowling from this end. Tall, strongly built. I think probably the right decision from Butler is to try something different. 15 for no wicket. The target is 111. Overton runs in once more, bowls outside the off stump, and does Sharma play at that? I think Overton would say yes, and Sharma would say no, and somewhere in the middle is the truth. He seemed to hang his bat a little bit outside the off stump there, and I actually did play at it. Yeah, I did. It went away just enough. Nice ball.
Yeah, a bit of movement, and again, I mentioned the two left armers opening. Whether it was could have just broken them up with left armour, right armour, especially with the height of Overton and the height of Cars.
Overton again wearing 32, and Sharma's down the pitch as an in-swing of that one. He tucks it away into the leg side. Topley's after it and picks it up half a dozen yards inside the boundary, throws it back, and Sharma's taken a couple. 17 for no wicket. So 94 needed by India to win this first match. The second is at Lord's on Thursday, and again, I know I keep reminding people of this, but there are so many different start times these days. At 1 o'clock start again at Lord's on Thursday. Then goes Overton, shoulders rocking, and there's an inviting one swinging away from a full length. But, Sharma not to be tempted. To go through to Joss Butler. Good. Well, the England medical team have done their work anyway. They're returning towards the dressing room up there at the far end. I think all is well down to our left. So Overton spins himself a catch, swings round again, runs through all those bowling marks there in the green paint, Bowls to Sharma, who got a little thick edge here. It's going to get 4 runs for it, but again, it's in the right area. Just moved away enough. It's a good delivery from Overton, and that's a genuine edge from Sharma. But picks up 4 for it. Such is the rub of the draw in this game. 21 for no wicket.
It's well bowled again. It's getting that extra bit of bounce and some shape, and it's interesting that the breeze that blowing across the ground is from right to left from the end that Overton's bowling.
And he goes again, bowls the right-handed Sharma, who defends this delivery, plays out into the offside. It's the end of the over. You continue that thought, Jimmy. I'm going to make room here for Prakash Wakankar.
Yeah, the breeze going from right to left has just it helps Craig Overton's outswing, which makes me wonder why maybe he could have opened the bowling, keep the left armers going from the other end and swing it back into the right-handers and away from Dhawan, the left-hander. So they made the change early enough, though, so it might bear fruit as the spell goes on.
They absolutely need a couple of early wickets here if they are to make anything of this, isn't it? And for the moment, Shikhar Dhawan's looking the more suspect of the two. Hasn't really middled anything. Hasn't played international cricket for a bit. Of course, now captain for the West Indies tour, as the big guns are being rested. Topley from the far end. And he's got 2 slips from Moeen at gully, backward point, cover mid-off, offside. Here he is, bowls to Dhawan, wide outside the off-stump, left alone, and is in fact called wide.
Yes, I think this is a good change from Jos Buttler. Reece Topley swapping ends. Now he's got the breeze to help his outswinger, and that it might take him a while to get used to it because it's swung too wide there. But at least now he's got extra bit of bounce, I think, as well. He'll get the ball to bounce more than David Willey, so it could be a good option.
Here's Topley again, turns the top of his run. Nice easy run up to the wicket. It's up bowled, and down the wicket comes Sharma. He's managed to get the gap, didn't quite time it. Couple of yards to the right and he might have been in trouble, but will pick up a brace as Stokes moves around and fields. Just slicing that one.
Yeah, as you said, Dhawan's looked the scratchier of the 2 openers. He's now 4 off 18 balls, but he's now looking to try and manufacture something, trying to find some rhythm.
Yeah, that's typical of Shikhar Dhawan. Actually, he does like to use his feet early on, get one over the infield. Topley in again, bowls it down, and this time he's played it well and wide of the man. It'll run away to the boundary. May not again have timed it as well as he'd like to, but got enough on it, and that'll be his first boundary as India move along to 28 without loss.
Yeah, just getting a bit full there, Topley, trying to find that outswing, entice that drive and find an edge with he's got 2 slips and a gully ready for the catch, but just a little bit too full. Didn't swing as much as he would have hoped, and a nice shot from Dhawan through the covers.
Topley up again, past the umpire, up bowls, and Dhawan drives. An even better shot this time. Again, just stirring in length a little, as you said, Jimmy, and put away, this time very confidently.
Yeah, a bit more width this time, so it's more of a square drive, but he's absolutely crunched that one. We were questioning his timing and whether he had any rhythm, but that ball has absolutely flown to the boundary.
It's amazing, isn't it? Whether you're a bowler or a batter, 1 or 2 deliveries, either you played a couple of great shots, you get the ball exactly where you want it, and suddenly the game looks totally different. 2 balls ago, Shikhar Dhawan was looking very scratchy indeed. Here's Topley in bowls, and this time it's defended, and again, well timed to the right of Stokes. They'll steal a single. Total moves to 33 without loss. Now this will be interesting. Rohit Sharma, one of the clear weaknesses, hasn't it always been the left armour, bringing the ball back in early. Can Topley sneak one through the defence? That's what Jos Buttler will be hoping for.
Yeah, they'll need him to. He'd be looking for that length. It's a tricky one because you want to give it a chance to swing, but we've seen if you're too full on here, it's quite easy to drive.
Topley bowls, and this one's pulled. Ball's in the air, but clear of the man. Didn't time it very well, but will beat the man running around. There's Overton running around from long leg, but it was square enough. And so an expensive over, really. There's 3 boundaries off it already. Trying to get the ball to move when it was bowled to Shikhar Dhawan, trying to bounce Rohit, where he always does offer that opportunity, isn't it? Plays it very well, but as is often the case, that can be his downfall as well.
it's because he tries to play it up. He never tries to roll his wrists on it and hit it down. He's always going up with it, so that gives you the chance of the catch.
Top lane again to Sharma, this time Fuller, and defended on the offside. Moin Fields, there is no run. 37 without loss then. India off to a brisk start, chasing down 111. And one has to say that the England seamers haven't quite been able to get the kind of nip and bounce and movement. It's still muggy and overcast, but maybe the pitch is just drying out a bit as Ebony joins me. But first, Andy.
16 from that over from Reece Topley and 29 from the last 3 after the first 4 went for just 8.
How are you, Ebony?
I'm good. I was intrigued to see how India were going to go about it. Were they going to be sort of not reckless, but almost try and stamp their authority? What they have done is gave themselves a little bit of time to see the ball, and then now capitalising.
Down the leg side, left alone, and inevitably the umpire will signal wide. Overton, the bowler, coming from the media end or the end closer to us, trying to get that breeze to help him move the ball away from the right-hander into the left-hander. He's going to have to start that somewhere around the off stump if he wants that to cause any trouble. 2 slips remain in place. England need wickets. Overton is in bowls, and Shikhar struck on the pad, trying to work it on the onside. No run. 23 to Rohit Sharma, 13 to Shikhar Dhawan.
I feel like in a team like India, if you're someone like Shikhar Dhawan, you're always feeling like you've got to score runs. There's someone behind you. It's a little bit older now as well, and fresh talent coming through.
Yeah, I mean, there's a school of thought that the captaincy on that trip to the West Indies may well be sort of an opportunity for a nice swan song. Bowls, and this time Shikhar looks to hook, doesn't quite get hold of it, just nurdles it wide in the end, down towards where shot fine might have been. They'll steal a single. He'll go to 14 with that, Shikhar. But what a great servant of Indian cricket he has been. Phenomenal when he's on song. He is quite the act to see. Amazing personality, very, very calm. Unlike some of the others. Here's Overton to Rohit Sharma. Shuffles in. Short arm jab through the onside. 4 runs to square leg. Once it cleared Moeen next to the umpire, there was only one way the ball was going. Didn't really do much. Swiveled on his left foot and helped it round the corner, as it were. Terrific shot. 27 now, Rohit Sharma. The total racing up after those first 4 overs is up to 43 without loss.
Good pace at the moment. We haven't seen any movement, and so it just allows Rohit to just hang back and swivel on that one.
Overton close to the stumps, bowls down the leg side. Rohit lets it go. This will be another wide. Yeah,
it's interesting how psychologically, sorry Prakash, that obviously England's bowlers, if England had 300 on the board, the bowlers would have mostly started on the mark, but here we've seen a couple drift down leg, Reece Topley a little bit, and it's that sort of mindset part that already you're up against it, and it's hard to turn that switch.
Overton in again to Rohit Sharma. Big shuffle onto the off stump, pushed away on the onside. He'll take a single. And yet, Ebony, as Andy told us, the first 4 overs were absolutely bang on the money. They got 7 or 8 runs from it, and a couple of play and misses. But I think with those couple of shots that Rohit played, and then the first over from Topley from the far end, a couple of boundaries, just eased that pressure.
Yeah, the momentum shift, and then it's hard to. I suppose you look up at the board and it's not a huge amount to work with.
Overton to Dhawan. Dhawan this time has a nibble. Lucky not to get an edge, and that's what this is about. I mean, there would have been numerous occasions where Root or Johnny Bairstow would have played a shot maybe even worse than the one they got out on, and did not nick it. On this occasion, they did. In fact, that inside edge that Stokes got doesn't happen very often. Yeah, you can drag it back onto the stumps, but it's just been one of those days. Not a good day at the office. Overton into Shikhar Dhawan now. Goes in bowls, and Dhawan this time is playing what is one of his favourite shots, close to his body, but he has enough presence of mind. Wrists come into play, runs it down to third. They'll pick up a single.
I prefer games like this where you've had an absolute shocker and you can just chuck it
and move on.
It's the ones where you've got to unpick a million things, and you could have done small margins here and there, and then you're searching. But these games, actually, you just think, look, that was a bad day. We're not going to all stand here and worry about the forward defence or whatever it is, leaving the ball. Let's just start afresh, and they will hurt, but you can park them a lot easier.
I think that's a very good point you make. And sometimes you just doff your hat to someone like Jasprit Bumrah. 6 for, not much you can do on his day, I guess. That was a terrific spell of bowling from Jasprit Bumrah indeed, as Topley starts a fresh over into Shikhar Dhawan bowls, and Dhawan this time unable to get it really off the square. Fielded by Livingston. 28 to Rohit, 15 to Shikhar Dhawan, who's not looked his fluent best, but that second drive that he played, I thought, was getting him somewhere close to his best. He's got a task to do when he leads the team to the West Indies. Straight from here, as Topley comes in, bowls to Dhawan again. This time Dhawan looking to come down the wicket. There's a polite appeal, but might have been bad first. They're thinking about it.
Joss Butler's saying hi. Also, he did come down the wicket quite a long way. There's a lot that'd be quite a bold review.
Yeah, Butler's indication that the ball was probably too high. I'm sure we'll get a chance to see it in our replay and see how right or otherwise the England captain was. Here it is.
Was a foot outside the wicket. I think there was a bit of bat into the pad, and it was striking him on the top of his pad. So I think a lot too much going on.
Topley in bowls, and Dhawan again. There's that sort of dual sound. This time a more confident appeal from behind the wickets. Is Butler going to review that? Thinking about it, hand on hip. Conversation with and Topley indicating that maybe it was going down the leg side.
Just thinking he could do with getting his bat out a bit more in front though, Darwin. He's playing so late, he's kind of trapping.
Yeah, but that's Dhawan, isn't it? I mean,
his
if you've
style?
seen him, unless he's out there playing a forcing shot off in front or square, he plays very close to his body. In fact, sometimes too close. Here's Topley bowls, and this time he comes forward, wanting to push on the offside. Thickish part of the bat on the inside, goes to mid-wicket. Moeen fields. It's 46 for no loss. 65 runs is all that is needed. Just watching that replay again. Bat first. Yeah, you feel for this crowd, isn't it? Just a perfect day in many ways. Full crowd in, and what you'd have liked was probably a 600 game.
Yeah,
in terms
300
of runs scored. Yeah. There's Topley bowls, and Dhawan, I think, pulls his bat out of harm's way just at the last minute, lets it go through. Much better over from Topley, having gone for 16 odd in the previous one.
So we said in the last me and you, that you can't judge a wicket till both teams have played. Watching it now, though, even don't get me wrong, there was genius of Bumrah, but it still doesn't feel like a wicket that they should have been bowled out for that. Maybe a low 200 or something like that, with a lot going on, but even now, just looking at it on the other side, it's...
Yeah, the innings lasted just about half the duration. Topley bowls well outside the off stump, lets it go through, does Dhawan. And because India know what they have to get, and they don't have any pressure at all, they really can decide how they want to go about it. They need to take no risks, just play risk-free cricket, and they'll get there.
Yeah.
Might take a few more overs, but no one's going to worry about that. It's remarkable how quickly this game turns, isn't it? I mean, just 10 days ago, and both the New Zealanders and the Indian bowlers couldn't get a wicket, couldn't get Root or Bairstow out, and today it just unravelled in a different way. But as you say, Ebony, I think you're right. I suspect from a player's perspective, much easier to just sort of hit Control Alt Delete and move on.
Just park it
and say we got to win the next two if we want to win the series. Overton will continue making adjustments to, I think it's Willie down at the square leg boundary, moving him a bit square for the hook shot that Rohit plays. Almost compulsive hook is what Rohit's challenge often is. Bowls nice and full, and Rohit from on the crease really there just dabs it away on the offside. He was sitting back waiting for the bouncer, I think. Dabbed it away. He's got fantastic hands, Rohit Sharma. I mean, I remember that day in Mumbai when Sachin Tendulkar played his last test match, and in that very long conversation with various folks that he had on the ground, he was asked who would he pick to potentially break his records. Come back to that in a minute. Here's the next one from Overton, left alone. And he actually picked two players. Picked Virat Kohli and Rohit Sharma.
Well, not bad picks.
Not bad. And Rohit, of course, has taken a long time to get into his groove in terms of red ball cricket. But and Virat Kohli set a scorching pace, and now he's sort of been lapped at least by Joe Root. You can definitely say that. Can he rediscover? Here's Overton into Rohit Sharma bowls, and Rohit gets one that comes back in just a bit and defeats his defensive shot.
Just having a look at Overton, looks like he's found his line and length a bit better now, hasn't he? First over, just occasionally either a bit short, just went down the leg side, but now has just been honing in, which is good. There's not too bad picks there. Obviously, Virat Kohli was the superstar. Even if he retired tomorrow, he's still a legend of the game.
No question about it.
There's no doubt about that. The question is, can he bring it back? We all hope so.
Well, for world cricket and test cricket in particular, Overton bowls defended on the offside by Rohit Sharma. Out to backward point, no run. Very tidy over that from Overton. Rohit Sharma is 28, Dhawan's 15, and India 46 without loss, looking to get to 111.
I really wish Kohli gets it back, because I have to be honest, he's one of my favourite players. I'm sure he is for many. I think from a technical perspective, and when I've seen him pace his innings and take sides down, he's one of the best to watch.
Overton into Rohit Sharma bowls, and Rohit this time has deposited this one, I think, back about 2 rows over square leg, straight over Willie's head. Directionally it was in the right place, but it's gone over the top and someone's caught it.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm more excited about the shot or actually the guy who caught it. I think he might have gone one-handed as well. He's got a load of mates giving him the big high five, but actually I can see a grimace. I think he's got a little bit of a sting going on.
But he's on camera, so he can't show that.
He can't show it.
But 6 runs to India. The 50 comes up with that, 52. And Rohit Sharma is up to 34. Overton in again, bowls. Once again shot. This time he's gone in the air, but he's gone finer. And the ball, I think, is 1 bounce. We'll wait for the umpire to check that and signal. Illingworth's on his walkie-talkie. And it is 4. 1 bounce over the long leg boundary. So 10 runs coming off the last 2 balls. And India now galloping along, one has to say. 56 without loss. 55 shy of completing the formality which began with that unbelievable bowling effort by Bumrah.
Yeah, the problem there for Overton as well is just the line of those short balls really coming. You said Sharma almost hits compulsively or just gets his hands through it. And it's one thing if you get it on the right side of the ice, almost that tricky length over off stump, but he's getting down that leg side which he can just swivel on.
Yeah.
So he cashed in on a couple of boundaries. The score is racing away.
It is, and Topley is going to continue. And he's got an observation.
But some a little more on Bumrah's spectacular performance. He hit the stumps 4 times in almost 4,500 ODIs. Only the 32nd time a bowler's bowled out 4 or more batsmen in one innings. Only the 4th against England, one of which was Joel Garner in the 1979 World Cup final, and the 3rd for India.
Topley in to Dhawan. Dhawan comes down the wicket, doesn't quite get hold of it, fielded it mid-on.
Bumrah was also responsible for one of the previous 2 against Bangladesh in the 2019 World Cup, and the other was Anil Kumble back in 1993 against West Indies in Kolkata. So a pretty rare feat, hitting the stumps 4 times.
You can see when Andy's doing all this that he's been really impressed by this spell, and he's going to find all kinds of pieces to sort of put it together. Topley to Dhawan down the wicket. Now Dhawan's getting a bit impatient. Another rather ugly looking stroke, really. He was aiming, I think, through the offside, thick inside edge, out to Moeen, who fields at mid-wicket.
We have discovered that Andy's superhuman. Look at the size of the text on his screen. I don't think there's a human that could read that, but Andy Zaltzman. And especially when there's stats as well. I mean, for anybody who normally looks at text on your phone or computer, it's a nice 12, font size 12. This is like a font size 4, full of stats.
I suspect he just makes us feel that he's human by looking at it. He actually knows it all in his head. Here's Topley, and he backs away. Does Dhawan. Again, there's some movement behind the arm. More opportunity, Andy, for you to share something with us.
Despite the minute font size, I can tell you that Bumrah is only the 4th bowler to bowl out 4 players in a men's ODI international twice in their careers. As I said, Bumrah did it in the World Cup against Bangladesh and today. Brett Lee did it twice for Australia. Shoaib Akhtar did it twice for Pakistan. And Waqar Younis 3 times for Pakistan. Those are pretty tidy, high-paced bowlers in that list. Waqar Younis, the only player ever to bowl out 5 in a men's one-day international.
There we go. Elite company there. I think the problem has been sorted, and Topley is in again. Both with Dhawan, who works it on the onside. Thinks about a run, but Bairstow's there, and there'll be no run. So
he keeps coming at him, doesn't he? But it's not quite worked yet. Obviously, it's a strategy to just come down the wicket to Topley, trying to affect the length, and then he's looking to go down the line. But Topley's just dragged the length back a fraction.
And he's also worked it up, cranked it up a bit. That was 87 miles, that last ball. So maybe that's one of the reasons why Dhawan's not finding his timing. Topley bowls, and this time Dhawan thinks about helping it round and does well in the end to actually sway away from it. Old-fashioned way, lets it go through to the keeper. 1 for the over signalled. Rohit Sharma looking clearly the more fluent of the two. Dhawan's played a couple of drives on the offside, the second of which was probably his best shot, but he's overall looked not quite at ease with this effort so far. Walks around as is his nature, now settles, waits for Topley. Topley is in, bowls, and Dhawan lets it go outside the off stump. Shikhar Dhawan, almost every delivery you will see he'll walk away towards square leg, he'll come back, then he'll hold his grip up, look at it, and then come back into his stance. Each batter really has their own little routine, isn't it?
Makes a difference.
Steve Smith.
It makes a difference.
Here's Topley again bowls, and Dhawan drops it at his feet on the onside. This one got up quite awkwardly for him, and that indeed is the end of Topley's 5th over. He's bowled 5, none for 22. Ebony, more thoughts from you, and then to continue commentary, it will be Alison Mitchell.
Well, it's all looking pretty comfortable at the moment for India. They're not coming out and playing wild shots or trying to really be ruthless with England, taking it to them too aggressively. They're just actually playing very smart cricket. If the ball's good and in the area, they're showing the full face of the bat and respecting the delivery. And then when there is that ball to capitalise, whether it's the short ones we just saw from Overton, they're making the most. So India in the driving seat, Ali.
Afternoon, Ebbs, they certainly are. At the power point mark, 10 over mark, when India were 56 without loss, I just compared back to where England were, which was 30 for 5.
Oof.
After 10 overs, 10 whirlwind overs when wickets just kept tumbling. But Bumrah was spectacular, really, wasn't he? And the fact he got 4 bowled and 2 caught behind for his 6 for 19. Bowled at pace, accuracy, there was enough movement, there was swing, there was movement off the pitch, wasn't there too? And England weren't able to just sit back and absorb that pressure, think, yeah, we've got 10 overs, doesn't matter if we don't go all out blazing, but they absolutely were undone. Here is Overton then, in now to Rohit Sharma, forward, angles the bat defensively, runs it out towards backward point, and then there's no run. It's a cruise for them, isn't it, at the moment? 11 overs in, only 55 more runs needed. So this is taking on a 2020 game pretty much, doesn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. The game is moving along on a canter. I suppose the Indian fans are happy. You can hear the dolls coming out. They're banging away. If you're an Indian fan, you see your team absolutely, come out and bowl stunningly at the opposition. You can get into it.
Overton in, bowling full, stroked out to deep cover. There's a fielder on the boundary, moves into field. Yeah, the drums are adding to the atmosphere. It was quiet. I thought the drums actually would have picked up earlier in the day when Bumrah was ripping through England, but actually the crowd was just, even Indian supporters were super stunned at what was happening. 57 for no loss.
Yeah, no, I think they must have just been so surprised, or maybe they hadn't made it in there. Sometimes you think, I'll let the crowd go in, I'll come in half an hour later. And then you rock up and the team's like 5 or so down.
Well, there's definitely an empty seat here, because a friend of mine was in a work meeting this afternoon from lunchtime as Overton is in around the wicket now, down the leg side. Looked as if he shaped to follow it, Darwan, but didn't make any contact, and through to the keeper. It's a wide down that leg side. So 1 more to India's total as they chase this 111 they need. They're 58 for no loss now in just the 12th over. So went into a work meeting intending to, come along later, But when he came out of his work meeting 2 hours later, found that England were at that point like 59 for 7 and thought, is there any point? Here is Overton around the wicket into Darwin, pulled away nonchalantly, well connected for 4. Behind square, and he just picked that length beautifully.
Yeah, really nice swivel shot here. Craig Overton has had a couple of short balls dispatched, a couple by Rohit Sharma, and then now. And really, it's the key has been the line. He's not been able to really probe that awkward line around the off stump or just out. He's been drifting down to the leg side, so they've just been able to swivel on the ball. It's now a bit of protection out.
Yeah, if he happens to slightly miss Q1, what goes aerial, there is a backwards square out 2/3 of the way back. Overton around the wicket again, but off stump this time. Drop and run, no, is sent back because cover David Willey. Oh, and there's going to be a run on an overthrow now. And they've scampered through for a single. Willey was very enthusiastic with the throw towards the stumps. It went well wide, gathered in the deep, so it is just the one, but nevertheless another one. 63 without loss now in the 12th. One thing I wanted to mention to you, Ebs, that I went out to the toss this morning, lunchtime, went with it this afternoon, and at the toss there was a little mascot wearing an Ace
It was Nathan.
t-shirt.
It was Nathan, one of our little scholars, who is
Overton over the wicket now. He defends, and Overton's fallen over in his follow through. They'll scamper another one here as the ball is picked up by Stokes. 64 that loss. He's still on the ground, Overton. Is he all right? He's staying down. In fact, he's got his legs stretched out in front of him. Bairstow's gone forward to give him a helping hand up, and he is back on his feet, kicking away at the loose dirt at the crease line.
Yeah, and little Nathan. So it's the Ace Royal London Day today. So our charity has been given the opportunity to get branding all around the stadium, and a lot of our scholars are here. People from Ace all around the country, London, Bristol, Birmingham.
Well, that's it, because you have expanded, hasn't it?
Yeah, we've gone to the north, so we're setting up in Leeds, Manchester, and Nottingham.
Overton in now. Darwin, who's on 20, angled into him, tucks him up, and he can only defend it back into the path of Overton, who picks up to end the over. So 64 without loss after 12, needing another 47 here, India.
Yeah, it's been a special day. So it's the second time we've had it, and also the women. There'll be a women's game later on in the summer as well, which will have the branding as well. And I think it's really just to create awareness for the cause. We're trying to diversify the sport. It's something that we all know has been something that cricket's trying to do, and what we're, I suppose, doing is supporting talent to be able to kick on, and then bringing other young people who maybe never thought cricket was for them, and creating an opportunity. So it's been going really well, and just, yeah, today's a special day to see all the kids and their families and coaches come together.
And we'll see, won't we, when the 100 starts, there's a player signed for Birmingham Phoenix who's come through the Ace Academy.
Yeah, little Davina Perrin.
Yeah.
So she's on our Ace Elite program. So she was ready within the game when Ace started, but they reached out for mentoring, connection, extra support. She trains up at Birmingham with the Ace group there.
We've got Bryden Cast coming into bowl from the pavilion end here into Rohit Sharma with one slip in place. He bowls full, and Sharma's just laid a bat on it, and the ball's racing away past point for 4. Jason Roy positioned at point, but the ball fizzed along the ground. He just really leant into it defensively.
That was too easy, really. There wasn't any movement. Obviously, he's got pace, and he's someone who can get the ball down quickly, but he just bowled it really full and wide, basically. And Rohit Sharma has cashed in. But yeah, Davina, I have to tell you about this youngster throughout this over.
So Cast turns at the end of his mark, in again to Rohit. India needing 43 more now. Drops into the offside now. At the far end, Darwin's out of his ground, but Roy can't throw the ball cleanly. Picked it up, made the motion as if to release the ball, but it flicked out of his fingers. He actually did quite a neat keepy-uppy with his feet there, but Darwin able to get back into his ground.
Yeah, sorry, so she's the youngest player. She's just been signed to the 100 for the Birmingham Phoenix, so if she plays this year, she'll be the youngest player to play in the 100 full stop. We've known her since she was 12. She's been breaking junior records forever. She got into Central Sparks and played at 14 last year, which is the women's regional tournament. She's a serious player.
Just having that support, isn't it? Here is Cast again. Has he beaten the bat? He has. Through to Jos Buttler, but England crucially have never been able to find the edge yet today. There has been balls which have beaten the bat, as well bowled by Cast and gathered by Buttler, but England yet to take a wicket, which would be a really pummeling defeat if India romp home with all 10 wickets in hand here. But yeah, some youngsters might already be in the system but need a little bit of extra mentoring support or financial support,
exactly.
direction. Cast in with one slip in place, and down into the ground, and a sliding stop by Jason Roy chasing back towards a short third position. And a single is taken, 69 without loss. India now 42 away from their target.
Yeah, it's been really nice, someone like Veena, for example, like, I suppose from my point, I've been able to speak to her about everything from great game plans. Sometimes she's trying to make a decision, do I do this with my game, do I do that? And I don't tell her what to do, I just reflect on how I thought about it. And as an adult, I always think actually with talent, they know the answer, they just need an environment that helps them find the answer. You don't have to tell them anything. And so I always sort of reinforce, we had a chat about a week ago.
Dhawan with Root standing at first slip, facing Cars. Can't get the single away. Fielded short extra cover. No run.
Yeah, and we're just talking about some things she was thinking about doing in her game. And she throws it to me and I say, listen, you know the answer. Let's go through the options, and you kind of talk it through and the consequence. But ultimately, I think it's really important that the best players, I think, develop thinking for themselves.
Well, actually, that's an important part of coaching or mentoring, isn't it? To ask questions and actually get your mentee or your player to find those answers themselves. He'll drop and run this time, Dhawan. He's desperate to take these quick singles, and he can't. Getting back inside his ground again. England are fielding nice and tight and closely here. It's the end of the cast over. He's conceded 5, 69 without loss after 13. India chasing 111 to win, need just 42. So you can get some coaches who would be quite
dictatorial almost,
and instructive, but then that doesn't actually allow the player, who's then got to be out on the field on their own, to problem solve for themselves. Yeah, and it's a really interesting coaching is a really interesting talking point in tennis at the moment, having just come off Wimbledon, that the men's tour, the ATP, are about to start experimenting with allowing on-court coaching, which has happened in the women's tour, but not in the men's. Andy Zaltzman is dead against this, but of course it doesn't happen in Grand Slams at all for the women even. It's a sort of debating point, because is part of glorious sport is seeing players have to work it out for themselves. Cricket, you can have drinks breaks where messages might come out, but largely. Here is Ben Stokes bowling in an ODI here at the Oval. We wondered whether he would get around today, Butler suggested, but big swing and a miss from Rohit Sharma first up. The ball goes through to Butler.
It's an interesting one, isn't it? I remember there was a whole drama with Serena Williams that she got docked points, didn't she, when they thought her coach was giving on point. I suppose there's a difference, because you actually are a team, and team sport, you can go to your mate on the field and talk to them. Where you're an individual, she would have been working with her physio, her coach, and then you're left isolated in that moment. I'm open to it.
But then that's a really compelling part of that particular sport. Stokes in again over the wicket, tighter line this time. A little dabble maybe from Rohit, not able to lay bat on ball yet to Ben Stokes, through again to Butler.
I can tell you're thinking from a journalist perspective, and I'm thinking from the athlete, and I'm thinking I need my mates, help me out, what should I do? When it's gone wrong, someone wants sometimes to say, it's all right. Well, that's all they say, it's all right.
I tell you what, who would want to be Nick Kyrgios's coach, though, on the sidelines, where he's actually able to have a conversation with you? So, well, at the moment it's very one way. I mean, maybe the coach is going to like it because they'll actually be able to speak back, but it'll make for compelling telly. Here goes Stokes again, straight to Rohit, and he angles it, deflects it away behind score on the offside, no run.
I'd prefer it if the other player's coach was the one that was allowed to speak.
Oh, and that would be spicy, wouldn't it?
What kind of tournament is that? All right, you give some advice over there.
Yeah.
Just, a bit of sledging between games.
Well, let's get Rahul Dravid to come down and deliver drinks to the to the England team. We'll send Matthew Mott in to run something out to Rohit and Shikhar Dhawan. Stokes turns at the end of his mark. His last ODI was last year at Edgbaston, using his feet to try and come forward this time. Rohit, change of approach, but he has to defend at the last minute, back up the pitch, and no run. Deep Dasgupta has moved into Ebony's chair.
Yeah, it's just so good to hear Ebony speak about what she's doing with the younger lot. It's just unbelievable, amazing work that she and her team is doing with these kids.
Yeah, no, it really is. And good to see it recognised today at the Oval in front of a full house, who thought they were going to see much more cricket than they actually are today. India needing 42 to win, but Stokes is doing his best to try and find a breakthrough. And strayed on towards leg stump that time, and Rohit is jogging a single as he nudged it behind square on the onside for 1. He's on to 45, 70 without loss. Leg by, rather, so Rohit stays on 45. 13 overs gone of England's bowling efforts.
Yeah, it's been one of those days, right, where the Indian bowlers have found the edges and the English bowlers haven't. They've beaten the bat as many times, perhaps, but they haven't really found the edges.
Darwan on 20. England keeping that one slip in place. England bowled out in the 26th over of their innings. Stokes in, clipped along the ground past square by Darwan. Fully in control. Jogs through for 1. And India easing their way towards this meagre target, just 111 they need. It's the end of that Stokes over, and that will put them 1-0 up in what's a 3-match series here. It's not part of the World Test Championship, but 3 ODIs, and all part of a pretty hectic little run of matches for England in white ball, because they've got 12 fixtures inside 25 days. It was 3 ODIs with India, 3 T20s and ODIs against South Africa as well, and then the 100 starts, and yes, there's a lot.
The South Africans are halfway through a warm-up match currently against the England Lions.
As Cars is continuing here into Darwan, he's up on his toes. That surprised him a little bit. It looked like maybe a little bit of extra bounce from Cars, defended to the offside, no run.
Sorry, well over halfway through. South Africa made 318 for 9. Very strong team they put out. But England Lions are 183 for 2 in the 22nd over, going at 8.5 and over. Will Smeed, who's starred in the shorter formats, 84 not out off 54 currently.
Oh yeah, he's batting like he did in the 100 last year. Will Smeed, goodness, they've taken a leaf out of the Brendan McCullum, Ben Stokes partnership for the Lions. Carson full down the leg side, taken by Butler, so wide signalled by the umpire. India then 72 without loss. Deep, the next World Cup in India, notable of course in the 50 over format. The last 3 World Cups have been won by the home team, haven't they? India in 2011, Australia 2015, England in 2019. India's turn again.
I hope so. I hope so. They would be obviously firm favourites at home, and also, I mean, boils down to the kind of cricket that India would be playing in the next year or so before the World Cup.
Passing to Darwan. Defending to the offside again. He makes this sort of really darting motion as if he believes there's a single to be stolen every time ball hits bat, but it means that the bowler's really got to be on his toes in his follow through to field, and Cast did field in his follow through.
It's also important that these two have played a lot of cricket together, because just what you mentioned, that can put some of the other batters maybe off a little bit, looking at him running, making that initial quick movement, looking for a single. Most of the times there isn't any. It's just that intent of taking a single that can actually put the other guy off.
In comes Cast, tall, long-legged bowls. Here is a quick single, stroked it down the ground to mid-off. It's fielded and they get through comfortably. I mean, that you wouldn't think he's needing to find quick singles here, because there's all the time in the world here. We've got 14 overs in, that's all. Another 38 needed.
Yeah, but for Shikhar, I guess, one, this is how he bats, and also the fact that he doesn't play a lot of international cricket, because this is the only format that he plays. The last time he played was, I think Andy just told me about it, February, right, Andy? February against West Indies was the last international game he played.
Sharma on strike, who's been scoring less than a run a ball. That's really cramped him for room. If he tried to run it and really played with his hands close to his body, rehearses that stroke, trying to stroke it out through the covers, and it's a dot ball. Cast picks up in his follow through. Big sleeve of tattoos on the right arm, a tattoo winding down the inside, and scrolled writing, that looks to be, on the inside of his left arm as well. Got some good competition for arm tattoos in the England team. Not least Ben Stokes.
I think across the cricketing world, I guess.
It's a fair amount. Stokes has got a tremendous artwork across his back. Full, and this is stroked, but only as far as Moeen at cover, who has almost tripped himself over as he's fielded that. The result is a dot ball. And Sharma set off thinking they might take one, and perhaps on the misfield thought they might get one, but Moeen almost did a bit of a commando roll there before he righted himself to pick up. 73 without loss, the score remains.
Yeah, so just going back to that Shikhar issue point again, I mean, obviously he's looking a little rusty, the fact that he also does not play too many domestic cricket either, too much of it. So obviously he's looked a little rusty. It's important, I mean, all these 3 games, especially for him.
Cars in. It's trying to go for a big heave. I struck on the pad. There's an appeal here as the ball's running away towards the deep third boundary, and Topley is there to pick up. And England have asked the question. I want to go upstairs for this. It's Rohit on 45. England have really barely been close to a wicket throughout this run chase so far. But Jos Buttler, wicket-keeper and captain, says, yep, Bryden Cars, let's go upstairs.
Yeah, Jos Buttler, I don't think even kind of asked Cars about it, because I just saw Cars saying it might be too high. Jos Buttler just went straight away for it.
Well, the appeal definitely came from Cars. 73 without loss is the score. It's a big heave. It's him on the back thigh, and that is a pretty good review, I'd say, unless it is height. But I think Rohit could be in trouble here.
He could be, actually. Looks kind of straight. Height is the only question, it seems. Back leg, thigh, but his back leg was also bent. So obviously this is going to be interesting.
So impact in line, no question about
it's
that.
It's pitching outside off, impact in line, and wickets is umpire's call. I'm going to go back to Alex on field. Stand by. You can stay with your original decision. You're on screen. Signal now.
That's the voice of Richard Kettleborough, the TV umpire. So umpire's call. So yeah, you can't say a bad review because it was close, but unfortunately for England, not close enough. And so Rohit and the captain survives on 45 alongside Dhawan 22. And if you are wondering why England are chasing such a low total, India are chasing such a low total here, where England were bundled out for 110 in 25.2 overs. Bumrah 6 for 19, Shami 3 for 31. They both bowled brilliantly with the new white ball. But England, it just stunned the crowd that they were blown away so early. Ducks for Roy, Root, Stokes and Livingston. Bairstow, after 4 test hundreds in 5 innings, was out for just 7 off 20. And Rishabh Pant had 3 catches behind. Caught very well, a couple of one-handed diving catches. And Jos Buttler was the top scorer for the England innings with 30 off 32. But Liam Livingston shimmied far too cross across to the offside. Got a brilliant in-swinger from Bumrah that took out leg stump. And that was the 4th duck in the England innings. And really, by then, it already felt like it was game over. Yeah. So it's been just an extraordinary game, really, considering the form that England have been in. Change of bowling here. Spin and Moeen Ali is coming into the attack to Rohit, who plays a neat little paddle sweep, and he's running it down to fine leg. It will be cut off inside the boundary. And they'll come back for the second. David Willey is fielding down there in front of the dugout in the wide-brimmed sun hat, which he probably hasn't really needed today because it's been overcast. But that certainly helped the ball to move earlier, didn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I'll tell you what, if England managed to get around 180, 190, that could have been a game on maybe. But I guess 110 is not enough. Never going to be enough.
Moeen over the wicket. Rohit looking to work him away through the covers. Can't get it beyond the circle, and Liam Livingston fields. There's no run. Moeen has removed his hat to bowl in. Royal blue coloured cricket shoes here. Moeen forward. Sharma defending to the onside. Need to get quite low to these deliveries, looking to smother if there is any turn from Moeen. Over the wicket he goes. Made some room to force this away down to Cars in front of us at long off.
Yeah, every time Rohit's on strike against the off spinner, you first thing you do is have a look at the mid wicket region. Is that empty? And when is he going to go try and go over mid wicket?
Well, there is a fielder stationed on the deep mid wicket boundary. It was stationed, still is stationed here as it's Dhawan. And Jos Buttler is looking to direct traffic and figure out what field he's going to have for Moeen bowling to the left-hander. And it's all change at the moment. There's figures running everywhere. Willey and Topley. Are they just simply swapping places? No, Willey's going to field mid-wicket. And Topley's on the edge of the circle.
Interesting.
Behind square.
No one's in the 45, a shot fine. He plays the sweep well, all kinds of it, paddle as well.
Around the wicket's left-hander, a bit more flight that time from Moeen. Stroked out past Jason Roy. There's a chase for Stokes, and he's able to cut it off. Bends down one-handed in front of an Indian flag on the advertising hoardings as Dhawan's back for a comfortable 2. He's on to 24, and India are just 32 away from their target, 79 without loss now.
Yeah, Shikhar is kind of getting himself in, as we were talking about, not much international cricket, so taking his time.
24 or 47 balls for him, a bit quicker that time from Moeen. He's forward, Dhawan, getting well over the ball to smother any turn. It's the end of Moeen's over, so England are still wicketless, and India 79 without loss. Sharma on 48, Dhawan on 24. Shreyas Iyer would have been sitting with his pants on from the start of the innings, and Suryakumar Yadav coming in at 4, and still watching with sort of wonderment really at some of those shots that he played in his T20 100. It was extraordinary, wasn't it?
Extraordinary. It was a very, very special innings from Surya. I mean, that just again reiterates the kind of skill set that he has. I mean, he's so wristy. I mean, we've seen a lot of wristy cricketers over the years, but this guy's right up there as far as, being wristy is concerned, or using his wrists.
Rohit on 48. This one sits up and it's pulled over the boundary for 6. What a way to bring up a 50. And India's captain here brings up a half century. And wow, he's absolutely dispatched that. I'm not sure whether it's caught in the crowd, but the Indian flags have been raised aloft.
But that's not where you generally bowl to Rohit, not once he is set, because he's so good playing that pull shot. He plays it off the front foot, doesn't really go onto the back foot as such, but he picks up the length very early.
Cars in again. Oh, that's Crampton Faroum. He's dropped the bat down on it, inside edge into the ground. It bounces then away harmlessly towards Jos Buttler. Could have maybe cannoned onto his stumps, but 54 not out off 49 balls now. Andy's got the stats on the 50.
Yeah, 2 sixes and 6 fours. It's his 74th in one-day international cricket. 29 of those are centuries. It's a great record in England. It's now 14 50-plus scores in 25 innings, averaging 69 with a strike rate of 90. Had a superb tournament in the World Cup in 2019.
He did, didn't he? 500s, wasn't it, in the World Cup? That one played back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, it was stupendous there. And of course, the 3 double hundreds he's got in ODIs as well. He's just a phenomenal.
And that's the thing with Rohit, right? Obviously, he initially made his name playing white ball cricket, and then now he's become so good in Test match cricket, and at an age and a stage in his career where he really didn't have to worry too much about Test cricket, but then just tells you how important Test cricket is for him to make those adjustments for Test match cricket.
India 26 away. Carson, it's a full toss and it's smeared past point for 4 more. India might start to gallop towards this target now.
Yeah, bossing it now, Rohit. Used his feet and converted that into a full toss as well, and made some room for himself. And good batting from Rohit. Yeah, just made some room and then opened the face of the bat. Yeah, this guy can do everything, Rohit Sharma. And what I really, as I mentioned, what I really love about Rohit Sharma is his willingness to play Test match cricket.
Carson, this has been spooned high in the air, but he's got enough on it to clear the ropes again. This is even bigger. Well, 2 sixes in the over, the boundary as well. The finish line well in sight. And that was just a pickup.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if you want a bowl shot as in a proper bouncer.
They're not getting up, are they?
No, anything around that waist or a chest region, nah. Rohit's too good for that. I mean, I'm sure the team management must have spoken about that length to the English bowlers, but that's not working against Rohit for sure. Either you bowl short, as in get it high enough around that shoulder region, not that.
India only needs 16. Now where does Cast go this time? A little fuller again, and this time it could be 2 out through mid-wicket. Rohit's turning for the second. Livingston comes in from the deep to field. Well, big over. Big over. The 50 brought up by Rohit Sharma as well. And India 97 without loss. Cantering, galloping towards their target of 111. Deep Dasgupta is here with us on Test Match Special. And so too, in a moment, Deep is going to be Jonathan Agnew alongside.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it's also important for Rohit to bat the way he is, because he doesn't want to lose momentum. He's in great form, good nick. He's been, hitting the ball really well. He just wants to continue batting in the same fashion. And what it's also doing, his innings, is kind of not putting any pressure on Shikhar, who's, again, just has looked a little rusty, wants to get his eye in and get some runs or get some game time under the belt, to be honest, because a couple of games here and then he's leading the Indian side over at the West Indies, where India is travelling straight after from here, playing a few ODIs and then a few T20Is as well.
Excellent. Well, it's been a bit of a trouncing, hasn't it? Let's be honest. Heading for a 10-wicket victory here. And Rohit there really taking cast to the cleaners, peppering the stands. But anyway, England haven't turned up today. It's as simple as that. And once they lost those first 3 top-order batsmen, all for ducks, Roy, Root and Stokes, 8 balls between them they lasted. I think the writing was probably on the wall against this very strong Indian side. So it's one, I'm afraid, for England just to forget about, really, and come back on Thursday at Lord's and aim to do better. But I've not seen much. I've been chatting to Gary Sobers, actually.
I know, I met him as a fanboy moment.
There you
I've
go.
taken a picture as well.
Have you?
Yes, I have.
Well, it'll be our interval for Thursday. He's an elderly old boy now, Gary, and I've been very lucky to work with him a lot over the years, and he's still got a twinkle in his eye.
Oh yeah.
We'll be hearing that little chat.
Yeah, I was reminded the last time he was here, he got 150.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I think he got 150s virtually everywhere he went, didn't he?
Exactly.
But from such a humble beginning, hardly at school, father died very young, and just playing cricket on the road or in the park or whatever, and he turns out to be, probably the greatest all-round cricketer there's ever been. Absolutely. From that sort of humble beginning, no coaching. It's a remarkable story, really.
Seriously.
It's incredible. Playing against adults at a young age with fast bowlers trying to sort you out as a young kid if you're in there and dared to hit them for 4, all that sort of stuff, And, absolutely amazing man, and lovely to see him.
And he just walked in, obviously, with another gentleman, and he was starting to introduce Sir Gary as he doesn't need introduction.
I possibly know who he is. Yeah. Now we've got Moeen coming on. 97 for no wicket. 14 needed. That's all. Shikhar Dhawan on strike. As Moeen bowls to him, and he just leans forward. He's having a bit of a net, really. Roy Fields at cover, and there's no run. 3 out there's 2 out actually in the leg side boundary. Because Overton here is within the circle at mid-on, and Dhawan again just bat and pad together. And Moeen Fields in his follow-through. It's a deep point and a long off. There's a slip as well. They're optimistically hoping for a catch, but the game is up as far as England are concerned. And Dhawan, he's going to block our maiden here by the look of him. He's not even trying to score a run.
His favourite is a sweep shot. He still hasn't. He's played 4 deliveries of Moeen already.
Yeah, he had a little look over his shoulder there. As Moeen moves in, bowls to him, down the pitch he comes and heaves him away for 4. No, it hasn't. It's stopped. It plugged. It looked there if that would go for 4 runs, but it hit the surface and just stopped. So Livington's able to throw that back again. They just take 2.
Yeah, good wedge player, it seems.
It's like an approach to the green, isn't it? It just stopped completely. 99 for no wicket, 12 to win. And Moeen pauses for a moment, moves in round the wicket again, and Dhawan leans back, chops that away into the offside, beats the man on the edge of the circle. But the sweeper will have that coming round from point. Nasty throw coming in there from Bairstow, but the 100's up for no wicket. Sharma's on strike. And India need just 11 to win this first of 3 50 over one-day internationals. So it's been a stroll in the park because it's only the 18th over. So we've had fewer than 45 overs bowled in the game. There's Moeen turning to the leg side again. Rohit just trots the single. That'll keep him on strike. And it's 101 for no wicket.
It's the 18th century stand these two have shared in ODI cricket. That puts them joint 3rd in most century stands in one-day internationals. Rohit's also shared 18 with Virat Kohli. Dilshan and Sangakkara of Sri Lanka 20 100 stands together and way out in front. Ganguly and Tendulkar 26 century stands in this format.
And how many one-day internationals have England lost by 10 wickets? I think I've got 1 at Headingley against Sri Lanka.
No, I think Sri Lanka lost a wicket now.
Did
Was
they
that
lose
the
a wicket?
Jayasuriya?
Yeah, did they lose a wicket, did they?
Yeah.
Kalawitarana. Okay. Can't be that many.
5.
This will be number 6.
Yeah.
If it happens, right? Okay. Cast is going to continue, and is going to. I don't know if he could keep bowling short to Rohit or not. In he comes anyway, bowls to Sharma, who flicks him through mid-wicket, runs here for India, the ball heading out towards the boundary, long sprint there for Livingston, making his way around, a big dive, and he slips as he throws that back, and they take 2. 8 to win.
Rohit and Shikhar would also be one of the most successful opening pairs in ODI cricket, and I believe will be at least in the top 4-5.
They are in the top 4. They've passed 5,000 runs added as openers in this innings.
Cast wheels round, he starts off on the edge of the 30-yard circle. Rohit's waiting for him with a slip short, pulled away out towards deep square leg for 6. Well, a howl goes up down there from the Indian supporters. Flags are waving. Bit of a flatter on that one. Cast shakes his head, but I'm sorry, Bryden, I think you might have learned by now, if you bowl that length to Rohit, I was probably only going to end up one place.
Yeah, I was about to say that he doesn't watch too much cricket, does he? I mean, you don't bowl there to Rohit.
I don't think so. They've just swiveled off the hip. That he does hit it up, as Jimmy Anderson was saying, but he also hits it a long way. 2 to win. 109 for no wicket. And Cast runs in again. The straight approach, he bowls to Sharma, who turns into the leg side, and they'll get a single. So the scores are level. 110 for no wicket. A very big, and I think a very disappointed crowd, frankly, today. It's an expensive day out. Hope for better than this. I'm sure England will be pleased that they've won, of course, and they're celebrating down there to our right, but I think they'd like to have seen a nice last over thriller around about 8:30, course to 9. Instead, it's going to be all over damp squib at 5 to 5. 1 to win. In comes Cast. Bowls slashed away for 4 by Shikhar Dhawan, who tucks his bat under his arm, says thanks very much. And that is one of the more one-sided 50 overs one-day internationals you'll see. A bit of disappointment for the crowd. England didn't turn up. That's taking nothing away from India, who had England under the cosh from the very start. 26 for 5. No coming back from that. And the runs knocked off in the 19th over without losing a single wicket.
Yeah, it was a good toss to win for Rohit because there was a fair bit of help for the quicker bowlers, obviously, who did extremely well. Bumrah 6 for 19, his career best, one of the top, in terms of numbers for an Indian bowler in ODIs. And also, I mean, again, Shami being a little unlucky, maybe a tad bit, because he bowled beautifully as well, not picking up as many wickets. But then I guess as far as England's concerned, they're going to forget this as an aberration, which I think it was. I mean, they're much, much better than what we saw them today, and they're not shouldn't be dwelling too much over what happened this afternoon.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, if you analyse where the damage was done at the top, or Roy got that big inside edge, driving a wide ball from Bumrah, okay, it happens, but he was playing that a long way from his body. Root got a good ball. Stokes got a good ball.
Yes. Bairstow got a good ball.
Bairstow got a good ball. I mean, you can look at those wickets and think, okay, they were got out. They were decent balls, and they got out to them. But yeah, once you're 26 for 5, how do you play from there? Moeen got 14. David Willey 21. Joss Buttler made 30. He was the 7th out, 59 for 7. Yeah, there's no way back. And so almost as if the groundsman thinks that we're going to forget about that game, because he's mowing a strip 2 to the right now. So look, we forget about that, it's gone. And he's mowing out a fresh strip, probably for a Surrey match that's coming up soon. And it's as if it's happened. We're just going to forget about that. Yeah. And we're going to move on. Rohit and Shikhar Dhawan are making their way up the steps. And that is the end of that. The crowd dispersing slowly, I suspect a little numb, really, by having sat and watched that. And it's just a great show. It happens. These things can happen. Sort of, let's say, a few good deliveries, batsmen getting out, and once you are reduced to that, it also makes the point that not all one-day cricket is rivetingly exciting either. You know, it's you do have to take a bit of a chance with all sport, and that's the case here today. So let's have a look at those bowling figures towards the end, because I think Cast might have gone around the park there. David Willey 3 overs for 8, Reece Topley 5 overs for 22, Craig Overton 4 overs for 34. Yes, Bryden Cast 3.4 overs for 38. Ben Stokes bowled a 1 over for 1, and Moeen 2 overs for 9. But I mean, Cast just ran in, he just tried his best, didn't he, try and get something out of it. But I think he might possibly contemplate not bowling bouncers at Rohit Sharma again. That was, I'm afraid, rather one-way traffic. Sharma hitting 5 sixes in his 76 and 7 fours. 76 from 58 balls. Whereas Shikhar Dhawan, as you're saying, it was an interesting innings really. He just got his head down and just had a bit of a net. 31 from 54 balls. He hit the last ball for 4. That was only his 4th boundary. So Rohit Sharma, strike rate of 131, Shikhar Dhawan, strike rate of 57. Quite a contrast.
True, I mean, it was more of, like you said, I mean, just getting some game time under the belt, just preparing for himself for the next few games that are coming up, because obviously next 15 odd days is going to be big for Shikhar Dhawan, who actually is fighting for a place in the T20 side, the white ball. I mean, obviously ODI he's done very, very well, and especially at this venue, actually. At this venue, I think he's played 5 games and his average is around 100 or something at the Oval. So, yeah, but also, I mean, I'm happy for Shikhar that, you know, he's got some runs, he's got a game. Gabbar, as we call him. Gabbar is basically...
Gabbar?
Gabbar.
Oh, I thought it was Gabbar out of...
No. Gabbar is
out of porridge.
A character. Character in a very, very popular Hindi movie, one of the greatest of all time, called Sholay. So, yeah, so his nickname is Gabbar, and he's a character. I'm so happy for him that he's got a game and he's got some runs.
Trying to know where this stands in England's heaviest defeats.
Well, I was going to ask you that. I seem to be looking it up.
Yes, well, it's a 6th defeat by 10 wickets. 188 balls left. They've only had 2 10-wicket defeats with more balls left. They were both in 2003 away in Sydney against Australia and in Dambulla against Sri Lanka. So this is the heaviest defeat at home when batting first. For India, it's their 7th win by 10 wickets and the 2nd most balls remaining they've had in a 10-wicket win.
And going back to England's defeats, when was the last time they were done by 10 wickets?
That was 2011 World Cup quarter-final in Colombo against Sri Lanka.
Oh, I remember, yes.
So they had a series of gripping, nail-biting games that had gone right to the end, squeaked through the group stage, and I thought maybe this could be England's year.
Yeah, they got
lost
hammered
by 10 wickets in
yes.
the quarter-final.
No, I do remember that well. They were sort of clinging on by their fingernails throughout that World Cup. Okay, so it's been 10 years, 11 years in fact, since they got beaten by this extent. But I think it's interesting, these days all of analysis and data and all the different coaches and so on. I'm not sure what you do say at the end of that, really.
After a game like this, you don't look at anything. Just actually pretend or create that environment as if this game didn't happen at all. Yeah. Because there's not much you can take out of this game if you're England. You know what I'm saying? I mean, so obviously this is an aberration, and which the England team and the management would actually know it very well. I mean, this is not going to happen maybe for another 10 years. But the only concern I think they might have is maybe with Jason Roy, how he's batting. Not because he's not got runs, it's just that the way he's batting.
He looks a bit out of sorts, doesn't he, don't you think?
Yeah, that's what I thought. I mean, listen, you can get out early, that's part of the game, but it's just that the way he's looked while he's out there, whatever little time he's spent.
Yeah, and his body language when he got out, it didn't look absolutely as if he was at the top of his form, as it were. We might get an interview or two, maybe. We'll see. Maybe during the course of the next 15 minutes, we might hear from. We'll see. They're setting up all the machinery, the apparatus down there, maybe to get an interview. Man of the match, I think it's pretty much nailed on for Jasprit Bumrah for his 6 for. I don't think there are too many England names in the hat going into that one today, but they'll look to come back tomorrow. Jimmy Anderson's back again. Did you meet Gary Sobers in the end? You were keen to go and see him?
Yeah, I didn't manage to.
Oh, you're kidding.
I was busier with 5 Live.
Oh, yeah. Jimmy, I know you were desperate to have a photograph taken with him.
Yeah. Next time.
Have to try and fix that up. What do England do? I mean, do this just tear this up and just forget about it?
Yes, I think so. That's what I'd do. I think we mentioned earlier on air that quite a few players not played a huge amount of white ball cricket. The top five, or the stars sort of thing, without Livingston in there. It's the first time they've played together since the 2019 World Cup. So I think that could be part of the reason. I also think the toss was a great one to win. I thought Bumrah bowled magnificently, made it really difficult for England. So to be honest, I just sort of park it. And
it's disappointing, isn't it?
I think the fortunate thing is there's a game in 2 days. That's a great thing for England, meaning they don't have to dwell on this too long. They can get to Lords on Thursday and hopefully start afresh.
Yeah, itching for the new coach, isn't it? Here, our first match. Come on, lads, out we go. Interesting to see how he plays it, Matthew Mott, because does a new coach just say, "I'll go away and forget about it," or does a new coach feel actually he's got to do something a bit more than that when his team's just been hammered by 10 wickets?
Yeah, well, I think you've got to look at it. You've got to try and figure out whether was it just the toss, was it just the Indian bowlers, or could England have done a little bit more in that opening period, that opening 10 overs, which pretty much won the game.
Yeah.
Could they have done something different there to try and either put pressure back on India or just try and soak it up completely and get through that period and then build for it? Because it could have been, on that wicket, it could have been it didn't look like it when India were batting, but it could have been a 250 maybe, would have been a challenge. Certainly more of a challenge than 110. But I think that's what they've got to weigh up. Have a quick think, was that the situation? Could they have done anything more? And then when they come to Thursday, just start again and perform the way they know they can perform. There's some absolute stars in that lineup. So I think it could just be a bad day at the office. Let's come again Thursday and hope for better.
And it's such stark contrast to what we've been watching during the summer with Johnny Bairstow, Joe Root dominating and playing magnificently. They both failed today. Interesting to see how that affects the way that their confidence, or whether they suddenly think, I'm perhaps not quite the form that I thought I was in, or what. Well, I mean, Root got a great ball.
Yeah. I thought they both got good balls. And it shouldn't dent their confidence. One game doesn't make you out of form. They'll come back on Thursday. They're experienced players. They're world-class players. They'll put this to one side, I'm sure, and then try and just, as I said, hope for a better wicket firstly at Lords, and then just relish the opportunity to go again and try and get a big score.
Yeah. What about India then, Deep? I mean, I guess not many sort of questions were answered there either, were they? I mean, Jasprit Bumrah gets 6 wickets. Yeah, we know he's a good bowler. Rohit Sharma gets lots of runs. We know he's a good player. I mean, there wasn't much else apart from that. A punt took a good catch.
True, I guess the only thing you can talk about is basically Shikhar getting some game time, because obviously he hasn't played a lot of late, and and he's got another 2 games here and 3 games in West Indies. He's now part of the T20I setup, so there's not too many ODIs that India are playing. So I mean, the only thing you can actually talk about is Shikhar and valuable game time, and no matter how much time you spend in the nets or in the gym, game is a game, and he's batted for whatever number of deliveries he did, got some bat and ball, got a few good boundaries. So positive for him from that perspective.
Well, how Joss Butler's feeling? It was obviously there was a bit of a struggle in the T20s, wasn't it? And coming on the back again of what had been happening in the Test matches. They lose that series and then lose here. I mean, Butler very well. I mean, how he seems quite a phlegmatic sort of a fella.
He's very level-headed. I think he'll just keep that. He'll have the same attitude whether they win or lose. He'll try and keep improving the team, try and make sure that they're striving to get better every time they go out there. And that's no different here. Yes, it was a disappointing performance. The T20s didn't go as well as you would have liked, just like you said. But I think, new coach and captain need time. It doesn't always happen like it did with McCullum and Stokes. That's the ultimate sort of start to a relationship. It doesn't always go like that, especially when you're playing a world-class team like India. So I think he'll understand. He'll need time to bed these players in and bed the team in and get the ideas that he wants and how he wants the team to play across.
And I wonder how sort of Ben Stokes fits into that whole sort of management thing. I mean, you know how it all operates. Do you think that Stokes is sort of in there offering thoughts, or is this a Mott Butler show, and actually the others are kind of just part of the team and get on with it that way?
Well, it's Joss and Matthew's team, I think, and then the luxury they've got is all these players that have got so much experience. I think that Joss will be asking them all for advice, and I wouldn't be surprised if he's still picking Owen Morgan's brains as well, away from the game. Trying to just do as much as he can to settle into his role and to get the team to where he wants it to.
Yeah. Well, if you're just tuning our way, I'm watching Jos Buttler on my screen giving his post-match interview at the moment. He's still got a smile on his face. We'll hear from him in a second because we've dispatched Alison Mitchell down there. I've had all the easy work this year, interviewing the captains on they've rocked to victory. A 10-wicket defeat. I think we send Ali down there. So we will hear, hopefully before we go off air, in about 7 minutes or so before we go off. So hopefully we'll hear from Jos Buttler then. But it's been it's been a bit of a hammering with India winning this match by 10 wickets. And they got to their victory target to knock off those runs in only the 19th over. They only wanted 111 to win, and that was after England were bowled out in 25.2 overs. So, the spectators haven't seen half a game.
44 overs in total, excluding rain-affected games. That's the 7th shortest completed ODI in England out of over 450 games. One of the shorter ones was 19 years ago, featuring the young Jimmy Anderson, England Zimbabwe in Bristol. That's a long time to be playing cricket.
There? Remember it well.
Can you remember who you got out in that game, Jimmy?
I can't actually off the top of my head.
Charles Coventry, one of your 900+ international wickets. And England's last ODI series against the Netherlands, they scored 985 for 10 across the 3 games. But Jasprit Bumrah provided a rather sterner challenge.
Well, again, just to let's join Alison. She's with Jos Buttler now.
Thank you, Aggies. Yes, Jos is just making his way over to me now, having done the TV interviews. Jos, goodness, where do you start to analyse that defeat, or do you just draw a line under it and look to move on?
No, I think we have to try and analyse it as quickly as we can and learn as much as we can from it. I think it's obvious that there was a little bit in the wicket, and India exposed that brilliantly. I thought Jasprit Bumrah obviously was outstanding, and these are the conditions that are the toughest for us as a team, and we have to find a way to counteract that.
So when you look back, were there things you think within the top order that batting-wise could have been done differently, or were you just undone by some brilliant new ball bowling?
I actually think we were undone by some fantastic bowling, to be honest. I think 3 of the top 4 there have been playing Test cricket and in some of the best form of their life, and they're getting out on the wicket. So it was obviously tough, and credit to India, they exposed that.
Was there even more movement out there than you thought there would be, noting the grass that was on the pitch?
Yeah, definitely more than I expected. Obviously it's hot and it's muggy, and the ball swung and the ball had a bit of tennis ball bounce and moved sideways a bit. So when guys are bowling that well, and they expose that brilliantly. But that being said, we have to find a way, if we do come up against those kind of conditions, so what can we do to come through that, or to only lose 3 wickets as opposed to 5 wickets or something. So we have to work on that, and at some point it might be a World Cup semi-final and you're exposed to that. So if we're going to become a very complete team, we have to find ways to counteract that.
It's an early challenger, a defeat like this under your leadership. But how do you personally sort of deal with it? What's been the way you've approached it with the guys in the dressing room immediately afterwards?
Yeah, I think to not panic. If we panic, that's never going to help us. You look over the past 6-7 years, our batting has been our super strength in ODI cricket. So, and if you look at the guys in the team, they're some of the best players to ever play this format for England. So certainly don't panic at all. But one thing we must pride ourselves on is learning. And if we are faced with similar conditions on Thursday, how can we come through it better than we did today?
What do you think the way is to come through it better at this early stage? What will you ask the guys to look at in the way of approaching it come Lords?
No, I think a little bit on an individual basis, but also as a team. We talk about being a very positive, proactive team. Did the conditions allow us to really counter-attack today? I didn't really think it maybe did. So, can you sit in and absorb some pressure and come through it and bat ugly for a little bit and get out the other end? So maybe we need to add that side, but no, I'm certainly open to both ways of doing it.
Joss, good luck for Lords. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ali, very much indeed. There we hear from Joss Buttler, and he's going to go away and analyse it. He said quickly.
Well, yeah, they've got a day, haven't they, to try and analyse it. But I thought, he was spot on in reading the pitch. There was a lot in that wicket early on, more than you'd expect at the Oval. But at the same time, you need bowlers to be able to exploit it, and India did that fantastically well.
Yeah. Last thoughts from you, Deep?
Well, if I'm just thinking about what do I say if I was the captain or the coach, and you can't say much. It's like Josh said, you want the individuals to just think about it for a little while and just move on and not worry too much about it, because maybe next. I mean, it just happens very rarely. It's an aberration, and move on. It's not going to happen again in a while. So yeah, and you've got the experience there. They've played so much of cricket. They know exactly what to do in conditions like that. Yeah, just move on. It's not going to happen.